5 years ago, when Ye Fan was studying ways to break through to the level of an honored martial arts master, he was treacherously ambushed. As a result, his 2 souls and 6 spirits were divided, with the greater part of his soul and personality sealed within a jade pendant. Fan's body continued to exist, devoid of reason, even at the funerals of his loved ones. He was like a small, unthinking child. From the whole great family, only Grandpa and Fan survived. The guy was supposed to marry, but suddenly the engagement was broken. Suddenly, the older brother's brides appeared. They announced publicly they would marry little Fan and continue the great Ye family line. During their intimate moments, the girls, quite by accident, helped Fan break the seal and return the young man's soul and identity to him. Yulin Long, pressing her ample bosom against the young man, asked what other daughters-in-law there were. And now Fang must call them and Su Yixue his wives. The sisters-in-law's recklessness helped little Fan start his revenge plan for the death of all his relatives, killed by cruel enemies. Now that Fan's soul has returned, his strength is back, and he's nearly invincible in the great empire of Xia. He can punish his killers. Ye Fan's body was once again filled with power, and his eyes sparkled. Thanks to his daughters-in-law, he was no longer mad, but angry and ready for terrible revenge. Yulin Long was the fiancée of Ye Fan's elder brother, killed along with other relatives. The girl yearned for revenge against the villains. Su Yixue was engaged to the 7th young master of the great Ye family, and their wedding had already been scheduled when her fiancé was killed. Stunned, Fan saw the lush chest of one of the brides right in front of him. He was horrified by what his brother's fiancés were doing. Stuttering, the young man mumbled for the bridesmaids to stay away, but the girls in tempting lingerie kept crawling toward Fan. He lowered his eyes and his gaze fixed on the beautiful Isue's firm chest. The young man's head spun with excitement. Were they really serious about this? Yulin Long whispered to the fool that he should call them his wives. The young man broke out in a sweat of excitement. The girls' bodies were so tempting. Su Yixu tenderly told her husband to be a good boy, and if Fang didn't understand something, they would teach him and explain everything. Ye Fan's face flushed. He really wanted to tell his elder sisters-in-law that he wasn't a fool anymore, and they didn't need to treat him like one. Meanwhile, the Ye family continued to bury their sons, all of whom died very mysteriously, and their remains always disappeared for some reason. Ye Zhengguo was killed in the northern district of the country of Xia on July 28th, at the age of 48. His remains have not been found. On that very same day, the 28th of July, in the eastern district of Xi'an, Ye Zhenhua, who was 43 years old, was murdered, and his remains were never found. Yi Xinban and Yi Xinsheng were killed in the Xuanwu area on the same day, July 28th, and their remains have not been found either. On that same day, Ye Lintian perished in the southern district, and Ye Zhengguo in the southeastern district of Xi'an. Their remains were also never found. The esteemed General Ni Nu of the Kingdom of Da'an regretfully told Elder Ye that the enemy's plan was too cunning. They hadn't expected it. The family head Ye Changfen replied that the Ye family members never expected a peaceful old age since they entered the battlefield. But he didn't think that human betrayal could outweigh the dangers of the battlefield. They attacked on the same day, at the same time. Someone targeted Yi. Ye Chanfen accidentally kicked his youngest grandson's favorite toy, and Fang cried out loudly for his grandpa not to touch his Peppa Pig. The young man stumbled and fell noisily to the floor, chasing after his toy, the slippers flying off the feet of Yi's younger son who had lost his mind. The jade pendant on the young man's chest glowed, and from within, the sealed soul of Fan and his immense former powers struggled to break free. Embracing Peppa, Fan smiled and said his grandfather had helped him stop the pig, and now she was with him. He loved Peppa dearly. The head of the Ye family leaned down and gently told his grandson to get up quickly, extending his hand, while Ni Nu watched the young man with regret. Chanfen said that only he, the head of the family, and little Fang are left from the Yi family. Yi Fang will marry a girl from the Xuan family to continue the line. Old General Ye Changfen declared menacingly that the great Ye family would never fall. No matter what happened, they would still hold their ground. Everyone was whispering, could it really be the youngest son of the Ye family? His mind was gone, yet he was once the family's genius, their true Qilin. Ye Fan was only 15 years old when he broke through to the Grandmaster level, entering the ranks of the greatest masters in human history. If it weren't for the car accident that happened 5 years ago, turning him into a fool, he would now be the head of the Yi family. He was incredibly strong. The eldest daughter of the Xuan family is still willing to marry him. Despite his loss of mind, they were close since childhood. But at that moment, Xuan Zhenguo exclaimed that Ye Fang had lost his mind, and the Xuan family simply cannot allow Xuan Yufei to ruin his life. So today, the Xuan family officially breaks the engagement of their eldest daughter, Yufei, and the Ye family's young master, Fang. From the excitement, blood gushed from the head of the family, Ye. His old battle wounds were acting up. He hadn't expected this from the Zhuan family. Chanfen swayed, but Fang caught the old man. A stream of blood burst from the elder's mouth, but soon he regained his composure and stood up again. The young man reproachfully asked Xuan Yufei why she had upset her grandfather so much, and if she no longer wanted to be his wife. Chanfen reminded Yufei that even after what happened with Fang, she hadn't abandoned him. He believed she wasn't that kind of person, so what happened? The girl almost cried. Her uncle answered for her. He explained that now only an old man and a fool were left of the Ye family, unlike 5 years ago. Then the Zhuan family was ready to go through with this marriage, as the Ye family was strong, and now there is no real meaning in this marriage. Clan leader Ye roared, "It's all clear now? The Zhuans worship the strong and bully the weak, always following the wind. Now I understand what kind of people they are." Yufei sadly told Fanu that she regretted not being able to be with him in the autumn. The young man was surprised, but they enjoyed playing together. And then everyone heard Su Yixui's words. The girl declared that if this girl Xuan Yufei didn't want to marry Fan, then they would. 2 beauties stepped forward. Those gathered recognized them as the brides of the Yi family's eldest and 7th sons, the elder daughters-in-law of Yi Fan. One is a 3-star Valkyrie Dan. The other is a pharma CEO, the eldest daughter of the Su family. The women of the Ye family are truly exceptional. Yu Linlong told Yufei's surprised father that she is the Ye family's eldest daughter-in-law. She came for her fiancé's funeral but will stay with the Ye family. Su Hui announced that she is the 7th daughter-in-law of the Ye family. Her fiancé was killed, but she does not plan to leave the family that welcomed her so warmly. The girls approached Fan and said they represented the 7 brides of the Ye family and were ready to marry Ye Fan together to continue the family line. Xuan Zhengguo's jaw dropped in shock. How could the nation's 7 finest maidens be willing to marry a fool? This simply couldn't be. This message struck everyone like a thunderbolt. Real goddesses will become the wives of the abnormal. What bravery! They support the Yi family. Feeling utterly bewildered, Fan found himself struggling to fend off the relentless advances of his persistent sisters-in-law. The heat was becoming almost, and suddenly the young man felt a very strong heat in his chest. It was coming from the jade talisman on his chest. It suddenly vibrated intensely, and so the talisman revealed itself. Fan cursed. 5 years passed, and he finally broke the seal and reached the esteemed rank of a warrior. 5 years ago, when Fang was training, preparing for a breakthrough, he was attacked, causing his body, soul, and 6 spirits to be separated. He only caught a glimpse of the man who attacked him before he fell to the ground and lost consciousness and memory. On that fateful day, Ye Fan was hit by a heavy construction truck. It seems his enemies didn't expect the young man to survive at all. The young man was badly wounded in the accident, lost a lot of blood, but survived. His enemies thought he'd lost his strength and was no threat. A strange twist of fate led to most of Fan's soul being trapped within the jade amulet that hung from his chest. However, it turned out that this amulet contained countless writings, granting Fanu many opportunities for training and growth. Yet, without outside help, the young man could only wait for the amulet's effect to fade before returning to his body to seek revenge. Yi Fan returned to find all his uncles and brothers mysteriously dead, and there was that assassination attempt 5 years ago. Who is behind it all? But now Fan is at the peak of the esteemed warrior level, with almost no equal opponents, so he will find the guilty ones and kill them. But the situation between the 2 daughters-in-law was very tense, with a whole crowd of people around, all looking at them questioningly. Zheng Yu suddenly burst out laughing. Fang was truly an idiot, and even if he came to his senses, he wouldn't be able to handle those who killed his family anyway. Yu Linlun pulled the cheerful Xuanyi away, saying that this was a private matter for the Ye family and had nothing to do with everyone else. Fan thought the daughters-in-law publicly declared their desire to marry him, making it clear that they still supported the Ye family. If we say now that his strength and mind have returned to him, it will lead to enemies attacking with full force, and many could be harmed. To protect his family, he'd have to play the fool for a while. Fan hugged Linlong and exclaimed, "Little sister will play with him." Astonished, Ye Changfen approached the girls, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected such remarkable resilience from them. Yu Linlong told Grandpa she was his daughter-in-law now. She asked him to leave the rest to her. She and the girls would handle it. The head of the family Yi agreed, confused with the strong Valkyrie. He wondered what the girls were planning and how it would all turn out for everyone. Turning back to Xuan Yufei, Yu Linlong, as Ye Feng's wife, declared that their engagement was broken off, and she was now free. Yufei took a couple of steps back and stammered quietly that she was very sorry, but it was her family's will. They didn't want to get involved with Ye. Fan thought he wouldn't pursue those who abandoned him, but they would regret their decision when he restored the Ye family's power and glory. Linlong told Yixue that they were the first, and starting next month, 5 others would be with Fang, and they needed to have as many heirs as possible. Poor Fan turned red. The daughters-in-law were all over him. He stammered that they should wait, as he wanted to tell them something, but it was useless. The daughters-in-law wanted heirs for the Yi family at any cost, so their enemies would regret what they did. The spy reported to the Zhang family elder that the Ye family's funeral had concluded. Everything went smoothly, and Chang Fen did nothing unusual. But then the daughters-in-law of the Ye family announced they would marry Ye Fan, so old Zhang ordered the chickens killed to scare the monkeys. The old man said that the operation 5 years ago was successful, so let the same person handle this matter. The spy bowed. The elder is right. As it happened, young Zhao was madly in love with Su Yixue, the 7th daughter-in-law of the Ye family, and he would probably be overjoyed to win her heart. Chapter 7. Zhang barked irritably. Yi Fan is devoid of reason and strength, and as long as he remains in this state, it doesn't matter whether he is alive or not. However, if this guy starts behaving unusually, he must be killed immediately. He must not regain his strength and mind. Old Ye Changfen invited all the daughters-in-law and thanked them for coming, but the funeral was already over and everyone could leave. Yu Linlong stepped forward, and on behalf of all the girls, told Grandpa that they wished to marry Ye Fan and continue the Ye lineage. The surprised head of the Ye family turned around. So it wasn't a joke, but why would they do this? They were all young beauties from prominent families. Linlong embraced her and said that their decision was final, and that each of them would take turns accompanying Ye Fan for a month. All the daughters-in-law were convinced they had to bear as many heirs as possible for the Ye family and avenge their loved ones' murders. Fan was in shock. Could it be true? All 7 daughters-in-law would become his wives? Was he some kind of factory for producing children? What a nightmare. Linlun carefully looked at little Fan, noticing that she had just felt a shift in his aura. Could it be that his strength had returned? The guy snapped out of it, made a face, and yelled, "Revenge! Pew pew, terrible revenge!" The girl gloomily lowered her head. It seemed she'd imagined it. The older sister-in-law firmly took the little baby's face in her strong hands and squeezed it gently. The boy mumbled that it hurt, but she didn't let go. Linlong said that Ye Fan must remember he was once the greatest genius standing at the very top, and he can achieve that pinnacle again. And they, the 7 pure maidens, will marry him and support him for the rest of their lives, as their own grooms were tragically slain. But if Fang dares to fail any of his wives, Linlong swore she would hunt him to the ends of the earth with her gleaming blade. Yi Fan pondered. They are stepping out for him, risking becoming the subject of the world's judgment. What determination and courage this requires. Linlin said through tears, "If you have even a drop of reason left, protect the Yi family, protect your wives, and take revenge for your loved ones." The guy's face changed almost imperceptibly, his fists clenched, and in his mind, he swore that this bloody debt would definitely be repaid. Su Yixu asked her elder sister if she was pushing Ye Fan too hard. His mind and strength hadn't fully returned yet. They needed to wait a little longer. Linlong reassured the 7th daughter-in-law she had already contacted the holy physician Lei Qiangke, and he would take care of little Ye Fan. Old man Chanfen agreed with his eldest daughter-in-law that if Lei Qiangchue took action, he could truly save their dear child. Fan thought that the grandfather had very serious internal injuries, and if nothing was done, he would die soon. The young man shouted, "Hooray, healing!" and decided to teach some techniques to the holy healer Lei and help his grandfather recover. Linlin couldn't understand what was wrong with Fan's aura, while Cua snuggled up to the guy, chirping that they would heal him. The young man sighed. No matter how you put it, they still wanted to turn him into a factory for making children for all his slain relatives. Beautiful Su Yixue blushed. Ah, how surprisingly strong and sturdy little Fan's body is. It's even strange for a madman. The eldest daughter-in-law told Yixue that according to their agreement, she would accompany Ye Fan first for a month, and she needed to try her best. Family head Ye Changfen teared up. What good girls. Grandpa is so grateful they aren't abandoning their family in this time of trouble. Yu Linlong replied to the old man with a smile. After all, they were family and should support each other in any situation. Grandpa walked up to his grandson and lightly tapped Fan's chest with his strong general's fist. The young man swallowed. Ye Chanfen said sternly, whether the child returns to normal or not, he must take care of this brave girl and not anger his grandfather. The young man told the old man that they were now his wives and he would love them all, so grandfather didn't need to worry about it. But for now, we'll have to keep everyone in the dark a little longer. Shu Xue said it's getting dark, and she'll take Ye Fan. Today, Zhao Tianlong is hosting a business banquet, and Su Yixue thought it was a great opportunity for little Ye Fang to make an appearance. This name, Zhao Tianlong, reminded Fan of the incident 5 years ago when he was hit by a huge truck during training. Before losing consciousness, Fan saw that the man driving the truck had a scar, though the young man didn't know his name. However, the guy's face was clearly etched in the boy's memory. He could now recognize it among millions of different faces. And today at the funeral, Ye Fan saw this man. He stood behind Zhao Tianlong, intently observing everything that was happening. Most likely, that attack 5 years ago was the Zhao family's doing, and everything else too. If so, Fang will begin his revenge with them. Fan's former fiancée, along with her uncle, returned to their residence after the funeral of the men of the Ye family. Yufei was sad. Uncle peeked into her room and indignantly asked the girl if he hadn't told her to prepare for the banquet of young Master Zhao. The girl, tears in her eyes, told her uncle she wasn't in the mood, hadn't dressed up, and didn't want to go to the banquet. Uncle asked if Yufei was still thinking about that idiot Ye Fan. She'd already been told the Ye family was finished, and the words of daughters-in-law were just talk. The girl flared up. Fine, she'll go to this banquet, her uncle reminded her. She needs to wear something beautiful. There will be big shots there. The man sighed heavily. Yufei is still just a child, but for the Xuan family, this must be done. Getting involved with the Ye family is dangerous. When the door closed behind her uncle, Fan's former fiancée sank to her knees, helpless. Now she would be paraded like a beautiful doll. She sighed heavily and softly called out the name of her beloved boyfriend, the one she had been with since early childhood. When Ye Fang and Su Yixue came home, the girl unbuttoned the guy's pajamas. He, surprised, asked his sister-in-law why she was taking them off. Shiyue was surprised that Fan hadn't trained in so long, yet his body was still in such great shape. It was truly astonishing to her. The young man asked the beauty with a smile if Ishu really wanted to touch his body. The girl snorted, saying, "Not a chance, that can wait." The seventh daughter-in-law threw Fauna a suit, saying it was his outfit for today's banquet, and he could put it on, and they would leave. Ishu asked Fan not to call her sister-in-law anymore, but to call her wife instead. The guy smiled. Well, he has another wife now. The girl thought bitterly. Fan was the greatest genius, but his fiancée left him at his most difficult moment. What a disgrace for Yufei. Yixue was sure Fang had been through a lot, so she needed to be more attentive to him and make sure he didn't get hurt again. She hugged the boy and softly said that Ye Fan was a good child. He promised his grandfather he would love all his beautiful new wives. The seventh daughter-in-law promised that from now on, Yixue would always be his wife, and she would tenderly love him and care for their little Fan. The guy held the delicate beauty in a strong embrace and replied that Isui's wife was the best, and he felt very good and calm next to her. Shu was bewildered. After being intimate with Fang, she felt such a strange sensation. Her body became so hot. This had never happened before. Ye Fan's strong body was filled with fiery energy thanks to his daughter-in-law, as if a powerful source of strength had ignited within him. The guy smiled. Just as he thought, this ability was still with him, despite a 5-year break due to that assassination attempt. This mysterious fire is, in fact, the very reason that allowed Ye Fan to become a grandmaster by the tender age of just 15. When he's in contact with a girl and she's experiencing emotions, Fan converts that spiritual warmth into chi and becomes stronger. And even without contact with the girl, the fire itself generates heat, aiding in training and significantly accelerating strength development. Now Fan has 7 wives, so there's no need to worry about a breach. Then someone knocked on the door. The head of the Su family called for Siyue. A messenger told Su Hui that the family patriarch and the second master are here. They asked her to come to them quickly. The girl asked if her relatives want to judge her for choosing to marry Fan. The messenger was confused and didn't know what to say. Ishu decisively shook her head and said that she was ready to go right now. The opinions of her relatives wouldn't stop her. Fan thought, could it really be because the Su family disagrees with her desire to marry him? He needed to see it all for himself. Su Minhao's second uncle shouted at Shui, asking what she was doing. Had she lost her mind to announce she would marry that fool Ye Fan? The girl listened as her uncle raged, while he asked if she truly wanted their family buried alongside the Ye family. 134 characters. One of the brothers supported Mingxiao. The family E is finished. It's hopeless to get involved with them. She will drag them all down with her. But Su Yue calmly replied that she has her own plans and won't change them. even if the whole world and the Yi family are against her. Fan secretly watched the family meeting. As he thought, the Su family was scolding their seventh daughter-in-law for agreeing to marry him. The gathered relatives indignantly chattered, suggesting they banish this stubborn woman from the Su clan for such unreasonable behavior. Terrified by the horrific deaths of the strongest members of the Ye family, Yixue's relatives screamed that she should be expelled from the clan. Su Minhao turned to his elder brother and the head of the family and told him he should keep a better eye on his eldest daughter. The head of the Su family, Su, raised his hand authoritatively, demanding the clan elders quiet their clamor and let him speak at the assembly. Su Honghai, the Su clan leader, stood and unexpectedly declared his support for his daughter Si Yue's decision to marry, stunning the gathered elders. The girl couldn't believe it. Her father, against the opinion of most elders, had supported her. "Dear Daddy, that's brave." Honghai asked who first supported the Su family 30 years ago when they were on the verge of collapse. It was the Ye family. And if it weren't for the Ye family, all the Su would be beggars or dead by now. So Shu is right, and anyone who disagrees can get out. Suddenly, almost all the elders of the Su clan received phone calls at the same time. They all received unpleasant messages. They told the leader that suppliers suddenly announced they refused to work with Su, and people want to cut ties with them. Honghai frowned. It seemed those who attacked the Ye family had turned to them. They said someone strong was wiping out the Ye family. The younger ones told their older brother it wasn't the time for honor. The Su family couldn't provoke the Ye family's enemies. The head of the Su clan lowered his head. He didn't want to be ungrateful, but he also didn't want to drag his family down. What to do in this situation? Minhao yelled at his niece Shui that it was all her fault. Because of her, the Su family might disappear, and they wouldn't get partnerships with the Xia family. Yixue replied that someone from the Xia family would be at today's banquet, and she would do everything in her power to preserve the partnership. The girl stated that both her duty and the interests of the Su family are important to her, and she has never refused to protect her family. If the elders do not believe in her, they can sell their property and leave to survive. She will not stop them from doing so. Yi Fan was amazed by the courage and resilience of his wife, Shui. She truly is a worthy representative of the great Ye family. The guy wondered who from the Xia family would be here. Maybe he could help Yixue with the contract. He should look around. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlong's company appeared. He exclaimed, "Isn't that the idiot from the Ye family? He's probably looking for candy. We'll help him now." Fan thought that Zhao Tianlong was asking for trouble, made a silly face, and asked where the candy was around here. The young master of the Zhao family spat into the leftover whiskey, planning to make the former genius of the Yi family drink it all. Into the same glass, Tianlong tossed a cigarette butt. His companions roared with laughter, enjoying their boss and ringleader's wicked joke. They joined the fun, tossed cigarette butts into the glass, and started picking wax and dirt from their ears, adding it all to the glass. Tianlong held out his glass and said he had prepared a sweet drink. Zhao envied Fan, who already had 7 beauties wanting to go out with him. Lun wanted to show everyone Fan was a loser. The guys shouted for Fan to drink, "It's delicious," and didn't forget to thank Lun's brother. Fan pretended to be impressed, so this is what it is. Apparently the guys are drinking. It must be very expensive wine, really. How cool is that? Zhao Tianlong and his friends were rolling with laughter. Ye Fang is really a complete idiot. But the young man said, "There's still something missing here." Ye Fan called out to the cleaner, politely asking the woman to wait for him a moment, as he had a small matter to discuss with her. "We need to add more ingredients to improve the taste." The cleaner was shocked. The young man added dirty cleaning water to the glass. Tianlong laughed and told his friends to film everything, so everyone could see how the former great genius was drinking sewage and spit. Suddenly, Tianlong's laughter abruptly cut off, and he felt a strong hand clamp around his throat. He stammered, asking Fan what on earth he was doing, and Fan exclaimed that sweets should be shared. So Brother Zhao had to drink first, and poured the contents of the glass into Luna's mouth. Tian Yuan's buddies watched in horror as their boss was literally turned inside out after drinking a glass of slop. Zhao roared in fury. How that freak Ye Fan made him Tianlong drink that crap, and it was hardly enough to just kill that idiot for it. Fan made a surprised face and asked his brother Zhao what was wrong, saying it wasn't tasty, since he claimed it was a sweet drink. Fan's beautiful wives forbid him from drinking, saying it's harmful, so he shared wine with Tianlong to show his gratitude for the care. Over these 5 years, Fan not only mastered martial arts, but also gained worldly experience, sealed within an amulet by 13 masters. Zhao Tianlong barked at his companions to beat Ye Fan to death in retaliation for the humiliation he had suffered at his hands. The guys lunged at Ye Fan, who was confused. wondering if they were really about to attack. He clenched his fists, ready to defend himself. Suddenly, a command to halt boomed. A very strong man with a thunderous voice asked who dared touch his little brother, Fan. Strong hands grabbed the heads of the frightened henchmen of young Zhao, who rushed towards Ye Fan, standing calmly to the side. Van Fugi forcefully knocked the bullies attacking his childhood friend against each other. The guys collided headfirst. A stunned Zhao Tianlong asked Fugi why he was here. Wasn't he supposed to have left the city? Everyone thought he would never return. Fan's childhood friend Wang Fugi asked who would protect his brother from scoundrels like young Zhao if he wasn't here by his side. Fugi grew up with Fan, and for all 5 years he defended his friend. The young man thought he would find a way to repay him. One of Zhao's friends told him that Wang Fugi is one of the strongest in town and it's better to avoid him. It's best to leave now. Furious, Tianlong said they were leaving, while 2 of his companions lay on the floor at the feet of the mighty Fugi. Zhao gritted his teeth maliciously. He was sure that Wang Fugi couldn't protect Ye Fan forever, and sooner or later Long would get Su Yixue. Fugi exclaimed that Fang was simply something else. 7 stunning beauties all want to marry him at once, who would have thought? He hugged his old friend and said that if Fang had been in his right mind, he would have literally peed himself from such unprecedented happiness. The guy almost suffocated in his friend's mighty embrace, he thought indignantly. And who, I wonder, does Fugi take me for? Van looked at Fan intently, and he mentally wondered what kind of expression that was. The guy was starting to remind him of an old friend. And then it occurred to Fugi that his childhood friend was starting to recover. Perhaps his mind was returning, at least partially. Van leaned in and tried to sense Fan's aura, catching the barely perceptible fluctuations. He hadn't felt anything like this for 5 whole years. He said that something was wrong with Fan's aura. Could it be that his friend has recovered? The young man sighed. Van Fugi is too clever. And then, the childhood friends heard Su Yixue's melodious voice. She asked little Fan what he was doing there. She had completely lost him. He just up and disappeared while she was putting on her makeup. She had asked him to wait for her. The beauty anxiously asked if Fang was all right. Van Fugi bowed to his 7th sister-in-law and told her not to worry. He would protect brother Fan even at the cost of his own life. Su Yixu smiled at Fugi, and with that, he was back in the city. Oh, what a relief that was. Now she could finally be at ease about her little Fan. The host announced that today they have an honored guest, Xia Hao, who they say has arrived to sign a contract with one of the city's families. The young woman invited everyone present to welcome their esteemed guest, President Xia of a major pharmaceutical company. Issei asked Fugyu to look after Fane, while she needed to speak with Hao. Wang warned that Zhao was targeting the partnership, approximately 135 characters. President of the Xia company, Xia Hao, took the stage and greeted everyone gathered at this luxurious business banquet. Zhao Tianlong was confident that once he closed this deal with the Xia family, Su Yixue would crawl to him on her knees, begging for a favor. The host asked Xia if his attendance at the banquet hosted by the Zhao family meant he intended to form a partnership with them. Xia Hao smiled. The Zhao family was indeed a good choice, but the market in this city was vast, and their company was open to offers. Young Mr. Zhao was twisted with anger at the thought that this old curmudgeon was asking what other offers they were still open to. Yixue joyfully exclaimed that they finally had a chance, while Ye Fang fell into deep thought, realizing that this person, Xia Hao, was someone he recognized. They had met before. Xia Hao's gaze suddenly stopped on Ye Fan. He recognized him too and froze in surprise. Of course, it's that very same young man. The president of a major pharmaceutical company exclaimed in surprise, "Why, it's the divine doctor. He's finally been found." Everyone present parted in surprise, and a corridor formed between the honored guest and Ye Fan. No one understood a thing. Xia Hao headed towards Fan, exclaiming that he had finally found the divine doctor and could repay him for saving his life. Everyone whispered in shock. This fool knows Xia Hao. The Su family hit the jackpot. Zhao will surely partner with them. Approximately 134 characters. Young Zhao couldn't grasp why President Xia was talking to that idiot. Would their family really lose this lucrative deal? Approximately 126 characters. Tianlong told President Xia that he must have made a mistake. This is their local fool. How could he know anything about medicine? He knows nothing. Besides, Xia Hao surely knows about the Ye family's situation. Best not to get involved, to avoid bringing misfortune upon yourself. The president of a major pharmaceutical company abruptly interrupted Zhao Tianlun, saying that he was not mistaken. This man saved him. 5 years ago, when Hao was on the brink of death, Ye Fang saved him. But what happened to that doctor? Why did he lose his mind? Su Yixue explained that her fiancé was hit by a car 5 years ago and still hasn't woken up. Hao sighed. That explained everything. The young gentleman E was very strong, gifted in both martial arts and medicine. It seems he suffered after their encounter. Xia asked Madame Su if her family, being in the pharmaceutical business, would be interested in a partnership with the Xia family. Tianlong wouldn't back down. The Su family is blacklisted by all partners for their ties to Ye Fan. Doesn't Hao fear the consequences? Ha declared that he didn't care about the consequences. If Fang hadn't saved him, the Xia family wouldn't exist, and even Yixue didn't abandon Ye. Xiahao declared that the Su family would be their partner in this city. Anyone opposing the Su family would also become an enemy of the Xia family. Su Yixu teared up. She shook President Xia's outstretched hand, and from now on, their Su family was financially well protected. The assembled guests were amazed. Even now, the foundation of the Ye family remained, and Su Yixue had been insightful, betting on the winner. Only Zhao Tianlong was furious. That cursed fool Ye Fan. Why does he always ruin his plans? He needs to be dealt with at last. Xiahao winked at the beautiful Miss Su and suggested she should properly thank her amazing fiancé Ye Fan for his kindness. A blush of embarrassment spread across the girl's face, and she glanced at the guy standing nearby, who was considered an outstanding genius. Everyone was surprised. She hugged little Fan and said she was very grateful. The young man was stunned. He didn't expect this from Yixue. Holding the beauty, he thought if he could help his wife, his efforts were worth it. But it was too soon to tell her the truth about himself. Ye Fan rushed to Xiahao, shouting that he was such a good person, that he helped his beloved wife, and that he was ready to give him a very tight hug. Ha sighed. It was all he could do. He wasn't strong enough to provoke the big shots pulling the strings behind the scenes. Ye Fan quietly replied to the company president, saying he had tried his best and he wouldn't forget it, that Ha could be assured. Xiahao's jaw dropped in shock. The divine doctor was truly sane. But what was the purpose of this strange spectacle? He grabbed the young man by the shoulders, trying to understand if he was mistaken. Hao asked the divine doctor what was happening. Fan rushed to hug Hao again, shouting that his uncle was so sweet, so kind, so good. He just wanted to hug him tightly one more time. The guy quietly said he was being targeted, so it's better to stay low for now. He asked not to tell anyone he has recovered. Hao was amazed. Fanu is 20 years old, and he thinks strategically. If you're on the Ye family side, the Xia family will one day become great. He assured the young gentleman, Mr. E, that he could rest easy, as he, Xiahao, would do everything within his power to assist him and the E family in any way possible. Outraged, Tianlong asked, but what about the Zhao family? Xia had wanted to make a deal specifically with them. How did this happen? Yi Fan shouted, pointing at Zhao. This guy is really bad. He wants to steal my wife. But then, Yixue calmly reassured him, saying, don't worry, she's not going anywhere. Shi Hao understood. It seemed this was his first assignment from young Master Ye, masterfully disguised as the fear of a poor madman. Unexpectedly for everyone at the banquet, Xiahao struck Zhao Tianlong, who had been standing close to him, hard across the face. The president of the pharmaceutical company angrily asked Zhao how he dared to tell him what to do. Had he promised anything? Stunned, Tianlong asked Hao why he had hit him without reason, given that their Zhao family was one of the most important in Cloud City. Xia smiled, and not without reason. After all, for trying to steal the young Master Ye's wife, he deserved an even harsher lesson. Ha called the guards and asked them to escort young Master Zhao out of the hall. He must be drunk to be behaving so inappropriately. The guards took Tianlong by the arms and politely asked Zhao Tianlong to leave. He became indignant, shouting that he wasn't drunk. Xiahao suggested to Su Xue that they find a quieter place to talk, and the girl agreed, asking the president to follow her. Zhao's friends caught him, asking Brother Lun how he felt, while the guards pushed him out of the banquet hall into the corridor. Tianlong was choked with rage. The contract hadn't worked out, and he roared that this idiot Ye Fan was to blame for all his failures. He asked about the preparations. One of the guys replied that everyone is in position and ready to start any time the boss says. Zhao Tianlong grinned maliciously. Then it's time to go and wait for the idiot. He'll make sure Ye Fan definitely won't be going home today. The banquet was over. Su Yixue discussed all the details of the contract in Xia, and together with little Fan, they set off home by car. Fan was thoughtful. So much had happened that evening. The main thing was he'd found himself again, and now it was time to reflect. From time to time, Yixue would steal glances at her companion, and at that moment, he didn't seem at all like the madman she had grown accustomed to. She hadn't paid attention to little Fan before, because she was his daughter-in-law. It makes you wonder, was he always this handsome? The guy felt the intense gaze of the beautiful Yixue on him. Could it be that she felt something too? Or did she just notice him? He made a silly face and asked his wife why she was looking at him like that, as if he were a handsome man. She shyly replied that she wasn't looking. Fan chuckled, and she just kept watching and watching. You know, if his wife Isue liked it, well, she could watch him all night long, and the girl blushed. She imagined telling little Fauna that they were doing this to have a baby boy, and he would ask what they were doing with her. Yixu blushed. Today she had to spend her wedding night with little Fang. She could only hope she wouldn't have to teach him anything. Fan gently touched the girl's leg and asked his wife Isue what was wrong. Maybe something was bothering her, and she suddenly blushed. The seventh sister-in-law exclaimed, "Oh, how suddenly it has become so hot!" In that moment, she lost control of the car for just a few seconds. The car swerved sharply on the road, and a frightened Fan asked what was wrong, wondering if his dear wife had suddenly felt unwell. Ishui didn't understand what was happening. As soon as she had intimate contact with Fan, a strong heat engulfed her body. The girl thought, maybe that's the secret to his genius, and she too would become stronger from being around this guy. So Yixu smiled. Xuan Yufei was such a silly girl. She handed over little Fang to them, the seven sisters-in-law herself, and now he's Yixue's. Fan hugged the girl and exclaimed that yes, he would take all of her, and they would have a little son. Isue was sure that their son would be wonderful. Suddenly, Fan noticed they were walking into an ambush. He was sure it was the vengeful young Zhao who had set a trap for them on the road home. The guy gave a silly smile and told Isue he urgently needed to go to the bathroom. The girl smiled and said, "Okay, but be quick." The young man shyly warned his wife that he really wanted to, so he might be a little late, but there was no need to worry. Zhao Tianlong smirked. That idiot Ye Fang got out of the car and headed into the thick underbrush all by himself. How convenient. Young Master Zhao ordered his men to follow Fan. They'll finish the fool in the bushes. The rest roared with laughter. Yes. Turning on their flashlights, the men went into the thicket to search for Ye Fan, but he was nowhere to be seen. Tianlong spewed curses. He spun his head from side to side, demanding where that freak Ye Fan had gone, how he could have disappeared in such a short time. And then Zhao saw a guy not far from him, standing with his back to him, wearing a jester's costume. Tianlong was sure he had found him. Placing a hand on the guy's shoulder, Zhao exclaimed, "That's it, Ye Fang, you're done for." Tianlong anticipated how he would deal with his enemy. The guy turned around in surprise and said he wasn't Ye Fan. Now Tianlong saw that he was a completely different person. Zhao cursed under his breath and asked the guy if he had seen anyone dressed in the same suit passing by just recently. The guy confirmed, yes, he just saw that youth flash past him faster than the wind towards that cliff over there. He was probably running away. Zhao commanded, "First we'll finish off Ye Fan, then we'll kidnap Su Yixue. He'll take out all his accumulated frustration from today on this girl." Ye Fan smiled and watched his pursuers with his gaze. There were only 5 of them, and all of them were weaklings. Dealing with them would be very easy. Meanwhile, Tianlong and his friends searched the park at night for Ye Fan, but found no one. The guy was nowhere to be found. The young master of the Zhao family cursed. Shit, it looks like that guy by the road tricked them, sending them here on purpose. Ye Fan objected to Zhao Tianlong. He hadn't deceived them, but that guy in the same suit had asked him to pass on something to the pursuers. The son of the Zhao family head scoffed and asked what that idiot said, as if that pathetic madman from the Y family could say anything at all. The guy explained that the man said some very bad guys were chasing him and his beautiful wife, and asked him to finish them all off. Tianlong's face contorted, and he asked the young man in confusion what he meant. Surely he wasn't planning to kill strangers. Instead of answering, Yifan shot through the park like lightning, instantly taking out 3 of the 5 burly pursuers behind him. Young Zhao crouched in fear, and he and another of his guys confusedly asked the stranger who he was and where his strength came from. Yifan smirked and asked Zhao Tianlong if he truly didn't recognize him, remarking it was surprising to not know one's opponents better. The unfamiliar guy pulled off his mask, and the young Master Zhao recognized Ye Fan with horror. Only his eyes were no longer mad. Tianlong was confused. Ye Fang had been with them the whole time. He had just used a disguise, but how could a fool have done that? Suddenly, young Zhao realized everything. That scoundrel Ye Fan had fooled them all. They had let their guard down, thinking he was harmless. Trembling Tianlong exclaimed, "So Fang is in his right mind. He pretended so that no one would touch him, and that's why no one touched him. Fan has been in hiding for 5 years. He's probably long surpassed Grandmaster level. Tianlong tried to kidnap his wife. He's finished now." "So Ye Fan," he asked young Zhao, "but you know his misdeeds, they don't just stop there, do they? It's really worth remembering that absolutely horrific accident." Fan pointed at the guy with the scar and said he remembered perfectly. 5 years ago, he was the one driving that car, Zhao's companion. The scarred guy fell to his knees and begged Yifan for mercy. saying he was just following the Zhao family's orders and he was wrong. Instead of answering, the young master of the Ye family punched the scarred man in the head. Blood gushed out, and flames immediately erupted. Zhao Tianlong was in a panic. He watched his subordinate burn alive, frozen by fear, unable to utter a single word. What power! Finally, he asked what kind of devilish art this was, how Fang could turn a man to ash. In his terror, Zhao wet his pants. Fang explained that his martial arts attribute was fire, and yes, he could burn to ashes. Tianlong probably wanted to try it too. Of course, the main thing here is the flame that burns within the body. Only thanks to it can Fan demonstrate such miracles of strength. Zhao whined that he didn't want Fan dead. It was all the big man who hired the Liu family from the capital, and through them they pressured the Zhao family. Ye Fan pondered, could it really be the Liu family from the provincial capital behind the attacks on him and the other relatives? Elder Liu was Grandpa Changfen's most loyal subordinate in the old days, the last person anyone would have expected to betray him. Zhao Tianlong added that the Liu family were also just mercenaries, and he heard that a very big shot from Shangqing was behind all of this. Fan grabbed Zhao by the throat and asked what kind of big shot from Shanxi he was, who he was. Tianlong croaked that he truly didn't know. He knows that the Zhao, Wan, and Li families serve him in the city, usually receiving orders from the Liu family in the provincial capital. Zhao Tianlong begged the young master of the Ye family not to kill him and swore that he would tell no one about him. Yi Fan asked the heir of the Zhao family with a smile if it was true that he could keep this secret and wouldn't spill what had happened here. Tianlong's eyes sparkled with joy for having led Fan, and he hurriedly swore by anything that he would remain silent about it all. But the young man struck his enemy with a fiery fist, instantly turning the deceitful Zhao Tianlong into a blazing living bonfire. He gloomily asked the young master of the Zhao family to beg him, but Tianlong's face was too deceitful. It didn't inspire trust. So, the Zhao, Wan, Li, and Liu families are involved in the destruction of their clan. Well, it looks like we'll have to exterminate them all, one by one. Suddenly, Ye Fan saw Shui. The girl walked carefully through the night park, calling for baby Fan, worried where he might have gone. It was clear that she was very scared. Nevertheless, she called out loudly for her young husband, asking where he was and why he was silent. Yi Fan remembered that Su Hui was afraid of the dark and mice, yet she was willing to come here for him, which made him happy. The young man grinned broadly and cheerfully told his wife, Isue, that he was finished and everything would be fine now, they could go home. The girl asked worriedly why he had been gone for so long. She had already thought something had happened. Was her little Fan okay? To distract Isue from these thoughts, Fang exclaimed, "Oh, what a huge mouse! It's running right by the feet of his beautiful wife." Frightened Su Hui shrieked and rushed towards Fan, yelling, "Where, this mouse?" She didn't notice anything when she was walking here just now. Ye Fan picked up the girl and said with a smile that the mouse had already run away, and his wife, Yixue, smelled so good it made his head spin. Ishu exclaimed angrily, but it seemed the little rascal Ye Fan had deliberately scared her, just so she'd jump into his arms. The guy disagreed, saying no, it wasn't on purpose. There are so many mice around. It's better to carry his wife Isue to the car in his arms. Ye Fan picked the girl up and calmly carried her to the car. He understood they were being watched from a parked car. The observer flinched. How did that kid manage to get out, and where is young Master Zhao? We need to find the entire company urgently. As soon as Fang and Yixue left, Tianlong's henchmen rushed into the park to search for young Master Zhao, but only found his three friends. Zhao Delong, the clan leader and father of Tianlong Zhao, was in a terrible rage. He demanded to know what had happened to their young master. Two living people, how could they just vanish into thin air? We must continue the search. This is about the heir of the Zhao family. The soldier reported. 100 men searched the river area several times. They even checked the river, but the young master is nowhere to be found. That mysterious master was too strong. He took them down in a second. Only Tianlong and Scar remained. He definitely took them with him. Dechan pondered. Tianlun was his only son. Could it be that someone had targeted the Zhao family? Or was it someone from the Ye family making a move? He ordered everyone to be brought out and the search to continue, and to report to him immediately if any leads emerged. The scar also disappeared along with the sun. Could it really be connected to the events from 5 years ago? I should have killed Efanya back then. Suddenly, Zhao Dechang, surprised, saw someone calmly sitting in his office without turning on the light. The head of the family stopped. Old man Zhao sternly asked the young man who he was and what he was doing in his house. It seemed no one invited him. Perhaps he was a thief. The guy smirked and explained, he was the very person Zhao Dechang had wanted to kill 5 years ago, but couldn't finish off. The head of the Zhao family was stunned. So it was Ye Fan. That meant he wasn't a fool, but was just pretending to deceive all his enemies. Terrified, Dechan opened his mouth to call for security. All the Zhao family members were terribly afraid of this young genius from the Ye family. But the head of the Zhao clan didn't have time to call for help. His own feather pen flew from the table at him with lightning speed. The dear Parker pinned the old man Deshawn's hand to the door of the room, and the homeowner cried out in pain as blood gushed from his hand. To avoid alarming the servants, Ye Fan gagged the old man. Now they could talk freely without interruption. Approximately 121 characters. The guy said he had questions for Deshawn, and if he answered them honestly, he wouldn't have to suffer too much. Having made sure the old man understood him, Ye Fan pulled the gag from Dechang's mouth. The homeowner no longer screamed. He knew he was about to die. The old man asked, "Didn't Tianlong die by Feng's hand?" He replied, "So what? Should I have let the one who wants him dead live?" Tears welled up in Zhao Dechan's eyes, and his body shook with sobs as he murmured, almost in a whisper, that they were merely following orders. Fan barked, "Enough nonsense. In Cloud City, besides the Wang and Li families, who else serves the Liu family from the provincial capital?" The old man replied, "Only these families. But Li also assigned people to constantly watch the Ye family. But where they are hiding is unknown." Fan asked about the man from Shanshin. Zhao replied that he had only seen him once. He was wearing a mask, and everyone called him Young Master Zhou. The old man said their power is immense. They can easily decide who to appoint as the governor of Cloud City, and Fauna cannot defeat them. Fan replied that it was none of the old man's business. Deshan mentioned he knew something else, another lead, but no killing. Yifan frowned and demanded the old man speak. He would then consider whether to spare his miserable life or end it right there. Deshang said, "The enemies rose against the Ye family not only because they were too strong, but also because they were searching for something." Ye Fan asked what exactly they were looking for, because as far as the guy knew, there was nothing particularly valuable in their family. Zhao Dechan muttered that he really didn't know. No one had ever told them such things. They were merely faithful executors. The guy said, "In that case, the old man is no longer any use, which means he doesn't need to tell anyone anything anymore." Yi Fan struck the head of the Zhao family with a fire fist, incinerating the one who killed his relatives and tried to take his life. Chapter E was puzzled. Overnight, the Zhao father and son vanished. The second Zhao had an accident, and the third fell from a window. The city buzzes with rumors. Clearly, someone wants to wipe the Zhao family off the face of the earth. I wonder what master did this. The work is simply magnificent. Captain of the Yelanfeng family security said they found out the Zhao family was involved in Ye Fan's accident. But the trail has gone cold. Chanfen frowned. The investigation needs to continue. It seems the story of how they targeted the Yi family is not as simple as it appears. The Su family, after securing a profitable partnership contract with the Xia company, left their young mistress Yixue in peace. Fan knew that the story of the Zhao family's destruction must have already spread, so this news would surely have circulated as well. Suddenly, Fan heard the beautiful Su Yixue call out to him. They were supposed to spend their wedding night together tonight, and she was very shy. Blushing with embarrassment, the bride asked her husband if she looked beautiful in this white silk wedding nightgown. The girl thought that tonight she would give herself to little Fan. There's no need to be shy. Fan doesn't understand anything. She needs to teach him. The guy with a smile said that his lovely wife Isue is the most beautiful, and Isue laughed cheerfully. After all, Ye Feng is so sweet. Ishu blushed deeply, but still told her husband that little Fan should start, for they must strive to have a son. Approximately 134 characters. Fan found it amusing. Ishue was so endearing when flustered, and he playfully asked his wife what she wanted him to do now. Approximately 130 characters. The girl muttered in confusion, just to sleep together. And then later she would give him a big, strong, and healthy boy. The guy with a smile asked if they weren't sleeping now, and Isui shyly replied that to have a baby, you shouldn't sleep like that. Yifan continued to fool around. He put on an innocent face and asked, while Shuei nervously fiddled with her clothes, not knowing what to say. In a fit of pique, she shoved the guy onto the pillow, exclaiming that he was just a nasty little thing, and that at his age, he shouldn't be so dense. Zhu said that first they needed to take off all their clothes. She slowly unbuttoned Fan's shirt and began to take it off him. The guy automatically reached for the soft white silk of her beautiful nightgown and gently pulled. He really wanted to take it off quickly. With a smile, he asked why his wife wasn't taking off her clothes, and Isue turned as red as a lobster, muttering that she would wait. Fan cried out petulantly, "It's not fair! He wants his little wife to take off her clothes!" Isue was ready to sink into the ground from shame. Finally, she decisively took Fan's face in her slender, delicate hands and pulled him close. It was time to end this bickering. She softly told the guy to just follow her lead and pressed her lips to his, and the bedroom instantly fell into complete silence. The fan tugged at the shirt, and the light silk slipped off the supple body of Isyue, revealing the alluring curves of the local beauty. Their bodies merged in a single surge, and Isyue was surprised that Little Fang knew perfectly well what he needed to do now. The young woman felt that she was incredibly hot. Her whole body was burning. Tears were streaming from her eyes, as if she were in a sauna. Strong hands of Ifan gently glided over his wife's heated body, his movements soothing her and providing a sense of safety and protection. Fan felt that he would soon level up again. He had already reached the peak of a respected master and was about to break through even higher. He quietly told the girl that the fever was a good thing and that surely Jue's level had changed too, which would also benefit her. The guard said that even though the young master had become a fool, his stamina hadn't diminished compared to the old days. Lady Isyue is lucky. Oh, if only the young gentleman would recover quickly, then she and Lady Su would make the perfect couple. Fan mentally thanked Yixue for never abandoning the Ye family and for helping him become significantly stronger than before. From this day forward, Su Xue is his, Ye Fan's woman, and he will not allow anyone to hurt or offend his sweet, tender wife in any way. In the Shu family, the head of the family, Shu Jiang and his eldest son Dong, were discussing the recent events involving the Zhao family. Deng, Ye Changfeng's grandson, asked his father if he thought it was the young Ye Fang who had dealt with the powerful Zhao family. The father barked at his son to shut up. How could he just blabber about something like that? Everyone knows Ye Fan lost his powers long ago. Deng apologized. He was just worried. The Yi family are their great benefactors, and if Yi Fan gets better, they can only be happy. Shu Deng worried that if Ye Fang had really learned the truth about what happened back then, 5 years ago when the accident occurred. All these years, taking advantage of the fact that the Ye family had no one left, the Shu family finally managed to seize the Ye family's assets. Shu Jiang slapped his son to shut him up. He was old enough to understand that he shouldn't be so loose-lipped. Jiang found out. A letter was left in Zhao's office. Dechang once took a woman from the Grandmaster, and that man got revenge. Shu Deng rubbed his bruised cheek indignantly. He asked his father, "What kind of Grandmaster is it? Maybe that person's name is listed there too." The pleased head of the Shu family told his eldest son that the letter said the Avenger's name was Fang Ye, and he wasn't from around here. Ye Changfen's adopted son chuckled slyly. This Avenger appeared at just the right time, and he definitely needed to meet him. Dun was very surprised. He had never heard that name before. His father interrupted him, saying that the important thing was that the guy had real abilities. The elder son asked his father in surprise what he meant, wondering if some clever plan had already formed in his cunning mind. Jiang mentioned that we really need to locate this Mr. Fan, as our Shu family has an intriguing matter that we would like to entrust to him. Deng was stunned. Did his father really want to hire a master to get rid of Ye Fan and that old geezer Ye? Then Ye's property would be theirs. Inspired by such a prospect, Shu Dong exclaimed that he would go and do everything right away. He would definitely find that master. Old Shu Jiang's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, telling Ye Fan that his pathetic life was coming to an end, and that he wouldn't be able to escape now. After a wild and passionate night, Ye Fan and Su Yixue slept peacefully, the man holding his tender, beautiful wife tightly in his arms. The insistent knocking on the door woke the young couple. It was already morning and time to get up, but no one dared to enter the room. Yixue woke up first and asked what happened. From behind the door, they replied that someone had come to see young Master Ye. The girl cried out in surprise. Fan's strong hand took her by the shoulder. The young husband insistently pulled the beauty towards him. He cheerfully suggested to his dear wife that they lounge in bed a little longer, but Xue told Fan to stop fooling around. Yixue asked loudly who had come to see her husband, which was quite unusual, as typically no one ever visited Ye Fan. From behind the door, they replied that young lady Xuan Yufei had arrived. Yixue frowned, wondering what that girl wanted here. The girl indignantly grabbed Fana by the cheek and pulled. He exclaimed that it hurt, asking why his sweet wife was punishing him. Yixue snorted in displeasure. She told Fan that his ex-fiancé was here, and she couldn't understand why she'd shown up again. Ye Fan was amused. It seemed his wife Yixue was jealous. He hugged her and kissed her passionately, but the girl insisted she wasn't jealous at all. The guy suggested that if Yixue was worried, they could go together to meet Xuan Yufei, and the young wife agreed. She convinced herself she was doing it to protect Ye Fan, not because she was worried or jealous. They got dressed and left together. In the courtyard of the large and cozy estate of the Ye family stood a very embarrassed former bride and childhood friend of Ye, Fan Xuan Yufei. Seeing Fan and Siyue together, the girl was taken aback. They really do look like a true couple, and a very beautiful and happy one at that. Su Yixue asked Yufei. She had already broken off the engagement, so why had she come here now? Did she want to mock her former fiancé again? Yufei told Fan that she had come to apologize to him, that breaking up yesterday wasn't her decision. Her second uncle forced her to do it. Fan knew that Xuan Yufei was indeed soft and weak-willed, easy to manipulate. Perhaps her uncle forced her to break off the engagement. Suddenly, a fancy car pulled up. The guy called out to Yufei, and she turned around, surprised to see where this pest came from. Li Yunyang, the eldest young master of the Li family, got out of the car. He held a bouquet of flowers and said he was looking for Yufei. The girl was puzzled why that guy was here while the other was dragging her to the car, as they had planned to go to the movies together. Xuan Yufei angrily asked her suitor who told him she was here. It must have been her uncle, while Fang silently watched the scene unfold. Fang clenched his fists. He had intended to forgive Yufei, but it seemed she had chosen the Li family, positioning herself as his enemy. Ishu noticed Fanu was very uneasy. His fists clenched tight and he tensed, but she interpreted it all completely differently in her own way. The young wife thought, seeing her former fiancé with another man must be hard. Little Ye Fan's heart must surely be broken. She called out to Xuan Yufei. Didn't she say she came to apologize? But it seems like she actually came to show off her new boyfriend. Su Ye declared she was now Fan's woman, so they should stop harassing him. She wouldn't let his exes bother him anymore. Approximately 137 characters. Yu strode decisively to Fan, cupped his face in her hands, and pulled him close, leaving the flustered man momentarily speechless. Approximately 128 characters. And so, she pressed her lips to his, a kiss that was deliberately long and tender as she kissed her young and incredibly hot husband. Tears streamed from Xuan Yufei's eyes as she quietly murmured, "So you two are already. But how did everything happen so fast?" Su Yixu smiled, a triumphant smile, as if to say, "This man is mine now, and I'm absolutely not going to give him back to his ex." Yixue calmly replied to Yufei, "That's right. If she understands the situation, then she'd better get out of here quickly and not come back." Ye Fan said to Xuan Yufei with a smile, since she refused to become his wife, it was no big deal. He had another wife now. And this wife of his is far more beautiful than his former unfaithful fiancée. And this is just one of 7, so he's not upset. The ex-fiancé stepped back from the beautiful couple and quietly said she understood. As long as he is happy, that's what matters. Yufei blurted out her wish for Fan's happiness and rushed away, struggling to hold back the tears of despair and anger choking her. Li Yunyan tried to stop the girl, but she ignored him completely, desperate to escape as quickly as possible from the scene. Fan and Siyue stood on the wide porch of the large house, silently watching the strange scene unfold, not intervening at all. Li's older son shouted for Yufei to wait for him, but the girl threw the flowers aside and snapped back for Li to leave her alone. Li Yunyan rushed after Xuan Yufei, trying to stop Fang's former fiancée, but she walked on without even looking back at him. As Yufei walked away, Ye Fan quietly said after her, "Some mistakes, once they're made, well, they're really never going to be fixable, are they?" In the Liu family residence, in the provincial capital, a scandal erupted. Liu Zhan was yelling, "Has this Xiahao completely lost his mind? Did he really decide to side with the Ye family and even enter into a partnership agreement with them, with the Su family?" One of the elders reported to the patriarch that President Xiahao said he was doing this to repay Ye Fan for saving his life. Liu Zhan growled, not caring about the reason behind it. To set an example and warn the others, they had to destroy the Su family. The Zhao family is already destroyed, but the Li and Wang families still remain. Let them join forces and destroy the Su family and trample Su Yixue into the mud. The leader of the Lu clan smirked maliciously. "We'll see who dares to side with the cursed Ye family after this defeat." Van Fugi assured his daughter-in-law that she shouldn't worry. He would definitely take good care of Brother Fan. Everything would be fine. So, Shui told little Fan to be a good boy and to go have some fun with Fugi, and that she would swing by and pick him up after she finished work. Yi Fan shouted for Isue, his dear wife, to definitely come pick him up. Fugi reassured the girl that everything would be fine with them. Soon they had walked far enough from the Ye family home. All the while, Ye Fan's old childhood friend remained silent, lost in thought. Finally, Fugi winked slyly at his friend and said, "She's already out of sight, Brother Fang. You can stop pretending." The strong man said he realized Fan was the same as before. The trick at the banquet, when he pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger, was cool. And the destruction of the Zhao family, that was him too. Fang did it. His level has risen again, hasn't it? No need to pretend in front of him. Van Fugi is the guy Fang grew up with. He's too sharp, but the Ye family's enemies are everywhere. We can't drag Fugi into this. Ye Fan asked Brother Wang if he liked his outfit and if he could have it. Fugi objected, saying he was talking about pretending. Fugi sighed. If you don't want to tell me anything, then don't. In any case, it's perfectly clear you're no longer insane. Since Brother Fan is back to his old self, they'll go to a place they used to frequent so Fan can get back into the swing of things. Fan was puzzled about where he wanted to take him. What other place they used to go to? Could it really be back to the brothels again? But now Fan is a married man and can't go to places like that, even though it was a lot of fun and there were many beautiful girls. Van Fugi smiled cheerfully and said that Fang would find out everything when they arrived. It was just a wonderfully fun little place. Soon they found themselves near a huge industrial building, and Ye Fan knew this place well, but he hadn't been here in a long time. Fugi asked his friend if he remembered this place, saying Fan used to bring him here all the time to buy interesting things. This is the black market, and here, on the 3rd underground level, you will find the largest black market in Yunshin, the Cloud City. You can find all sorts of rare and valuable things here. As long as you can pay the right price, there's nothing you can't buy. Fan clapped his hands with glee. Purchases, purchases! It's time to look for something useful on the underground black market. Fugi smiled. Brother Fang, you still remember the way. It seems he's truly come to his senses, just hiding it from everyone. Fugi may look like a dumb jock, but he's sharp. Ye Fan was sure of it. He noticed what his childhood friend had shown him. They walked slowly along the long rows of vendors. There were many items, but it was hard to find something valuable right away. Van Fugi offered his friend a choice of whatever he wanted. He was even willing to pay, but Fang didn't see anything good or valuable here. It looks like I'll have to use the secret technique Fan learned over the last 5 years of training, the demon's gaze. A demonic gaze pierces through the shell and reveals the true essence, perfectly suited for the search of valuable things. Suddenly, on one of the stalls, Ye Fan noticed an incredibly valuable item beneath a layer of stone, a rare life elixir pill. It helps you break through to the Grandmaster level. You might not even have $1 billion to guarantee buying it. 5 years ago, Brother Van was close to breaking into Grandmaster level, but he hasn't made it yet. This power pill will help him. Ye Fan picked up a black pebble with a pill and said, "This stone would be perfect to take home and let the kitten play with." The merchant said if you buy any other stone, he'll give this one for free. In front of him lay various sparkling minerals. The seller smirked to himself. We're propping up the table legs with this cobblestone. Perfect for ripping off that rich idiot. Ye Fan cheerfully said, all right, go ahead and wrap both of these up. Then he turned to his brother Van and instructed him to pay that kind gentleman over there. Fugi was puzzled. This blue one could be bought, but he had to forget about that fan. His daughter-in-law would be angry if he brought it home. Ye Fan asked his friend if he hadn't promised to pay or if he had lied. Fugi smiled. How could he dare? All right, he'll pay now. That's better. Fan placed an unremarkable stone in his friend's large palm and said that this black stone was for him. Fan overheard a conversation. It seems the Ye family's enemy has hired a powerful master to completely destroy the Ye family. The guy turned in surprise to the talkative passers-by. Are the Ye family's enemies still at it? I need to be more careful. The Fan turned entirely to listening, trying to catch every word of these informed people who were speaking here with such intensity. One of the speakers regretted what was happening. Family E had achieved much in their time, but now they would all be slaughtered like sheep. The guy was baffled. Were the enemies really going to act so fast? Seems someone's in a hurry to wipe out E's family. But now that Ye Fan has returned, his enemies are out of luck. However, it's still important to be cautious and stay out of sight. Fugi noticed that his friend had frozen. He asked Fan what had happened, wondering if he had seen someone here or heard something. Ye Fan smiled cheerfully and exclaimed, Brother Wang, you really must try this, and handed his friend a round black stone. Van Fugi objected, saying it was a stone, not candy, and he couldn't eat it. Fang asked in surprise, why couldn't Brother Wang? Fan insisted that Fugi had to eat it, and despite his friend's resistance, he almost forced the black stone into his mouth. Fugi cursed. The stone really did crack open. My God, there's a life force pill inside, but how did Ye Fan find out about it? With the pill, the chance to reach Grandmaster increases by 70%, and to reach honorable level by 50%. But how this precious pill ended up hidden in the stone? Ye Fan yawned. So boring, I wish I could eat something delicious right now. At that moment, Ye Fan's phone rang. He picked up the receiver and asked who it was. Wan Fugi realized that his friend had truly made a full recovery. This was Xia Hao calling. Fang understood. He knew his situation, so if he wanted to introduce someone to him, it must be really important. Half an hour later, Ye Fang, Wang Fugi, and Xia Hao were sitting in the Royal Grand Hotel restaurant. Hao introduced his companions to the young Ye. These two are members of the Zia family. This is Li Hu. If you need help with matters that are best kept in the shadows, you can turn to him. Li Hu, the godfather of the underground world of Yuncheng, expressed his respect for the young master Ye. From now on, his orders are the law for Li Hu. This is Sun Qian, the governor of Yuncheng. You know, he's quite adept at handling official matters, and well, Qian bowed, promising Fang any assistance he might need. Ye Fan laughed and told Uncle Xia that Fugi had really eaten a stone today. They both burst into laughter, and Ha's companions were bewildered. Ye Fan has become a fool, but Xia Hao still treats him with respect. It's not that simple. It seems we need to reevaluate the Ye family. Fugi told Xia Hao that his brother hadn't fully recovered yet, but he had remembered everything and would ask the gentleman for help if needed. Li Hu reported that the situation is bad. A subordinate sent a message that the entire Wu Laolan gang is on the move. It seems they are hunting for Ms. Siyue. Yi Fan's face darkened, and he clenched his fist, crushing the small bowl in his hand, his aura erupting with furious energy, sending everyone nearby flying. Xia Hao and Wang Fugi stared in surprise at the enraged Ye Fan. Such terrifying power neither of them had ever witnessed. Li Hu and Sun Qian stared wide-eyed at the youth, whom they had dismissed as a brainless fool just moments ago, now drained of all strength. The man's eyes burned with rage. These scum dared to lay hands on his woman. None of them would leave here alive tonight. Approximately 134 characters. Fugu realized his friend had dropped the act upon hearing the news. This overwhelming aura was monstrously powerful. Approximately 122 characters. Ye Fan came to his senses and started playing the fool again. Picking up 2 sticks, he shouted that he was going to save his wife and take revenge. Xia Hao ordered his people, everyone to advance, to protect Madame Su Yixue at all costs. The Su family had become their partners. Meanwhile, 3 cars full of bandits were chasing Xue's car, brazenly boxing in Su's vehicle, trying to provoke an accident. The driver reported to the lady, "The bandits are pursuing them too fast. They can't shake them off. The guards have prepared their weapons." Su Yixue told the driver to speed up. They needed to get away from them. The main goal was to reach home, where they could protect themselves. The girl said she would rather die than fall into the hands of those monsters and let them humiliate her. She won't be their toy. Suddenly, one of the gang's cars, catching up to Su's vehicle, bumped into their front wing, causing the car to veer off to the side, and the driver cursed. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. These idiots are ramming the car. What to do? They have a clear numerical advantage, and their car is faster. Driver Zhue, spotting an alley, turned into it, hoping to lose his pursuers and disappear into the narrow streets. Suddenly, Yixue's car braked sharply and stopped. She didn't immediately understand what was happening, why they weren't continuing. "This is bad. We're trapped. There's a narrow passage to the side, but a car won't fit." The guards offered to let the lady escape while they cover her. The driver said there are too many bandits. It's dangerous for Yixue. The Su family did a lot for them. Now it's their turn to repay the family. The driver urged them to hurry, saying to be careful. Suzhue promised to send help while the guard rushed the lady along. Suddenly, Shue heard a sickening crunch. One of the thugs struck her guard with a blade. Blood splattered, and he fell to the ground. The bandits, armed with large combat knives, laughed. Could the beauty really want to escape from them? No way. Now she belongs to them. Su Yixu, bloodied and in a torn dress, bravely stared at the bandits, thinking where she could find a weapon to fight back. One of the pursuers, grimacing, reached out with his filthy hand and crooked fingers, causing Yixue to flinch away in fear. The driver shouted for the thug to back off from the lady. No one dares touch the beautiful daughter of the Su family head. Then he heard the gang leader's voice behind him, asking in surprise what they were doing, why they weren't finished. Liolin noticed there were only 3 of them. It was high time to finish them off and deal with this girl. The leader ordered everyone to attack at once. The bandits swiftly overpowered the guards of Su Shue, who were still attempting to resist and protect their young mistress. The gang leader advised Shue to stop resisting, saying that if he amused him a little, he would die quickly and without much suffering. One of the thugs reminded the boss they were ordered to kill this girl. The leader said humiliating and torturing Su Yixue was a great achievement. The girl grabbed a knife and shouted for them not to come any closer. She'd rather die than let them touch her, not even with a finger. The bandit growled. The damn woman doesn't appreciate what's offered. He offered the boss to help hold her for a while for pleasure. Frightened, Shui waved her knife and instantly severed both hands of the insolent man who had lunged at her, and all the bandits were stunned. The insolent man, having lost his hands, screamed in pain. Stuttering, he asked if she knew martial arts. They hadn't been warned about that. Su Yixu was puzzled as to why her speed and strength had suddenly increased so much. This had never happened to her before. Ever since she merged with Fan, her body has been filled with warm currents. Could this possibly improve her martial arts development? The girl pondered. If she had become so much stronger, then Fang must be even stronger. Was he really pretending to be a fool? The other thugs were in no hurry to attack. No one wanted to lose a hand or a leg, or perhaps even their head. The gang leader ordered no delays. She must be killed immediately before things worsen. Who might come to her aid remains unknown. Following the boss's orders, the thugs advanced on brave Miss Su, who shouted for them to stay back and not come any closer. One of the gang members of Ulao Lun knocked the combat knife out of the girl's hands, and she screamed as the weapon spun and flew away. The killers were closing in, their eyes glinting with malice. Just a few more seconds, and they would hack the beautiful Yixue to death with their cleavers. Tears welled up in the eyes of the young lady Su as she silently bid farewell to her mysterious young and passionate husband, Yi Fan. Snarling maliciously, one of the bandits decided to strike first at the renowned beauty, his blade already descending towards Su. And then everyone heard Ye Fan's voice. He shouted to his wife not to be afraid. Her husband had come to save his beloved beauty, Yixue. Before anyone could react, Fan took down the criminals, killing a few to stop them from threatening his beautiful wife. Su Yixu squeezed her eyes shut in fear and screamed. She was already prepared to die and never expected Fang to handle them. The young man stood, shielding the frightened girl. His eyes flashed with anger. All the nearby bandits around Yixue were already dead. He hugged his wife and asked if she was okay. He was scared to death for her. Yixue asked little Fan in surprise if she was sleeping. The girl smiled and asked, "Ye Fang has recovered, right? That's wonderful. So the Ye family is saved. Everything will be very good now." Ye Fan mentally apologized to Yixue, but he couldn't tell her the whole truth yet. First, he needed to deal with their family's enemies. His eyes widened in surprise, and he asked his wife, Yixue, what she was talking about. What recovery, as he hadn't felt sick at all. The gang leader ordered the surviving thugs to attack quickly and finish off those two young fools without delay. The guy frowned and looked at Ulao Lun. He needed to interrupt them without raising suspicion from his clever wife. He had to act. Fan grabbed the knife lying at his feet and lunged at the gang leader. He absolutely couldn't show his full strength right now. The young man exclaimed. Those wicked men still dared to mock his dear wife. They were all terrible people deserving of death. With these words, Ye Fan delivered a crushing blow to the mighty Wu Lao Lun, who retreated in terror, wondering where the fool got such strength. The gang leader's eyes bulged with fear. The blow from that kid shattered his legendary blade into pieces. This can't be happening. Ye Fan's eyes flashed. He realized that Wu Lao Lun had guessed everything, which meant he had to die right now, along with the secret. The guy grabbed the burly gang leader and started spinning him in the air, shouting that bad people must suffer for their wickedness. The fan hit Yu Lao Lun hard against the asphalt, saying, "This is what happens to those who hurt my wife," and the gang leader's blood flowed. Several surviving gang members froze in horror. Almost all their fighters had been killed, and the leader had turned into a bloody mess. Su Yixu watched with tears in her eyes as her little son Fan wreaked havoc. Even she felt a chill from the cruelty of her young husband. Van Fugi and Li Hu appeared in the alley. They asked Brother Fang not to run so fast. They could barely keep up with him. Seeing the bloodied corpse of Lao Lun, Fan's friends cursed, wondering what the hell was going on as the whole gang had been wiped out. Fugi was bewildered. Had Brother Fang already revealed the truth to his sister-in-law? That couldn't be. He wasn't planning to yet, was he? Ishu sobbed, "It's all because of me." Fan didn't regain his memory. He just unleashed his fierce instincts to protect me. Fugi was thrilled. Amazing, brilliantly played, Brother Fan. Even his own wife believed that he was still insane. Fan mentally told his friend, "Can you stop chattering for just a second? Help me with what I can't handle myself right now." Fugi grabbed the surviving bandit, shook him, and roared, "Tell me, who ordered you to hunt my daughter-in-law?" Fan smiled. "That's better." This was young Master Wang from the Wang family. He ordered Wu Lao Lun to hunt down Su Yixue, humiliate her severely, and then kill her. Ye Fan frowned. The Wang family, the very ones working for the Liu family from the provincial capital. It was time to deal with them decisively. So, the capital's Liu family made another move to block the Xia family's interference and completely destroy the Ye family once and for all. Ye Fan clenched his fists. It seemed eliminating the Zhao family wasn't enough. There were still lackeys of the Liu family left in Cloud City. Suddenly, Fan noticed that Yixue swayed. He caught his wife and asked if she was all right. The girl was very anxious and had grown weak. She asked Fan to save Captain Zhao and the rest of her guards, who were badly injured while protecting her from a crowd of bandits. Ye Fan asked Fugi to urgently take the guards to the hospital. The strong man said he understood, and that they would all be with the doctors soon. The children of Yixue soon received medical attention. They were all injured, but alive, and their lives were no longer in danger. Ye Fan went into the ward of his wife Zhao Da's head of security. The guy was all bandaged up, and Ye Fan checked his pulse. Upon waking up, Captain Zhao's very first concern, you see, was for Mrs. Su Yixue and whether or not she had managed to escape from Wu Laolun's gang. Fan reassured him, "Everything is fine with Yixue. She's just a little scared." The head of security sighed with relief. "That's good." And then the captain realized that young Mr. E looked completely different. Not like the man they'd known all these years. "Date!" exclaimed. So young Master Ye was no longer insane. He had once again become the greatest martial arts genius and grandmaster. Fan replied, "That's right. He has already recovered, but only a few know about it. He hopes that Datu will be able to keep this a secret." The captain jumped up. He swore to take this secret to his grave. Fan said, "No need for such formalities. Datu is still wounded. The captain is loyal, and that is precisely what Fanu needs. A dependable person who will assist him in protecting Yixue. For his reward, Fan promised Captain Zhao he'd help him start martial arts training and grow much stronger than now." Around Ye Fan, tongues of flame danced. He touched the chest of the head of security, Su Shui, and endowed him with strength. Zhao Datu let out a loud cry, hot and fierce. Bandages and dressings flew off his body. His muscles swelled and hardened, and fire flashed in his eyes. When it was all over, the captain looked at Mr. Ye with wide, astonished eyes, trying to understand what had happened. And then Datu looked at his hands in surprise. Where were the bandages? He felt no pain. How? All his wounds had healed. How was this possible? Fan said that Datu has entered the world of martial arts. He is no longer an ordinary person. Now in Xia, he will be seen as elite among people. The captain fell to his knees, thanking the young gentleman E. He vowed to protect Miss Isyu, even at the cost of his own life. Fan said these pills will strengthen your body and improve your growth. Do your duties well, and you'll be richly rewarded. Xu Dong complained to his father that the Zhao family had been suddenly destroyed, and in just one night, we lost our largest business partner. The guy feared that without the Zhao family's support, they wouldn't be able to handle the Yi family on their own. The Xu family is too weak. The corporation's leaders are all staunch supporters of Yi Changfeng, and their allies still lack enough influence within the Yi family. There's only one way out. Just hire someone to go and kill that old bastard Changfen and that idiot Fan right in their own home. Xu Dong heard that a grandmaster named Fan Ye has appeared in Yunshan, and if the price is right, he is sure to take on the job. Father asked if Dong was sure this wouldn't give them away, and if they got into trouble, the consequences would be catastrophic. Dong reassured his father, "This Fan Ye has been operating in secret for many years, so it won't be linked to the Xu family," and young Xu sent a message. Ye Fan saw that the fish had bitten, and the bot informed Master Fan Ye that he had a new assignment. A gentleman wanted to hire him. The guy was surprised someone had actually managed to reach him so quickly. "Well, let's see what this new task is." He opened the message. After reading the message, Fan was stunned. The client wants to kill him, Fan, and his grandfather. Who the hell had the audacity for something like that? The terms of the assignment stated that the client must meet the killer in person and witness the target's deaths to receive payment. The job was accepted at midnight with a meeting under the central bridge of Cloud City, and the reward for completion was 1 billion. Ye Fan chuckled. Well, it was time to settle another score. The young man strode forward resolutely. He knew where to find the enemies. In one of the city's trendy nightclubs, music played loudly, neon lights shimmered everywhere, and premium alcohol flowed like a river. Wang Chao, the eldest young master of the Wang family, was relaxing surrounded by buxom beauties in this very club of his family. The servant reported to Master Wan that Wu Laolun failed to kill Su Yixue. His entire squad was annihilated, and Wu Laolun himself died on the spot. Fan Chao roared with anger, realizing that Laolun was dead, that useless idiot. With such a large crowd, they had failed to take down just one woman. The servant added that it seems Ye Fan intervened and killed Wu Laolun. Wang Chao scoffed. They no longer needed to worry about that imbecile. He ordered to keep pressuring the Su family, or he wouldn't be able to explain the mess here to the provincial capital's officials. Suddenly, a young man appeared in the doorway of Wang Chao's office, and the club owner and his servants stared at the guest questioningly. Chao yelled at the midnight visitor, "Who the hell are you and who let you in? Where's the guard? Why is anyone wandering around here?" The young man calmly told young Master Wan that he had come to offer his services for a large sum of money. Van asked where all the people were outside, and told them to throw this fool out of here for daring to show up uninvited. The guest asked with a smile, "Is Chao talking about those guys? Are they all gone? He took them all down, every single one, so they're no use." Van Chao jumped up. "What's going on here? Who is this guy and what does he want?" The others also cautiously backed away. The uninvited guest smiled. "There's no need to be too afraid. He's here to help young Master Wan get rid of the Su family." Sitting on young Master Wang's sofa, the young man introduced himself. Perhaps they'd recently heard his name. His name is Fan Ye. Wang Chao exclaimed, "Master Fan, it would be wonderful if you agreed to help. Just name your price, anything you desire." The guy replied it would cost them only 2 billion, and he would completely erase the Su family from existence. No one left. Van was stunned. 2 billion? The total assets of the Wang family are only about 10 billion. We don't have that much cash available. The guest frowned. "You don't have 2 billion, yet you want me to help you destroy the Su family. You are insulting the great master." Van figured, Liu promised. If we destroy the Su family, their assets will be transferred to the Van family, then 2 billion is not a problem. But what if the Liu family doesn't keep their promise? Or if this Fan Yi destroys the Wang family just like he destroyed the Zhao family? Chao said it's an honor for the Wang family to get help from such a master. He will go home right away and gather the needed amount. Instead of an answer, a plastic stick whistled past Chao's ear, but its force was like that of a steel spear, causing Wan to flinch. The young master cursed, fell to the floor, and trembling, admitted to the master that he was wrong to try to escape. The formidable grandmaster said conciliatorily, "That's better. Good. At least Wang Chao understands his mistake." Stirring the ice in his wineglass with a straw, Fan Ye calmly told the club owner he had 10 minutes to gather the money. The frightened young Van immediately called his father, pleading, "Dad, please send me money quickly. 2 billion, no, I haven't smoked any weed." Chao explained to the head of the family that he hired this Fan Ye, a great master, so no need to ask too many questions. Just transfer the money. Ye Feng thought, Wang Chao dared to attack his wife Yixue. How could he let the scoundrel and drug addict young Wang go after that? With shaky hands, Chao transferred money to the account the master gave. After the transfer was confirmed, Wang asked if he could leave. The guest asked why the rush, that Van's business was concluded, and now it was time to discuss the other matter he was here for. Van Chao asked confusedly what the master meant, as he himself had said he came here to offer his services as a mercenary. The guy took off his mask and explained, "Of course I'm here to collect the debt for your attempt to kill my wife." Everyone recognized Ye Fan. Young Wang, startled, tumbled to the floor, stammering, "Fan Ye Fan, it was you, so you've been pretending all this time, playing the fool." Van was stunned. 5 years ago, Ye Fan was at the peak of Grandmaster, and now he's even stronger, and they dared to attack his wife? This is the end. He begged Mr. Ye for mercy, saying he was only following someone else's orders and would now work for the Ye family like an ox or a horse. Ye Fan casually replied that there was no need for that. But there was one thing the guy wanted to borrow from Wang Chao. Bowing, young Van said that it was exactly what Fang wanted to receive. He was ready to lend anything. No, he would gladly give him everything. Fan said with a smile, "Well, since young Master Wang is so surprisingly kind, then let him give his life for the people killed by Ye." He lifted Chao off the floor, and flames engulfed them. Van's eyes widened in horror and pain, the fire burning him from the inside, incinerating him. Van dialed Liu, that damned Yifan. He played the fool and utterly deceived everyone. But even if Chao were to perish, he absolutely would not let Fan get away with his wicked deeds. Clan leader Liu Zhan could hear everything that was happening. It was his number that Wang Chao dialed as he died, so that he would learn everything about Ye Fan. Fan noticed this, and his eyes gleamed. What a little brat, trying to report to the enemy about what's happening, even at a moment like this. The guy shook Chao, knocking the phone out of his hands. Fan growled, even standing at the gates of death, "You still dare to kick and cause trouble." Young Master Wang tried to justify himself, but Fang didn't listen. The flames intensified, and the club owner turned into a living torch. Everyone watched in horror as their fearsome master writhed in pain in his death throes, his body burning from within, radiating light. Ye Fan clenched his fist, and nothing was left of the young Master Wang but ashes. The others scattered in all directions. After dealing with Chao, Ye Fan told his subordinates it was their turn to answer for their dark deeds and the evil they caused. In the empty office, Ye Fang spotted the mobile phone that had slipped from the hands of the club owner, and a plan quickly formed in his mind. Fan picked up Chow's phone. How fortunate that this idiot dropped it. Now, a lot can be learned, and even something useful can be done. The guy found the contact of the head of the Wang family and sent him a disturbing message in the son's name. Fang smiled. All that was left was to watch. Having finished sending the message, Ye Fan tossed the dead enemy's phone onto the floor, the screen shattering into pieces from the impact. So Van Zhang, Chow's father, he received this message, and it said, "Dad, I've been kidnapped. Come to the central bridge in Yuncheng at midnight. Save me." Zhang was furious. Who dared to kidnap his son? He ordered the Wang family members to immediately set up an ambush on the central bridge. The head of the mighty Wang family desperately wanted to see who exactly dared to kidnap his only son and heir to their corporation. In the morning, Yifan went to the hospital, where Fugu delivered her with guards. The doctors kept Ms. Su in the clinic overnight. The young woman awoke, and there, right beside her, she saw little Fan. He softly whispered to her, "Yixue, my wife, you've finally woken up." He held the girl tightly, and thank goodness she was all right. Those villains hadn't managed to hurt her at all. They had only managed to frighten her quite badly. Yixue remembered yesterday and shivered. And her little Fan? He saved her and took down almost all the bandits without any weapons at all. The girl shuddered at the memory of that battle. Her husband showed incredible strength and fury yesterday, protecting her from death. At that moment, Ye Fan looked incredibly handsome and very cool. She even thought he had recovered and was back to his old self. Fan smiled. The doctor said that Yixue was simply overworked. She needed some rest, and soon she would be able to return home. The woman gently patted her husband's cheek and said that she still couldn't return home. She had a lot of work to do for now. The Su company is preparing to launch a new drug, and there is still much to be done. As soon as everything is ready, Yue will return. The girl anxiously watched the news broadcast on her phone, her mouth falling open in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. Their formula was stolen. A competing company has already released a new drug today. How is that possible? They worked on this for so long. Xia Hao entered the ward and reported they'd also received the news, which had spread through all broadcast channels. Ha showed the girl a broadcast of the presentation of the newest cosmetic drug, which was presented by Li Yunyang. He explained that the Li Group had meticulously researched and developed the cosmetic drug for many years. Yixu almost cried. Shameless people. This was the result of the hard work of their Su company, and these bastards just stole the development. For years, our Su family poured almost all our resources into developing this formula. We had such high hopes for this drug. Ha said, many partners recently stopped working with Su's company under pressure, so the family is having a very hard time now. Without a flagship product to help break the deadlock, the group may not last long. Something needs to be resolved urgently. Su Yixu told President Xia that she urgently needed to return to the company and asked him to look after Ye Fan in her place. Fan asked Ha, "So it's just about the beauty pill formula. You should have said so earlier. He knows a ton of such formulas." Ha smiled. But would Madame Su really believe such a thing? Fang noticed that President Xia was right. At this moment, in the eyes of others, he was just a fool. And then the guy had a realization. Yu Linlun had said she would invite the famous great doctor Xia, Lei Qiangkui, to treat him. Fan. Isn't Lei Qiangkui considered the ultimate golden guarantee? Shahao asked. And doesn't Lei Qiangkui actually listen to his patients? Ye Fan smiled and assured Hao that there would be absolutely no problem with this. The guy had other plans for this doctor. Suddenly, the guy heard his phone ring. He chuckled in surprise. Who else could need him? Perhaps something had happened. Fanu got a call from his ex-fiancée. In tears, she admitted she'd wronged him, but begged if he could do her a favor. Approximately 124 characters. The guy couldn't grasp why Yufei was crying so hard. What could have happened to make her call him in tears? Approximately 118 characters. He asked his ex-fiancée what had happened, who had hurt her, and he assured her that he would help her pay them back in kind. The girl sobbed. Ye Fan, he was the only one who had always been truly kind to her and always treated her well, even now. She told Fan that her second uncle is forcing her to marry Li Yungyan, and the engagement banquet will take place tonight. The tearful girl begged her ex-fiancé to save her from this marriage. She didn't want to become the wife of that pompous peacock. Ye Fan frowned. It was Li Yunyang again. He wasn't satisfied with robbing the Su family, and now he wanted to force Yufei to marry him. He cheerfully told his ex-fiancée to come pick him up, and he'd help her teach Li Yunyan a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. At the set time, Yi Fan and Xuan Yufei walked arm in arm to the restaurant doors where Li's engagement banquet was being held. Yufei told Fan. She knows he's still upset with her, but back then her second uncle made her break off the engagement. He's the head of the family. Her father is in the hospital, and if there isn't enough money for his treatment, he could die at any moment. Yufei had no other choice. Fan remembered that indeed, shortly after his car accident 5 years ago, his father Yufei also had an accident and was left paralyzed. The girl, in tears, said that Fan was the only one she ever loved. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed faithful to him for 5 years. Fan decided that even though she seems helpless, he's here for a more important purpose, so he needs to play along with Yufei. One of the guests exclaimed, "It seems the bride has arrived. Young Master Li, hurry out to meet her. Everyone wants to see the couple." Yufei clutched her former fiancé's hand in horror, while Ye Fan smiled, thinking that the real show was about to begin. Everyone congratulated Li. His wish came true. The groom responded, "And Xuan Yufei has no choice but to climb into bed with me." And when he takes control of the mighty force behind Yufei's mother, the Liu family from the provincial capital will be no match for him. Yunyan dreamed that tonight those beautiful legs and the strength behind them would belong to him. Suddenly, Li was taken aback, his mouth agape. His fiancée stood with Ye Fan, and the girl firmly told Li Yunyan that she needed to have a serious talk with him right now. The enraged groom yelled, "What's going on? Why did Yufei bring this imbecile here? Has she forgotten about our engagement?" Ban Fugi menacingly warned Li Yunyan to watch his tongue. Daring to speak like that to his brother was unacceptable. Your brother should be addressed as Young Master Ye. If Fugi hears Lin Yunyang call Ye Fan an idiot one more time, he'll break his legs. Li asked if Fugi still thinks he is Young Master Ye, that the Ye family is done, and that the old man and that idiot will soon go to their relatives. Instead of answering, Ban Fugi slapped the pompous Li Yunyang hard, knocking out several of the poor groom's teeth in the process. Lying sprawled on the pavement, Yunyang screamed that Van Fugi seemed tired of living, as the beaten groom desperately called for family guards. Van Fugi roared, "You're trash. Devoid of even a speck of martial spiritual energy, do you think you can intimidate him and the great Ye family?" Xiahao said, "Young Master Li, please calm down. It would be inappropriate to resort to violence at such a joyous moment in life." Li Yunyuan was taken aback. The Xia family from the provincial capital and Mr. Hu were both here. Could it be that Xuan Yufei planned all of this? The young woman declared, "Enough with all this nonsense, you know. Both sides have their guests here, so let's just go inside and sort everything out calmly." Young Master Li warned Xuan Yufei that she should think carefully about what she was doing, or it would be too late. The banquet host exclaimed, "The couple is entering. Guests should heartily welcome the future beautiful young Mr. and Mrs. Li." Everyone was stunned. Isn't this the engagement banquet for Xuan Yufei and Li Yunyan? Why did that idiot from the Ye family come in with her? She's openly cuckolding Li Yunyan. The Li family is losing face. It's getting interesting. The Xuan and Li families are about to become a laughingstock. The head of the Li family asked Xuan Zhengguo what it all meant. He said he thought Xuan Zhengguo had fixed it. Xuan Zhengguo replied he knew nothing. Xuan Zhengguo ran up to his niece and angrily asked Yufei what the hell she was doing. They had already discussed everything. The girl stubbornly stayed silent. She didn't want to argue with her uncle. He had taken her father's company, his money, and controlled the family. Uncle demanded that she apologize to young Master Li immediately and tell him she had behaved like a spoiled child. Taking Yifan's hand, the girl walked onto the stage. She said, "Today, I, Xuan Yufei, want to make a statement." Li leaned forward. The breaking of the engagement with the second son of the Ye family was entirely the second uncle's decision. She, Yufei, never agreed to it. She and Fan grew up together. They've been engaged since they were young. Her forever fiancé was Ye Fan, and she asks everyone to bless them. If she had shown even half that determination on the day of the funeral, she wouldn't be in such a pathetic situation today. In his rage, Li Yunyan tore the bouquet apart, seething inside. A blessing indeed. Now this wench would get what she deserved. How dare she ask for everyone's blessing with another man at her engagement banquet, with Li Yunyan himself present? Guests talked. It seems things aren't good in the Zhuan family. This makes you wonder if the Xuan family head's accident was an accident. The head of the Li family angrily threw his wineglass to the floor, hearing mocking laughter behind him about his family's loss of face. He growled at Zhengguo. His family had come here to make a scene. It was better to give a clear explanation, otherwise, this wouldn't end well. Suen Zhengguo mumbled, "Brother Li, please calm down. It must be some kind of misunderstanding. I'll sort everything out right now." Uncle yelled at his niece, asking if Yufei understood that her actions would lead her to a point of no return, cutting ties with the Li family. The girl said she had thought it through and that her uncle's forcing her to marry the beast, Li Yunyan, was a point of no return. She brought Ye Fan here so everyone would know that even if he stays this way, she'll still be by his side and love him forever. Fan understood, so this was her plan from the very beginning, to use him as a scapegoat to avoid the consequences. Xuan Yufei seems to be trying to make amends with him now. It's a real shame, but it's too late. He has another woman now. Li Yunyang snorted disdainfully, standing quietly to the side and listening to the pronouncements of his would-be bride, Xuan Yufei. Lai exclaimed, "Yufei, you shameless wench! She and her lover still dare to flaunt their feelings in public?" He ordered them killed. If Yunyang doesn't teach them a lesson today, how will the Li family maintain their dignity and hold their heads high in Yuncheng? He sternly told Xuan Yufei that he had treated her well, yet she still wanted to be with that idiot after all this time. The very next second, young Master Li received another, even stronger blow to the face, sending him flying halfway across the hall. Yunyang tumbled through the air, kicking his legs, and plowed his nose across the restaurant floor, painting it with a bright scarlet bloody stripe. Fugi reminded him. He had warned that if Li Yunyan called his brother an idiot even once more, he would deeply regret it. Chapter Li shouted at Wang Fugi, expressing that even his own father holds Li in high regard. So who does Fugi think he is to dare to strike his son? Yunyan's father ordered the guards to teach that brat a lesson for daring to lay a hand on his eldest son and disgrace the Li family. Yifan saw that among the Li family's guards, there were many martial arts masters, and one Fugu might not be able to handle them. Li Hu intervened. Argue as much as you want, shout if you like, but why fight? Have you really forgotten how civilized people discuss things? Head of the Li family was outraged. Who dares speak of civilization? He, Li Hu, is the most uncivilized person in this part of the world. Then everyone saw a machine gun aimed at the head of the Li family and his eldest son. In this situation, no guards could save them. Hu smirked. What stands behind me is civilization. Below the Grandmaster, I will be civilized with whomever I choose. Feeling himself in the crosshairs, the head of the Li family became calmer. He said, "All right, you win this time, but this is far from over." Li Hu suggested to the young Master Yi that they should return, as they had already accomplished everything they wanted here. Xuan Yufei was thrilled. Even in losing her mind, Fang still managed to gain such powerful support. She was not mistaken about him. But Xuan Zhenguo grabbed his niece by the hand and demanded that she stop. He needed to tell and show her something. He handed her the phone, and Yufei thought it would be best to first check on how her father was doing in the hospital before making any final decisions. On the phone screen, the girl saw her father in an oxygen mask, and her uncle's man was ready to pinch the tube at any moment. Tears welled up in Yufei's eyes, and she asked her second uncle what they were trying to do, if he was really prepared to kill his own brother. Zhenguo chuckled. She had forced his hand. No need to worry. It was just a weak poison that would ensure her father would never wake up again. If Yufei can just stand there and watch him die, then maybe you should go after that idiot, the girl moaned. I mean, he's her own brother. How could she possibly? Zhenguo asked, so what? Why did the old man give the company to Yufei's father? Why does he have to control the Xuan group? Enough. Uncle gave his niece a full 10 seconds to think it over. She had to take back her words and agree to marry Li Yongyan, or else. Streams of tears poured from the girl's eyes. She truly thought she could finally be with Ye Fan, but then her beloved father would die. She turned to the young man and looked at him with longing, not knowing what to say. The guy mentally asked Yufei what choice she would make. Li Yunyan snorted. Ye Fang, a brainless nobody, was still indulging in the illusion that he would be with Xuan Yufei, lost in his fantasies. Yunyang was sure. Ye Fan was an idiot. He wouldn't be able to beat Li. At this distance, Fugi wouldn't have time to save him. Li would knock some sense into him. But unexpectedly, Xuan Yufei stepped in front of her former fiancé and shouted at Li Yunyang not to dare touch Fan's brother. Ye Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected this from his ex-fiancée. Why was she defending him so fiercely when she herself was in need of protection right now? Lai was outraged. The idiot broke off the engagement. How timely. He needed a pretext to deal with the Ye family. Fan understood. Li was targeting the Ye family. All of Fan's friends were outraged. What audacity to attack a completely defenseless person, since Fan cannot show his strength. But Fan mentally warned Xiahao not to interfere. He would handle it himself. It was time to put an end to that scoundrel Li. Fan decided that it was time to properly warn the Li family and those who support them. They have been feeling too comfortable. Union shouted for the fool to stop hiding behind a woman's skirt like a coward. Now he would send the idiot to his brothers. Despite the approaching fist of Li Yongyan, the girl remained steadfastly by Ye Fan's side, piercingly screaming, "No, please don't kill him." Fan cried out joyfully, "Can we really go to the brothers? Young Master Li is truly such a good man." 114 characters. Xuan Yufei tried to stop her ex-fiancé, but he just smiled and advanced toward Li Yunyan, cheerfully clapping his hands. 128 characters. Delighted by this opportunity, young Master Li swung his feeble little fist in futile resistance. 108 characters. Fugi let out a roar, saying that if that ugly Li dared to, but then Xia Hao quietly told Master Wang to wait and not get involved. Satisfied, Yunyang shouted for the idiot to die and raised his fist over Ye Fan's head, who looked at Li with surprising calmness. Fan dodged, and Yunyang swung with all his might at empty air. Everyone present watched this strange fight, holding their breath. Ye Fan grabbed Li Yunyang's wrist, and he felt a faint burning sensation, followed by unbearable pain as his hand was broken. The guy asked young Master Li if he was helping him kill mosquitoes, but there were none on his face, so he was waving for nothing. Ye Fan was still holding Yunyan's hand in his own, subtly influencing his entire being. When Li attempted to pull his hand away, the young man unleashed a mysterious flame of destruction upon the self-absorbed Yunyan, and young Master Li cried out in sharp pain. Finally, Ye Fan released his victim. Li Yunyang couldn't understand what had just happened to him. He felt strangely different. The groom asked Fan, "What the hell did he do to him?" The guy, with a foolish grin, replied, "Nothing. Maybe a mosquito bit him." Li Yunyang asked Fan why he was pretending to be an idiot. His hand hurt unbearably. It seemed like some kind of secret trick. Young Master Li was bewildered. How was this even possible? He clearly felt like his arm was about to break and it hurt. This isn't just a broken arm. The silver needles carry combat energy and destruction. Li's meridians and organs are severely damaged. The heir of the Li family let out a growl. "It's definitely you. I'll kill you," Fang stammered. "My former fiancé, protect me. I'm so scared." Yufei was indignant. "Li Yunyang, Fang is already in such a state, and you still dare to accuse him of something. You have no shame at all." The head of the Li family approached Yunyan and told him to stop. It was his engagement day. No need to get his hands dirty. Yunyan's father looked pointedly at Xuan Zhengguo. The bride's uncle understood immediately. He was very afraid of angering the Li family head. Zhengguo approached his niece and reminded her that her 10 seconds were up and she had to make her final choice now. The girl replied that she wouldn't marry Li. She believed Ye Fan would definitely help her. He could even cure her beloved father. Zhengguo said that soon Fang and the other members of the Ye family would be killed, and if Yufei continued to resist, Fang would die tonight. Yufei cried out, "No, please don't let Fan suffer because of me. I will marry Li, just please don't cause any harm to the Ye family." Uncle showed Yufei the phone. Wouldn't it have been better if she'd listened from the start? Now we have to explain everything to the guests. Xuan Zhengguo smiled gently. His niece, shrinking back, obediently went to the guests. He was confident that everything would be fine now. Yufei turned to her former fiancé and quietly said, tears in her eyes, "Brother Fang, forgive me. I truly have no other choice. Everything is against us." The girl asked to take Fan away. She wouldn't let Li Yunyan harm him. Fugi asked his daughter-in-law why she was suffering so much. She asked them to leave. You know, it's just her bad luck, it seems. She and Yifan were destined to meet, but not destined to be together. Xia Hao asked young Master Ye if he was just going to leave it all like this. Wasn't it a pity for the girl? She behaved so bravely. Suddenly, Yifan loudly declared, pointing at the groom, "He's sick. Young Master Li is very ill. He cannot marry." 126 characters. Li Yunyang laughed and retorted, "You're the damn sick one. Your whole family's sick. Guards, throw them all out into the street." 131 characters. As he left, Ye Fan loudly declared this place was no longer fun. Someone would die soon. Someone would die very soon. And the guests fell silent. Xuan Zhengguo angrily remarked that this idiot only knows how to spout nonsense. Finally, they are gone, and the engagement will happen. Fugi asked Fan if they would really leave it like this. The former fiancé looks unhappy, but only Xia Hao understood everything. Yufei walked onto the stage and apologized. She had been drunk and lost control at today's engagement banquet for her and Li Yunyan. Fugi raged. If only Fang would say a word or just nod, and he'd smear Li Yunyan across the floor and bring back his daughter-in-law Yufei. But Ye Fan said nothing to his loyal childhood friend. He calmly watched the scene. Instead of answering, he counted 3, 2, 1. In that very moment, Li Yunyan's face darkened. The microphone slipped from his weak hands, and the groom on stage staggered. Xuan Yufei gasped in fear as the groom collapsed to the floor, convulsing with foam coming from his mouth. Everyone jumped up from their seats. The head of the Li family knelt beside his son, asking Yunyan what was wrong. While the elder Li urgently ordered an ambulance, his son was in distress. Xuan Zhenguo carefully brought his finger to Yunyang's lips. There was no movement of air, and Uncle Yu Fei was splashed with boiling water. Stuttering, he said that young Master Li had stopped breathing, and then he remembered Ye Fan's recent words before leaving. He knew it. Ye Fan, satisfied, clenched his fist. Now the game in this restaurant was over. He could leave, and the guests had something to think about and discuss. Xuan Yufei looked questioningly at Brother Fan, wondering if he really knew that Yunyang would die, or if he had quietly killed him himself. Ye Fan, seeing the girl looking at him, smiled and showed her that everything would be all right. She was stunned. He wasn't a madman. Fan and his friends left the restaurant. The guy thought about how Yufei was under a lot of pressure today, and it wasn't for no reason. But why? Even if it's for the Ye family, we can't let the Zhuan family's power fall completely into the hands of outsiders. We need to find a way to save. Fan's thoughts were interrupted by Fugu's excited outburst. He jumped on his childhood friend, punching him playfully on the back. He asked his brother Fanya. He has woken up so he could just say something or nod. Fan sighed. Van has no sense of moderation at all. Ye Fan replied to Brother Wan, asking why he kept asking if he had woken up yet. It was still daytime, and he hadn't slept at all. He pushed Fugi away, saying it was hot and he could move away if Wang was going to hang around. How was anyone supposed to be saved at all? Fugi begged his brother to stop lying to him. He had seen with his own eyes when Fang finished counting that Yunyan was finished. Ye Fan mentally instructed Xia Hao to urgently ascertain the current situation of Xuan Yufei's father, Xuan Zhenhua, the head of the Xuan family. Xia Hao ordered Li Hu to discover which hospital Xuan Zhenhua was in and his current condition. Hu obediently bowed and complied. A cunning old fox like the boss wouldn't go to such lengths just for debt repayment. Is the young Master Ye already well? If that's truly the case, then from this moment on, we must treat young Master Ye with the utmost respect, as if he were a living Buddha. President Xia reported that Xuan Zhenhua is now at the 3rd City Hospital, and they should all head there immediately. Fugi asked Hao why he was so kind. This man was his brother's former father-in-law. What was his connection to Xia? It was suspicious. President Xia didn't immediately know what to say. He thought, this friend of Ye Fan's is very strong, but his brains are a bit slow. And Fugi wouldn't back down, but don't say he's fallen for his former daughter-in-law. Wang advised Hao to control himself. Li Hu received information that Uncle Yufei is worried that she will seize power and is trying to move Xuan Zhenhua to another location. Fugi growled, this bastard still hasn't given up. He wants to use his father to apply pressure. Ha took care of him. He's already sent people to detain them. Yi Fan knew that Zhenguo wouldn't easily give up his trump card. Now it all depended on who would be the cleverer one. Soon, Ye Fan and his companions arrived at the hospital where his ex-fiancé's father, Xuan Zhenhua, the family head, was staying. The Xuan family's guard was outraged, wondering who they thought they were trying to break into the head of the Xuan family's room. Without President Xuan's order, no one is allowed to take Xuan Zhenhua away. That's why Zhenguo's personal guards are stationed here. Fugi declared he didn't care about their orders. How dare they mistreat his boss's father-in-law? They were practically asking for death. Finally, Van had enough of these talks. He called the guards useless trash and scattered them with blows from his powerful fists. Shaking off the remnants of the guards from his hand, Wang Fugui told Ye Fan that the way was clear and he could now enter and check everything. Xia Hao thought that even this simple-minded brute next to young Master Ye wasn't that simple. He couldn't be underestimated. Yi Fan entered Father Yufei's room and slammed the door right in front of Fugu, who jumped back in surprise, wondering what was going on. Van knocked on the closed door. He didn't understand why Brother Fan had locked it. What if he needed help in there, or something else? The young man stopped by the bed of the Zhuan family patriarch. The man lay unconscious, an oxygen mask on, and entangled in tubes. It was Xuan Zhenhua, the head of the Xuan family and the father of Ye Fang's former fiancée, Xuan Yufei. He had been unconscious for many years. Fan lifted the eyelid of his prospective father-in-law and looked at the eyeball. There were clear signs of prolonged poisoning. Then the young man checked the man's pulse. It was very weak, but it was still there, which meant that Yufei's father could be brought back. Fan realized that during the poisoning, they used a total of 17 different poisons, showing extreme ruthlessness in their methods. He knew something was off with that accident. The injuries were minor, but they had used poison to keep Zhenhua unconscious all this time. With such a complex composite poison, even the slightest mistake in toxin extraction could be enough to kill him for good. However, with the legacy that he received within that jade amulet, some pathetic poison, even a compound one, is no longer a real threat to Ye Fan at all. The young man used the 13 Ghost Gates needle technique to expel toxins, 13 streams piercing the patient's body. Soon the streams turned black, drawing years of poisoning from Father Yufei's body. The veins on his face turned blue as the poison exited. Flows went through the whole body, gathering all toxins. Now they needed to be removed. Fan made a small cut on Zhuan's finger. A dark purple liquid hissing as it flowed from Zhenhua's body dripped onto the floor next to the bed. It was the poison coming out. Soon, the head of the Xuan family opened his eyes and sighed heavily. He looked around and stared in surprise at his daughter's fiancé. He asked little Fan in confusion what he was doing there. The boy shyly greeted Uncle Xuan but didn't say anything further. Suddenly, Fan heard a military operation was underway. Civilians must evacuate immediately. Disobedience would be punished by execution. Ye Fan was surprised. Could the military also be involved? Just how far did their enemies' influence reach to have even the army under their thumb? Major Guofei from the Yunqian military shouted sternly, asking if they couldn't hear him and to get off the road immediately. Li Hu stated that this is a private chamber, and entry is strictly forbidden without the great healer's personal permission, young Master Yi. The soldiers clicked their weapons, raising their rifles, as Captain Guofei asked Hu if he was looking for death by joking with the People's Army. But Li Hu insisted they wouldn't let the military through until they showed proper documents. No one would pass before that. The captain, he thought, those damn ungrateful idiots. He was just helping Xuan Zhengguo. Where on earth could any documents possibly be? He stated it's a secret military operation, and now they must withdraw, or no one should blame anyone if the bullets don't discriminate. Li Hu commanded, "Brothers, to arms. Let's see how far the military dares to go, trampling the law and whether they will start shooting here." And then Yifan appeared in the hallway. He cheerfully said, "Wow, there are so many little soldiers here. What game are they going to play?" Approaching the vending machine, the guy asked, "Is this a real gun?" The soldier glanced at the madman, unsure how to react. Finally, the soldier yelled at the young man, "Don't you want to live? Get out of here, fast. Idiots have no business near weapons." Yifan took a step back, swayed slightly, and exclaimed that he was about to fall. At that very moment, a small, shiny golden disc slipped out of his pocket and tumbled to the ground. Rolling across the floor, it stopped at the soldier's feet. The soldier yelled at Ye Fan, but he paid no attention to this little thing. The soldier snorted and kicked the golden disc back to the fool who had just dropped it near him without a care. The captain's face grew tense as he asked what it was, why this symbol seemed so painfully familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The soldier said to the captain, "A turtle is engraved on the disc, and there are also 4 golden stars." The captain's eyes widened in surprise. The soldier casually remarked, "Must be some toy that idiot found in the trash," and tossed the disc into the nearest bin. The captain loudly exclaimed no, and rushed to catch the precious token of one of the 4 celestial kings of the Xuanwu war zone. Guofei skillfully caught the token and finally remembered it was the real command token of the heavenly king of the war zone. His power is greater than a 4-star general's. With this token, you can command millions of soldiers in 8 provinces. The soldier asked the commander what was wrong, saying it was a toy from some fool. The captain replied that the token fell from Yifan's pocket. The captain suddenly realized, so this idiot, could he really be one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the Xuanwu war zone? He shouted to the soldiers, "Everyone on your knees now," and knelt down himself. The soldiers didn't understand why they should kneel. The captain bowed to Fan. "Your subordinate pays his respects to the celestial king. We have committed a transgression and deserve death." The soldiers were stunned. Holy heavens, heavenly king, could he really be the heavenly king? Lord heavenly king, please forgive us. Ye Fan smiled almost imperceptibly. The token had worked as intended. Now the captain would obey him, not some Xuan Zhengguo. The guy asked in surprise, "Why did you suddenly get on your knees?" "It's time to bow, but it's still too early, so everyone stand up." The captain replied, "We dare not. We did not recognize your majesty and unintentionally offended you. Please grant us your forgiveness." Fan took the token from the captain's shaking hand and exclaimed, "You're giving this back to me? It's so shiny, it must be valuable." Fan quietly told the captain that he needed to keep this information a secret, because if he didn't, others would come and try to steal the valuable gold. Guofei couldn't understand what it meant. Was he truly insane, or just pretending? What was the best course of action? As if answering the captain's unspoken question, Fan looked at him menacingly. His face and eyes were completely different now. Captain Guofei flinched at that look. He realized the young master of the Ye family wasn't mad at all. He was pretending to be a fool. The squad leader bowed respectfully and said they were leaving. and that he would strictly obey all the Heavenly King's orders. Fei whispered to Ye Fan, cautioning him to be wary of Xuan Zhenguo, which implies that today's incident was indeed orchestrated by him. Van Fugi asked Fan if it was really the token of the Heavenly War King, which signifies absolute power over the Great Xia. Fan was outraged that Fugi also wanted to steal his gold. His friend laughed and said, "Not at all, I'm just curious to take a look. It's such a rarity." Xuan Yufei's father watched Ye Fan, realizing the young man was playing a game, feigning idiocy, but his strength had returned. Zhenhua furiously scolded his brother Zhenguo, who had completely ruined his relationship with such an outstanding son-in-law as Ye Fan. Getting closer to Fan is the greatest opportunity for the Xuan family and Yufei's lifelong happiness. This chance cannot be missed. But Ye Fan said it was dangerous and told them to keep pretending to be unconscious with Yufei. How to warn their daughter. Suddenly, he heard his daughter's clear voice. She was worried, asking what happened to her dad, saying her uncle wanted to kill him. The head of the Xuan family, he smiled. His beloved Yufei was here. Oh, what a joy it was that he could finally hear her sweet native voice. Seeing Fan and Fugei, the girl demanded they tell her about her father's condition, whether anything had happened to him or if he was still alive. Fugi reassured his former daughter-in-law, saying that Fan's brother had already chased away the thugs sent by her uncle to kidnap her father. Tears welled up in Xu Xuan Yufei's eyes. Ye Feng had helped her again. He had saved her beloved father's life, even though she hadn't asked him to. Suddenly, the girl hugged her ex-fiancé tightly and pressed her warm lips against his cheek, leaving Fang a bit taken aback. Then Fang pushed Yufei away, exclaiming that his wife, Siyue, forbade him from kissing other women. Since Yufei wasn't his wife, no kisses. The girl sniffled. Yes, she was no longer Fan's bride. Her cowardice caused him pain, and she truly was unworthy of being his wife. Fugi tried to comfort his former daughter-in-law, asking why she was tormenting herself so much, as life circumstances can be varied. Yufei said that in the past she acted unjustly, but today I swear by the heavens that for the rest of my life I will belong solely to Ye Fan. Fan smiled, saying that he refused. She was the one who rejected him first. He already has a wife, Isue, who promised to give birth to a healthy son. Yufei was shocked. Were they already planning for a son? How could things be happening so fast for them? It just wasn't right. The face of Ye Fan's former fiancé flushed. She hesitated for a moment, but then made up her mind and walked up to her beloved. She took Fan by the hand and firmly said, "Everything she can do, I can do too." The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Yufei was so quiet. Suddenly, Ye Fan heard Sujue's angry voice. She called out to her husband. In the corridor, burning with rage, stood one of Fang's wives. She told Yufei that she already knew how Yufei had used Ye Fan to avoid an unwanted marriage, and then, publicly betrayed him. Fan has 7 wives who genuinely love him, and honestly, he wouldn't even consider looking at a woman as malicious and empty as Xuan Yufei. Isue advised Yufei to leave immediately. Sister Lin Long would be back soon, and she wouldn't be nearly as kind to her. Yufei replied that she understood everything, would work hard to change their opinion of her, and promised Fan that she would find him again. Fan asked when his wife Lin is coming back. He probably needs to meet her at the airport and take her home. Lin Lun is taking the doctor to treat Fan, and once he recovers, we'll see if he dares to flirt with other women again. Ye Fan was pleased. With Lei Qiangshui's support, he could calmly provide the Su Yixue company with the medicinal formulas. That same evening, Ye Fan and his friends headed to the airport to meet the arriving Yu Lin Long and the holy doctor Lei Qiangke. Fan carefully examined the passengers, wondering when his wife, Yu Lin Long, would appear. His ever-present companion stood beside him. Hao ordered everyone to stay alert. The enemies do not want Ye Fan to recover, and they will attack the young master or Master Lei. Fugi was surprised. Master Lei, a saintly physician, a national treasure of Great Xia, would they really dare to attack him? Li Hu replied, daring to speak, as 30 strangers appeared, including martial arts masters. Wang was amazed at the crowd. Fan realized that relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. He needed to cultivate several capable and loyal subordinates. Ye Fan mentally relayed instructions to Xia Hao on handling the situation. The Xia clan leader understood perfectly. 128 characters. Hao ordered to eliminate the weaklings first. For those too strong, leave them to him. He had his own methods. Li Hu bowed in acknowledgement. 142 characters. Fan stepped aside and stopped by the flight schedule, trying to discreetly assess the situation in the airport hall. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of a martial arts master, meaning enemies had entered the hall. Fang tensed up. He needed to hear their conversation. One of the fighters reported to the boss that they lost contact with most of their people. They were taken out by Saya's subordinates. The elder asked how many people they had left. The fat man said, just him and the skinny one. Counting the boss, That's 3 total. The furious boss hit the fat man, calling him useless trash. Was this what he taught them? They couldn't afford to fail this operation. The fat guy rubbed his bruised spot and begged the boss not to be angry. They'd figure something out. They still had a little time, but the boss objected. There was no time left. The holy healer Lei Qiangshui was about to get off the plane, and he must not cure Ye Fan. The boss ordered the fat guy and his partner to stop Ye Fan and his group, while he would go and try to stop the healer Lei Qiangke. The elder issued a command to stop the holy healer Lei Qiangkuo at all costs, emphasizing that he must not come into contact with that fool Ye Fang. Finally, among the arriving passengers, the holy doctor Lei Qiangshui and the Valkyrie Yu Linlong, who accompanied him, appeared. In the end, the saintly doctor is a national-level master. Better to scare Lei Qiangkui first and make him retreat. However, if Lei Qiangkui continues to insist on entering Yunchen in order to save Ye Fan, then he will undoubtedly be killed without any mercy whatsoever. Yi Fan exclaimed, "Look, they are coming out over there." Now the hardest part began. Protecting the holy healer was crucial. Before Van Fugem stood 2 fighters. One boldly declared how dare the brute interfere with their plans. It was brave, yet foolish. Fugi looked at his opponents, the fat one and the skinny one. Despite their silly looks, it was clear they were strong fighters. Van tried to ask them who they were and where they came from, to buy some time while the others greeted Linlin and the holy healer. But the fat man attacked Wang Fugi first, trying to knock him out. It seems the opponents decided he was the strongest of the entire campaign. Fugi cursed. It was a sneak attack. He dodged the blow and realized that he couldn't buy himself time. The fighters were dead serious. Looking back, Fugi noticed a massive dent in the concrete column, caused by a blow from that ridiculous fat man. Juan understood this was a high level of martial arts control, meaning the fat man was nearly his equal. If there was another like him, they were in trouble. Instead of answering, the lanky fighter kicked Fuguo, but his ally Fana dodged with a mid-air backflip. What formidable opponents! Approximately 138 characters. Before the guy could land, the burly man punched him in the chest, nearly slamming him into the airport's concrete pillar. Approximately 122 characters. Xiahao asked Wang if he was okay and if he needed any help, but Fugi replied that he was fine and could handle it on his own. Fugi cursed mentally, facing 2 opponents, both martial arts masters. It would be tough, but he had no choice in the matter. Ye Fan noticed that the leader of the attackers was quickly heading toward the newly arrived Yu Linlun and the holy healer. The leader was sure the idiot wasn't worth worrying about. Fan shouted, "Hey brother, why are you running? You took my toy, give it back." Meanwhile, the fat man relentlessly attacked Wang Fugi. His blows were quite heavy, and his skinny partner was backing him up. Ye Fan saw that his childhood friend was having a tough time against 2 martial arts masters. He was only defending himself. To help his friend, Fan discreetly threw a small stone at the stout man, aiming for just the right spot on his fleshy body. The fat man suddenly froze. His body stopped obeying him. He didn't understand why he couldn't move, how to continue the fight. The mercenary's gaze suddenly became frightened. His fist froze in midair as if struck by sudden paralysis, and streams of sweat trickled down his face. Van Fugi stared at his opponent in surprise, trying to understand why he suddenly stopped attacking and froze in place. Yi Fan's friend saw this as the perfect chance to finally deal with the annoying fat man and switch his focus to the skinny one. He hit the fat man with all his might, knocking him to the floor. Fugi's opponent was still paralyzed and effectively out of the fight. Fugi exclaimed, "Wow, my overwhelming aura can actually hold back enemies and literally freeze them in their tracks. How cool is that?" The skinny guy wondered what happened. He couldn't take down the fat man. This big guy was about their size, so how did he knock him over? Inspired by his win, Van Fugi moved to the second opponent, who gritted his teeth and took a few steps back from the bully. The scared, skinny mercenary screamed at the top of his lungs, telling Fugi to stay back. He didn't want to fight anymore and begged for mercy. A couple of seconds later, the scrawny fighter was already lying on the airport hall floor, beaten, toothless, in a pool of his own blood, and quietly groaning. Satisfied, Fugi laughed. There was nothing to be done. He had grown stronger and managed to defeat 2 serious opponents. What a feat! Suddenly, Fugu heard a desperate scream coming from Yefanya. The boy was shouting at the top of his lungs, "He stole my toy! Somebody stop that bad person! He's really, really mean!" Tears were streaming down the young man's face, and he was shouting for the whole airport to hear, "This person stole my toy! Don't run away! Give it back! Give it back! It's my favorite toy!" The crowd buzzed. "You're wearing glasses, and you're not ashamed to steal from a child. Stealing a toy from a child is just despicable. Stop running, stand still." The boss of the attackers sputtered, "When did I ever take your toy? What's gotten into this idiot's head?" And people grabbed him by the arms. There's no time to deal with these fools. We must unite with our allies, break through Yu Linlong's defenses, and finish off Lei Qiangke. First, we need to get rid of this idiot who's trailing us and yelling all over the airport. It's attracting way too much attention. The killer used the divine step technique, instantly breaking free from the crowd of angry defenders of the wrong children. The guy smirked smugly. This hypersonic movement technique was his signature move, always leaving others in the dust. Approximately 130 characters. Suddenly, he heard the dim-witted youth's shrill cry again. "Give back my toy! Where's my toy?" The voice echoed relentlessly behind him. Approximately 146 characters. Turning around, the guy asked Ye Fan why he was still behind him. Fan, with a smile, asked why his brother was running, clearly guilty. The guy snapped back to reality. He couldn't get distracted. He was almost on Lei Qiangshui's tail, just a little more, and those two were practically within arm's reach. Then, the young man appeared before Yu Linlong and the divine healer, calling out to Senior Master Lei to suggest he leave. But at that moment, Ye Fang grabbed his leg and yanked hard. The guy didn't expect such a move. He stumbled, lost his balance, and fell to the floor. Linlong and her famous companion, having just arrived in the Cloud City, stared in surprise at the mercenary lying before them. Ye Fan laughed loudly. Finally, he'd caught the thief. Now he would definitely get back his favorite toy, which had just been stolen. Yu Linlong asked Ye Fan in surprise why he was here. The girl realized something was happening related to their arrival. Fan resentfully pointed at the mercenary and told Linlong's wife that she had arrived just in time. This bad person had stolen his favorite toy. Unable to take it anymore, the killer shouted for the fool to leave him alone. He wasn't taking his toys and was tired of his loud cries and whining. Yu Linlong looked very carefully at the mercenary. This fellow struck her as quite suspicious, and his aura, well, it was rather strong. Ye Fan didn't let up on his victim. He grabbed the guy by the shoulder and insisted loudly that he had taken his toy and needed to give it back. Then the mercenary realized that the order was to stop Lei Qiangku from healing Ye Fan. But wouldn't it be easier to just kill Ye Fan instead? Even if we don't kill him, but seriously hurt this jerk with no chance of recovery, it will still be a great win against the Yi family. But despite the overwhelming energy exerted by the killer, Ye Fan continued to insist loudly and persistently that the thief finally return his toy. The mercenary was stunned. How is this possible? He directs his destructive energy at the idiot, but it has no effect. Suddenly, Ye Fan's face turned serious. He intercepted the assassin's hand and gripped his wrist. The mercenary was trying to kill him. It was time to strike back. Frowning, Fan menacingly told the killer that bad people must suffer. He didn't let go of the bespectacled man's hand. Destruction had already begun. The guy was stunned in shock. His face went pale and sweaty, because in front of him wasn't an idiot, but the great young genius himself. Ye Fan raised his opponent's arm and intensified his influence on the body of the assassin who had planned to kill the holy physician Lei. The mercenary howled in pain, suddenly feeling his energy level plummeting, his aura shifting dramatically, and his body twisting in agony. When Fan let go, the mercenary fell to his knees. He didn't understand how his level dropped from Grandmaster to control stage in seconds. The guy grabbed Fan by the collar and cried out in despair. "What have you done to me, you idiot? How could you lower my development level so much?" Yu Linlun angrily asked the bespectacled man how he dared to touch her husband. For that, he would die now, as the Valkyrie's fist ignited with battle energy. The mercenary screamed and tried to block Linlong's strike, but the enraged Valkyrie dealt him significant damage with her attack. The bespectacled man arrogantly asked if she knew, the stupid sheep who was behind him, how she dared to lay a hand on him and defend that idiot E. The mercenary frantically thought what to do. As long as he's alive, there's always a chance to turn things around. He must retreat first. But suddenly the nerdy guy felt his life force draining from his body, his energy slipping away, and with a sinking horror he realized he was about to die. Yu Linlong was surprised by what happened to the attacker. Why had her friend died, sprawled right at her feet? She thought he was strong. She said in confusion that she had only used her peak martial arts control level, and that guy just went ahead and died. Ye Fan chuckled inwardly. Of course, after such a drop in his level, how could he possibly withstand the blow of such a mighty Valkyrie? The holy healer Lei Qiangchui pondered thoughtfully. It seems that many truly do not want the Yi family to recover and survive. Suddenly, Lei heard that he'd better leave Yuncheng immediately and forget about treating Ye Fan, or he'd quickly be sent to his grave. Linlong shouted to Elder Lei to be careful. Enemies of the Ye family were trying to attack him. They were ready to go to any lengths. The physician chuckled. This bunch of scum thought they could boss around an old man like him. The Ye family suffered because of trash like them. The divine physician Lei Qiangkui struck the young man who threatened him, saying, Clearly, you are one of those who shamelessly attacked the Ye family. The guy smirked. Old fool, you brought this on yourself, so don't blame me for my excessive cruelty and ruthlessness towards the old man. Seeing the color of the blazing blade, Lei realized it was poison. The hired killer wanted to poison him, but the holy healer dodged the knife. The guy exclaimed, "So the old man is even trying to evade. In vain. It's too late." The killer said goodbye to the healer with a smirk. Lei Qianke was terrified. With so many attacks and such speed, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. Dare these scoundrels kill him? Yu Linlun shouted to Elder Lei to save himself. The girl was in despair, wondering if there was no one to save Ye Fan, their hope. Suddenly, Ye Fan appeared next to the killer and asked who had bumped into him, saying it hurt, and in response, pushed the smiling guy. No one could grasp how the killer ended up between the Blade Storm and Saint Healer Lei, taking the poison blade strike himself. The guy screamed in horror. There was no escape from this poison. He knew it perfectly well, which meant his pathetic mercenary life was coming to an end. As he died, the young man realized someone had used the long-lost ultimate movement technique, the Heavenly Star Turn. But who could it have been? The killer fell at the feet of his intended victim and muttered, "This is impossible. That madman Ye Fan couldn't have used this technique." Lee understood. That guy in the bright shirt was supposed to be their last card against me, but how could he die so easily? With a laugh, Fan approached the fallen killer and shouted, "Come on, get up and play with me. What's the matter? Can you really not play anymore?" The holy healer looked closely at the friend of his old friend Changfen. Could it really have been Ye Fang who did this? But he is considered mad. Yu Linlong grabbed her young husband by the ear and pulled him close. Killing two very powerful enemies had clearly been his doing. She angrily asked Ye Fan, since he had recovered, how could he dare to fool her again? The young man shouted. He knew this woman was not easily deceived. Ye Fan said indignantly, "This hurts. My wife Linlong, you're hurting your husband. You're too cruel." The girl suddenly felt a flush. The young man naively said, "I thought you came so we could sleep together, but you're pinching me. But my wife Su Yue is very affectionate with me." Yu Linlong flushed with embarrassment and mumbled for Ye Fang to stop talking nonsense, while those around opened their mouths at such talk. The Valkyrie irritably thought that Fan was definitely still insane. How could he say such things in public and shock everyone around? She introduced her husband, Ye Fan, to the holy healer Leah and asked her to cure him, to help him recover after a terrible accident. The doctor suggested finding a quiet place first, so he could examine the young man, and then they could discuss treatment. Soon they arrived at a home of the Ye family, where the holy healer and his patient could talk in peace, and the doctor could decide what to do. Lei Qiangxu politely asked young Master Ye to extend his hand for examination, so he could understand what was wrong with his body. The old man smiled and told the young man to behave himself, and then he would buy him all sorts of sweets and pretty toys for fun. Instead of answering, Ye Fan silently took the holy doctor's hand and listened to his pulse for a few seconds. The renowned doctor was very surprised. Fan said to Leia, "Your pulse is a bit elevated. It seems you haven't been resting well lately. Last night, around midnight, you had a little something to drink." The healer was stunned. He asked the young man in surprise, "How did you know? So you're completely sane and just pretending to be an idiot." Yi Fan confirmed, "That's right, I've already recovered. I just can't reveal this to others for the sake of Yi's family's safety." So it was Yi Fan who saved Leia at the airport from the weapon rain of pear color, using the highest technique of movement celestial turning of the stars. Yi Fan confirmed, everything is correct, but he has two matters in which he desperately needs the help of the great saint physician Lei Qianke. Lei was surprised. With such deep knowledge of martial arts and excellent medical skills, how could I possibly be of any help at all? Fan explained that only Xia Hao is aware of my recovery, and this puts me in a difficult situation. Master Lei, I truly need your assistance. The holy healer told the young man, "As an old friend of your grandfather, I will not refuse any help you need if it's within my power." The young man exclaimed, "Excellent. The formula for Su Company's cosmetic product has been stolen. I want you to provide a replacement formula." The holy healer said in confusion that he didn't have any formulas for cosmetics with him, but Fan smiled as he had all of that. "This cream is made from a formula in the canon of the divine pharmacist. It must be heated for exactly 8 minutes. This is very important." Dr. Lei was astonished. All the ingredients here are ordinary medicinal herbs, but the way they are combined and processed is simply unheard of. Lei exclaimed, "Simply astounding. I've practiced medicine my entire life, and seeing this lost formula alone was worth all the effort." The healer bowed and said, "Young Master Ye, Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do whatever it takes, no matter how dangerous. Ye Fan was embarrassed. You don't need to be so polite. The second matter concerns my grandfather. I want you to help restore his health. Lee sighed. I'm afraid I can't do it. I've been treating him for a long time. He's had a hidden illness since his youth, and after that blow, his strength was almost gone. Unfortunately, it's now impossible to cure Ye Changfeng. Dr. Lei sighed. And it's entirely my fault for being so utterly incompetent. Ye Feng reassured him. You did everything possible to save my grandfather. We need methods far beyond modern medicine to help. Jiang Qiao exclaimed, could it be that you have yet another lost ancient medical formula that can help even in this case? Fan promised to teach Lei the full acupuncture technique that would extend his grandfather's life by at least 20 years, if not more. The holy healer was stunned. He had once heard of this technique, but it was considered completely lost, and no one possessed it anymore. The first needle is called the Tears of Guanyin. By harnessing its energy, gently invoke the vibration of the needle and softly rotate it to stimulate the flow of blood. The second needle is called the Great Compassion of the Buddha. Insert the needle, then strike with energy to preserve the patient's life force. Lei was stunned. This was the 13 needles of the Ghost Valley, a lost supreme technique recorded in the canon of the divine alchemist. The young man smiled. The holy healer has a sharp eye. Yes, this is indeed the very same technique, and Lei will master it to heal his grandfather. Lei exclaimed, this technique can snatch life from the very hands of the Lord of Hell. But Fan was out of his mind for 5 years. How did he learn it? Wait, 5 years ago, a young genius appeared. They said he could bring the dead back to life. Then he vanished. That was Fan. The young man smiled modestly. Yes, that was me. He never expected that anyone would still remember his old nickname from 5 years ago. The holy healer Lei Qiangkui fell to his knees before the young man and bowed respectfully. Fang was stunned by the old man's actions. Suddenly, the doctor bowed and said, Disciple Lei Qiangke thanks the master for his wise guidance and valuable knowledge. Ye Fan was flustered. He asked Dr. Lei what he was doing and begged the old man to stand up, saying he was no master to him. It was nonsense. But Lei insisted that 5 years ago, Fan's skills were enough to be a master, and now he hopes to stay and continue learning. The young man agreed, saying, All right, you can call me that when we're alone, but in front of others, just call me Ye Fan, okay? Don't blow my cover. Lei asked what to tell the wives, and Fan replied that he should explain to everyone that the grandson's condition is gradually improving. In this case, the organizers of the attacks on the family will surely lose their composure and will be forced to take action. In Elder Zhang's residence, shouts were heard. The owner yelled that his subordinates were a bunch of useless idiots. So many people tried to stop the physician, but they were all killed. Now Ye Feng will recover, and then the revival of the Ye family will be unstoppable. His subordinates tried to calm the elder, but Lei Qiangke only said there was a chance, though the final outcome remained uncertain. The elder roared. If Lei wasn't sure, he wouldn't have thrown such a banquet at the Ye residence. All the city's important people would be there. Ye Fan was already the strongest genius at just 15 years old. If he recovers, even more people will side with the Ye family. One of the advisors said, It seems we can only destroy the problem at its root. Otherwise, our plan will surely be thwarted. The elder agreed, All right, make sure everything is done properly. This time, the advisor will handle it personally. The man bowed and assured Elder Zhang that he wouldn't let him down, that the idiot Ye Fan would be joining his brothers this time. Fan gently hugged Isue and asked her not to worry. Her young husband would recover very soon and would be smart and strong. The girl got covered in paint and told Fan that he should take his medicine properly, then he would get better even faster. At this moment, Yu Linlong entered the room and asked Yixue, Are the two of you doing this? You're not going to, right now, in broad daylight. Embarrassed, Isyu blushed, and Linlin reassured her, saying there was no need to be shy. After all, they had gone out for Ye Fan to continue his lineage. Fan smiled, hugged Linlong, and said, Linlong's wife probably wants to continue the family line too. The girl blushed with embarrassment. The young man said cheerfully, They say sleeping with me is great. Yu Linlong pushed him away, demanding that he stop touching her like that. Linlong broke free and exclaimed, Go sleep with your Yixue. It's not my turn tonight. Fang laughed as Linlong's wife blushed in embarrassment. The elder daughter-in-law was quite perplexed. You know, it was really just a fleeting touch, so why on earth was she feeling this way? That little brat Yifan did it on purpose, the cunning little devil. Could it be that he has really fully recovered? That would be great. Closer to midnight, a luxurious car belonging to Xia Hao pulled up to the Ye family's residence. They had one more enemy to deal with. Ye Fan asked to be taken to the central city bridge. Hao warned that the Wang family was already waiting at the central bridge. At first it looks like a ransom drop, but they want to kill the kidnapper. Does Fan really want to send Zhang to his son himself? The Fan smiled, wondering why complicate things. I've already scheduled a meeting with the one who paid to hire me to kill himself. Now all they have to do is sit back and watch the tigers fight amongst themselves and then finish off the surviving beast. Soon, Ye Fang and Xia Hao drove up to the central bridge of Yuncheng City. They circled around the exit, observing the cars. The head of the Wang family ordered everyone to be on alert. As soon as that scoundrel shows up, they'll finish him off without mercy. Suddenly, Van Zhang heard his phone beep. Another message had arrived. The man flinched, worried for his son's safety. The message, it said, "Dad, I'm afraid I won't survive. They're going to kill me." I slipped the phone into the kidnapper's pocket. "Get revenge for me." Zhang roared, "You son of a bitch, keep calling this number. As soon as I find that scumbag, I'm going to tear him apart with my own 2 hands." Van Chao's phone was in Ye Fan's hands. He had to sneak it into the pocket of the hitman's client, who wanted him and his grandfather dead. The young man set the device to turn on automatically in 10 minutes. That should be enough time for the operation. A slight smile played on Fan's face. Another key character was about to appear, and it was intriguing to see who it would be. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar car. Behind the wheel was a man the Yi family considered almost kin and trusted deeply. Approximately 126 characters. Fanu desperately hoped this person was just passing by, but the car turned directly towards the underpass. There could be no mistake, so it truly was the Shu family. Ye Changfen treated them like his own, and they plotted to kill the old man. Yi Fan saw that Shu Dong, the eldest son of the family leader, was driving. That means the father sent his son to negotiate with the killer. The young man stepped into the roadway and shouted, "Stop! Stop the car!" Dun, cursing, slammed on the brakes. What the hell is going on? The car stopped a couple of meters from Ye Fan, leaving behind a black skid mark, and the driver was beside himself with rage. Jumping out of the car, Shu Dong yelled, "Hey, do you want to die? Are you tired of living? Why are you throwing yourself under the wheels?" Suddenly, the driver recognized him. It was Yi Fan. The young man joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Dong, I'm lost and really hungry for something to eat." Grabbing his so-called brother's hand, Fan asked if Dong could give him a ride home, as it seemed very late and dark outside already. Ye Fan discreetly slipped the recently deceased Wang Chao's phone into Shu Dong's pocket. Now all that was left was to wait a little. Dun shoved Fan away sharply, throwing him into the road. He snarled for the idiot to get away from him. How he irritated him. Shu Dong told Ye Fan to simply stay here and wait, hoping that perhaps someone would come to rescue him before he succumbed to starvation. Duna's car lurched forward and Fan shouted after her, "Unfortunately, you missed the chance I gave you. You're no longer my brother, you maggot." This meeting cheered Shu Dong up. He was anticipating the moment when the Ye family would be gone, and they would seize all their vast fortune. Meanwhile, it was time for Wang Chao's phone to come back to life. It was already in Dong's pocket, waiting for its appointed moment. A Ye Fan, watching Shu Dong's movements, thought, "This is what happens when you merrily march straight into your own grave." Approximately 137 characters. Shu Dong descended under the central city bridge and paced cautiously, awaiting a meeting with the infamous killer. Approximately 118 characters. Looking around fearfully, the client for the double murder said loudly, "Sir, I've arrived as you requested, but where are you?" Wanzhong was surprised to see the adopted grandson of the Ye family here so late. It seemed Shu Dong had come here to meet someone in secret. The head of the Wang family ordered them to keep calling his son's number. Tonight, he will kill Chao's kidnapper, no matter the cost. Zhang's subordinates kept calling Chao, but the automated system responded that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable or offline. Corporation head Wang cursed, "Where's that scoundrel?" Did he notice that Chao slipped the phone into his pocket and turned it off? Suddenly, one of the guys said the call went through and now they could find out where the person was. He couldn't hide. A melody started playing from Duna's pocket. "I'm admiring the moon in the night sky." The guy was very surprised. Whose phone was this? Why did he have it? Shu Dong pulled his phone out of his pocket and answered the call. "Hello? Who the hell are you?" The guy was furious. The mercenary hadn't shown up. "And so," Van Zhong exclaimed, "it truly was Shu Dong." And he immediately commanded his men to take care of that scoundrel. Dun erupted with curses, shouting what the hell was happening as Van's men surrounded him. Clutching the phone of the recently killed Van Chao, Zhang ordered them to beat the villain to death for daring to target his only beloved son and heir, a crime he could not forgive. Shu Dun cried out, asking Mr. Wan why he was attacking him, insisting there must be some misunderstanding in this chaotic situation. But Wang Zhong struck blow after blow, growling viciously, "You killed my son, and you dare call this a misunderstanding, you beast." Beaten and bloody, Dun swore up and down that it wasn't him, that he had been at home the entire time, And furthermore, he insisted he had never even met Mr. Wang's son. Zhang asked, "So then, why do you have my son's phone?" Shu Dong, he was a bit flustered, and he mumbled that, honestly, he really didn't know how it ended up with him. And then he remembered, that's right, it's Ye Fan. He ran into Ye Fan on the way here. It must have been him who set him up. The destruction of the Zhao family and the rescue of Su Yixue, it's all definitely Ye Fan's doing. That means he's recovered and regained his former strength. Van Zhao struck Dun once more, saying, "So Ye Fang, that idiot set you up. He could have at least come up with a more convincing excuse. Even now, Zhang, as you stand on the very precipice of death, you still refuse to speak the truth, and now you will be sent to join my son." Shu Dong whimpered, "I'm telling the truth, every word." But Wang Zhao didn't believe him. He knew one thing. His son's phone was with this villain. Not wanting to deal with it anymore, CEO Van finished off Dun. After a few minutes, the guy fell silent, but Zhang's anger was still there. Chao's body hasn't been found yet. Shu Dong definitely has accomplices. We need to keep an eye on Shu Jian. Zhang promised to tear him to pieces. Hiding in a secluded spot, Ha recorded everything that happened on his phone. It turned out to be quite a film, with Shu Dong's tragedy. Yifan asked Xia Hao if he had recorded everything, and Hao confirmed that he did. Yes, every second, with all the details and in good quality. Let some stranger send this video to Shu Jiang, and they can keep biting at each other like dogs. Hao smiled. It's all already done. Fan handed Hao a small bottle. These are second-rank pills, made by me. They'll help you break through to the combat control level. Xia Hao was astonished, but he was already over 50. Could he really break through to a new level? It was simply fantastic. Fan replied, "This is just a level of control. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you virtually limitless possibilities." Ha took a breath of relief. He had once spent billions trying to hire an alchemist to create such pills, and now… Fan said there are 5 pills. Give 1 to Li Hu and distribute the rest as you see fit. I'll prepare more in the future. The head of Corporation X vowed that from this day on, he would do absolutely everything the great young Master Yi commands. Xia Hao asked if they should give 1 pill to young Master Wang. Although he is strong, it wouldn't hurt to increase his power. Fan smiled, and if nothing unexpected happens, then by tomorrow the city will welcome yet another master of Grandmaster level. At that time, Wang Fugi was at home. The windows of the huge mansion shone brightly. The guy was nervous. He was about to swallow a pill. He marveled that Fan bought a stone on the black market for pennies, and it turned out to contain a life force pill. Could Ye really be that lucky? But that doesn't matter. First I need to focus on moving forward, on developing strength. Only then will I be able to better protect Brother Yi. Fugi swallowed the pill and immediately felt drastic changes happening within his body, as if lightning was coursing through him. The young man cried out, "This power is simply incredible. How can the energy of just 1 pill be so terrifying? It hurts so much." Van Fugi settled in comfortably and focused on the breakthrough, streams of energy swirling around him as he finally shed all his restraints. The guy gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling from pain and terrible strain. Breaking through to the Grandmaster level wasn't that simple. Fugi felt like his whole body was crackling with lightning, his eyes burning, his veins bulging with strain. He was defenseless. The guy clenched his fists. It hurt so much, it felt like his meridians were about to burst and his veins would pop. The body is tempered through pain. And then, finally, a pillar of golden energy erupted from Wang Fugi's humble mansion, filling him with power and making him a Grandmaster. Yu Linlong noticed, another person has broken through. Judging by the light, it's from the Fugi family. Could that blockhead have become a Grandmaster? Well, if Wang Fugi has gotten stronger, that's great. Yi Fan will be safer with him until his own strength returns. As soon as Linlong thought of Fan, her body suddenly filled with warmth. The girl was surprised. It was a completely new kind of energy. Linlun gasped, feeling an incredibly strange sensation of spiritual warmth that had only recently emerged, ever since Fang had touched her. This mysterious energy has settled within her body, her meridians and dantian continuously nourished and strengthened by this power. Could this be the very secret Ye Fan was hiding? After being stuck at the Grandmaster level, is it finally possible for her to advance? The girl thought, if that's the case, then I can totally let Ye Fan take advantage of me a little. What am I even thinking? The main building of the Su Corporation was bustling that evening, with press and regional pharmaceutical representatives gathered there. The Su family dared to hold a press conference as the Li family had already released their new drug first. What could they do now? One of those present suggested, perhaps they have another new drug that's even cooler than the one stolen by the Li family. The head of the Li family chuckled inwardly. Developing drugs isn't that simple. They're just making a last desperate attempt. He assured Patriarch Liu that this time they would set a strong example, and no one would dare support the Yi family again. Liu Zhan, Patriarch of the Liu family, replied, "The Li family did well. They will be generously rewarded in the future, as will their leader." The press conference host asked everyone present to welcome our honored guests, and everyone was stunned with surprise. This is Xia Hao from the Xia Group, and the man behind him is Yuncheng Governor Song Qian. The people behind them are also far from minor figures. Lai was confused. Xia Hao was one thing, but why were the governor and other important figures here? Su didn't have the influence to gather such people. Su Yixu thanked everyone for coming to support them today. Their group was scheduled to release a new drug, but yesterday, Li's group released a drug almost identical to ours, which Su's company had worked on for many years. The word is out. President Su is quite bold. The Li family wasn't involved in the cosmetics industry. Something is definitely fishy here. The head of the Li family asked what President Su meant, as it was their Li group that first released the new drug. He chuckled, and since our Li group had already released it first, he was rather curious to see what new drug President Su would announce. If the formula matches Li's drug, we'll sue you for stealing secrets, but perhaps Su will agree to an acquisition by the Li family. Su Shu stated that it wasn't necessary, as her team had developed a product based on an ancient formula, which they have named the Snow Radiance Cream. It improves complexion, clears blemishes, and heals wounds without scarring. Of course, its formula is different from the Li family's. From the stands, shouts were heard. Is it really that surprising? It even removes scars, which sounds like an exaggeration. Liu Zhang frowned and asked Liu, "Didn't you say that you obtained the secrets of the Su family? Why is there another formula?" Li asked if they had even tested this so-called ancient formula. It sounds like a fairy tale, and it seems that Su Shui is a fraud. Holy healer Lei Qianjue sternly demanded who dares call Yixue a fraud, or questions his expertise in the medicine's efficacy. Lei explained he discovered the formula by chance, personally tested it, and confirmed its immediate effectiveness through trials. Many were surprised the holy healer backed Su despite never being involved with companies before. "You should buy the cream." Orders started pouring in. Shui teared up. It was so good. With such investments, their company would be able to reach new heights. Li exclaimed that if this is such a wonderful remedy and it works immediately, could Ms. Su demonstrate it right now? The head of the Li family didn't believe such a miraculous drug existed in the world. It was just a sales gimmick. The attendees agreed. There was sense in Li's words, and proving the cream's effectiveness here at the presentation would be convincing. Li asked with a smirk, "So, Mrs. Su, aren't you afraid to show your miraculous cream in front of the cameras now?" He suggested Yixue scratch himself and apply cream, and they would all watch how he healed his wounds and even removed scars. Taking the knife in her hand, Yixue said, "All right, I'll do it." She clenched her fist, preparing to slash the dagger across her delicate arm. But then Yifan rushed onto the stage, shouting loudly for his wife Yixue to stop, claiming he knew a much better way to handle it. Taking the knife from her, he smiled and said she didn't need to do this to herself. He would go to the big hall and find her a volunteer. Armed with a knife, Ye Fan jumped from the stage into the hall. Everyone froze, not knowing what the famous fool would do. The guy ran up to Li and exclaimed, "Oh, old man, you were the one talking the most about the check. Let's test the cream's quality on you." Without waiting for the stunned Li's reply, Ye Fan stabbed him in the arm. Blood gushed from the deep wound, and everyone gasped in surprise. Elder Li howled in pain. He yelled, "What is this idiot doing? My hand is injured. What kind of outrage is this? We urgently need a doctor here." Ye Fan said in surprise, "But you doubted the effectiveness of the cream. I'm here to help you test it and see that it's good." The attendees were shocked, but they admitted that testing the cream on Li Zhang, who was skeptical, was a rather honest move. Fan dragged the groaning Li onto the stage to show everyone how the cream works, informing his wife, Yixue, that he'd found a volunteer. Yixu smiled. Li Zhang had stolen their formula and come here to disgrace them. Yes, this greedy villain got his just desserts. Lei Qiangchui suggested that everyone watch very closely. The cut is quite deep. You can even see the bone. And now we apply the cream. Su Minhao, the second master, asked the head of the Su family, "Does this cream really work, or will they be shamed before everyone?" Su Honghai told his younger brother that he believed in Yixue, in the holy physician Lei Qiangkui, and in the true great power of the Ye family. Li Zhang asked the holy healer if he truly believed some cream could heal such a deep wound. He dismissed it as mere fairy tales. Dr. Lei offered no reply to the provocative Li, simply silently applying the green, life-giving salve to the bleeding wound. And suddenly, everyone present saw on the screen, in close-up, that the cut was disappearing. The astonished viewers gasped as the wound healed. Someone suggested perhaps it's computer graphics. Can they really add special effects even live now? The head of the Lee family looked at his hand and couldn't believe his eyes. It couldn't be. Could this cream really be that miraculous? But if the evidence is destroyed and this wound is reopened, the situation can still be turned against the Sue company. But as soon as Lee Jong's hand reached for the healed wound, Fugi grabbed him and held tight, preventing him from tearing the cut. The guy asked Uncle Lee if his hand was itching, if he hadn't washed or something. Well, Fugiji could help him, but Jong refused. Raising Lee's healed hand high, the holy Dr. Lei invited all ladies and gentlemen to behold the result. Everyone was shocked. The wounds were gone, and the skin on the hand was cleaner and smoother. Crazy. Is this cream really that good? But Lee Jong stubbornly insisted that it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was surely some kind of trick to attract money. Impressed representatives from cosmetic and retail companies immediately started ordering the new cream. Lee urged everyone not to give in to emotions. They know that Sue's company is in debt. Do they even have money for production? Many have doubted. It's true. The E family is almost defeated, and the Sue family is closely tied to them, making it risky to strike a deal with them. Suddenly, everyone heard Guo Li. Come on, Sue supports the holy physician. What's there to fear over some petty unpaid debts? He added, at worst, the Guo family will unite with Ye and deal with Sue's problems, and whoever continues to doubt will lose. Ye Fan and Wang Fugui's mouths fell open in surprise. It was Guo Li, but why had he returned? He hadn't been in the city for many, many years. The crowd buzzed. The famous Guo family from the provincial capital. Now another influential family is backing the Sue family. Guo Li told Brother Fan that the old man sent him to another country, so he hadn't heard news about him and didn't come earlier. Fugi cursed and asked where Guo Li had been all these years, if he even knows how hard it has been for them in the last 5 years. Ye Fan knew Guo Li would never betray him, but now wasn't the time or place for such a conversation. Yet he still needed to talk to him. The old friend looked intently at Fan. Unlike Fugi, he understood everything immediately. The guy frowned. Apparently, things were bad. Leaning in, Guo Li quietly asked his brother, Fan, if he was perhaps playing the fool, and Ye Fan was astonished. This guy had figured him out in a flash. Guo Li has always been a smart man and a loyal friend. Right now, a reliable, trusted person is really needed by his side. Guo Li smiled. He understood everything. He turned to the assembled crowd, and they had all witnessed the amazing effect of the Snow Radiance Beauty Cream. Anyone who wants to cooperate, hurry up. The first to sign the contract will be the first to receive the goods. Invest now and get your profit. Those interested quickly raised their hands, eager to leave their info for contracts. Everyone wanted to be the first to sell this cream. Ye Fan smiled inwardly. Guo Li really knows how to play his part, and he also has very decent business experience. He asked Lee if he was planning to stick around here until New Year's, if his son had already played enough, or if Lee wanted to make a fool of himself. Lee Jong snapped back, saying, Guo Li, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're from the powerful Guo family in the capital. The head of the Lee family raised his hand and loudly commanded, Prepare for attack. Everyone froze in surprise. What was this news? In the same second, thugs from the Lee family's security appeared in the press conference hall, armed with combat knives and batons. Lee Jong smirked and said, Let's see who dares to sign a contract with the Sue family today, especially since they won't exist much longer. Su Honghai was outraged. Lee Jong, what the hell are you doing here? Couldn't beat us in business, so you resorted to these dirty tricks. Chapter 51 stated that the Sue family had become too close to the Ye family, so this is a punishment from above. Today, the Sue family has only 2 options. Choose to side with the E family and be destroyed, or betray E Fan, sell the company to the Lee family, and save your miserable lives. As for the purchase price of the Sue company, let's say 50,000 would be more than enough for this bankrupt firm. Su Minhao couldn't stand it. What was Mr. Lee talking about? 50,000 for the entire group of companies? Was he mocking them? Ishu exclaimed, Look at you, dreaming of taking over the company. And if he wants to harm Ye Fan, he'll have to go through me first. Lee Jong's face twisted with anger. This beauty was driving him mad. He exclaimed, What are you playing the princess for? And raised his hand at her. The very next second, the head of the Lee family was punched hard in the face. He gasped. His eyes rolled back. He didn't realize where the blow came from. Ye Fan asked in surprise, Why did that wicked old man want to hit his wife? He should have defended the lovely Yixue. Lee Jong rubbed his bruised face and gasped. This idiot has quite a heavy hand. There are definitely fewer teeth in his mouth now. Enraged, he growled, "You damn fool, how dare you try to stop me from completing such an important mission." 122 characters. The Lee family security chief barked at his men, "Why the hell are you frozen? Tear this idiot and his stubborn wife to shreds." 131 characters. Lee Jong ordered his men to eliminate every single member of the Su family, to wipe them out completely, leaving not a single one of them alive. A broad-shouldered Wang Fugi stood in the path of the assassins. He said menacingly, "Well then, try to touch even one member of the Su family." The guards fell back. Fugu radiates a Grandmaster's aura. Did this brute truly break through to Grandmaster level? Engaging him is suicide. 137 characters. Good heavens, it's like genius is contagious, isn't it? I mean, Ye Fan was already a Grandmaster at 15, and now his friend has gone and become one too. Lai was certain. If they captured Su Xiu or Ye Fan for brainwashing, their friends wouldn't dare lift a finger against them. Approximately 136 characters. Lai warned Wan this was between them and the Su family. He'd better not interfere, or he'd regret crossing those backing the Li family. Approximately 139 characters. Fugi responded saying, "Su Shui is my sister-in-law, and as far as Su is concerned, that also involves me. So you better get lost, or you're going to regret having a body." Guoli placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and calmly said, "Enough. You've done enough talking here. Now it's my turn." Instead of speaking, Ye Fan's old friend clenched his fist and struck at the crowd of armed men who had come to kill the Su family. The Li family fighters cried out. They hadn't expected such incredible martial arts strength from this elegant young man. Guoli said, "Excuse me, but now I'm also at the Grandmaster level. If you have any complaints, try tasting my fists." The attendees were stunned. Another Grandmaster, and also the second grandson of a Grandmaster. It seems both of Ye Fan's friends got infected. Lai was in shock. One Grandmaster could fall from a sudden attack, so against two, numerical superiority was useless. Clan leader Li realized that staying here was simply madness, tantamount to suicide. He needed to disappear from this hall unnoticed. Everyone heard the loud command from Yu Lin Long as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yi family entered the hall with a large guard. The furious Valkyrie commanded Li's people to drop their weapons and behave, having tolerated their antics for too long. The head of the Li family security felt the cold of blades at his neck in horror. Everyone knew Yu Lin Long and her people didn't joke around. The commander of the Li family's assassin squad immediately dropped his club obediently, and Li's other subordinates followed suit. They were all disarmed, tied up, and Linlin's men had them in their sights. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's done. The people in the hall sighed with relief. Could it be that it was finally over? Due to the attack by Li's men, some thought they would die. Shahao and Li Hu suggested that the bound head of the Li family find a very quiet place to talk calmly, without unnecessary witnesses. Li Jiang knew Li Hu's methods of persuasion perfectly. He groaned, begging to be released, knowing he couldn't endure the torture. An hour later, the entire expedition, along with Li Jiang, found themselves in a small, exquisite, and well-guarded mansion. The head of the family shouted that limiting his freedom was illegal, that they were violating human rights, and he would complain about them. Instead of answering, Ye Fang hit the screamer with a chair. Li Jiang's vision blurred. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell silent. Yi Fan said that Li is a bad person. He mistreated his wife, and all bad people should suffer, so there's no point in shouting about it. Guo Li, drawing his knife, asked Patriarch Li, "Will you speak on your own? Or do you want me to help refresh your memory by cutting something off?" The head of the Li family stayed silent, so his friend Fan slashed his chest with a knife, hitting a pressure point. John howled in agony. The guy growled, "You almost destroyed my brother's family. Death is too light a punishment for you. If you don't start talking, don't blame me." Li shouted, "And I'll tell you, it was orchestrated by Patriarch Liu Zhan. They were trying to stop Lei, and they sent reinforcements here." Guo Li jabbed the blade at a pressure point. Li Jiang howled in pain. The guy explained they needed to tell them something they didn't know yet. Li rattled off. Two others work with Lu Jian. One is called Lone Wolf in the army. The second is the young Master Zhou from the capital. Besides destroying the entire Ye family, they're also looking for something that can rapidly increase their combat power. It belongs to the Ye family. Ye Fan was bewildered. Something that could increase strength? What was he talking about? Perhaps there were family secrets he didn't know about. Whatever it is, we'll have to plan everything carefully. If the killers have decided to come, Seed E will make sure they never leave. Meanwhile, in the northwest, Elder John was listening to his advisor's report on the failed operation with the Su family. John asked with disdain, "And this is the result of the plan?" The Su family took all the attention, and the Li family was completely destroyed. The advisor begged the elder to calm down. No one expected things to turn out this way, or that they'd have such strong defenses. John said that if things continue like this, the way they look at us, they resist, lose nothing, and hold a press conference. The elder stated that he would personally go to Yuncheng and finish off Ye Fan to get rid of this problem once and for all. After the press conference, a celebratory banquet was held at the Su Company building for the family's potential partners. Happy Su Hue jumped into Ye Fan's arms, thanking her husband for such support, saying that thanks to him, they succeeded with the cream. Without him, so many people wouldn't have stepped forward to help the Su family. Fang smiled. Shui is his wife. Of course, he'll protect her. Lin Long doubted Fang could gather many strong people while remaining a fool, but in any case, she would be with him to the end. Su Yixu thanked all her friends. Today, they had not only saved their product and their company, but also their entire humble Su family. Suddenly, she saw a large group of police entering the banquet hall, meaning the attacks on their family were not over. The commander reported that illegal fundraising for fake medicine is happening here, and by law, the company's accounts are frozen. Yixue exclaimed, "This is a standard order fee. When did it become an illegal fundraising scheme?" The police officer replied, "We have an order." Lin Long, along with his people, stepped forward. "And how dare you arrest people in broad daylight? Just try to take one more step." The squad commander asked Ms. Yu not to complicate their work. They have an order, and they are carrying it out. There's no need to resist. Lin Long chuckled. They're making things difficult for Yixue. If she's arrested today, the news will destroy the Su family's reputation. Fan had many ways to resolve this situation, but it's too early to use them now. What to do? Oh, I have a great idea. Soon, several military vehicles filled with armed soldiers flew toward the central building of Su's company. Major Guo Fei, leading his squad, entered the hall and asked what was happening, with soldiers armed with assault rifles standing behind him. Ye Fan pointed at the policeman and said that these bad people wanted to arrest his beautiful wife and ruin her business. The major knew perfectly well, no matter how the Heavenly King appeared, they were obligated to obey his orders unconditionally. Guo Fei immediately ordered his men to take them. The soldiers readily rushed to carry out their combat commander's command. The policeman asked Guo Fei if he understood what he was doing, that they were just doing their job, and they had orders for it. The major barked at the cop to shut up. The Su Group, partners and army drug suppliers. Touch them, you're the enemy. Guo Fei took the police commander and his subordinates away while this issue is resolved, but it's clearly not the end of the Su family story. Yifan got it. Seems like it's really time to start that thing. Otherwise, we won't handle the enemies of the Yi and Su families fast enough. Fan quietly slipped out of the hall and went to the restroom. Checking that no one was around, he locked the door and took out his phone. He dialed the number and calmly uttered a strange phrase. A light breeze rustles the duckweed. The long night stretches through eternity. Subscriber Ifana replied that his subordinate, Pan Hai, welcomes the new pavilion master, and he has been waiting for this for 20 years. So the Tianjin Pavilion is finally reopening again, Ye Fang confirmed, but now is not the time to reveal that publicly just yet. In Yuncheng, Su's company accounts are frozen. We need to unfreeze them urgently and suppress all negative news about Su. Mr. Hai, the president of the Chuzhou Corporation, replied, "Don't worry, pavilion owner. I will do everything possible to complete the task." After finishing his phone call, Pan Hai approached the secret door of the Tianji Pavilion and gently pressed the hidden mechanism. The door opened silently, and the chief steward of the Tianjin Pavilion entered the spacious room filled with equipment. Mr. Hai said, "Everyone pay attention. Activate Protocol SSS. The target is the Su Group in Yuncheng. Resolve their issues within 10 minutes." In the office of the bank president Huaqi in Yuncheng, the phone rang. It was the governor calling, and Qian Tao got scared. The governor asked why he froze the Su family's accounts. Qian replied it was ordered by a person from the provincial capital, from the Li family. The governor was furious. The Su family, partners in the Xuanwu war zone Tao. Do you want to die? The banker promised to unfreeze the accounts immediately. The frightened banker decided to clarify everything with the Li family first. This story was too serious to act rashly. And then Chiang Tao saw urgent news. The head of a well-known family from the provincial capital has been arrested for serious crimes. The phone slipped from the trembling hands of the frightened banker. It's over. It's all over. The future, the career, Tao's life. Everything is destroyed. At this time, Su's friends in the company office were deciding what to do. Lei said, "This is serious. Unfreezing the accounts could take some time." The holy healer gathered a little money from a few old friends to help Company Su get through this crisis right now. The clerk ran in and reported that their accounts were unfrozen. The bank had called, apologized, and said it was an operator error. Su Yixu couldn't believe it was a mistake, but the police officer had explained everything so clearly, so how could it possibly be a mistake? She asked Lin Long, were they her people? The girl replied, they're still calling, and they couldn't unfreeze the accounts that fast. Yixue was bewildered. If these weren't the people they'd approached, then who had done this? Who possessed such immense power? Xia Hao understood. Judging by how swiftly everything was resolved, it was Ye Fan. What power he wielded to settle it all in 10 minutes. Van Fugi shouted, everyone read the news. It says the head of the Liu family from the provincial capital was arrested today. And a check is also being conducted on Director Yan from the Bureau of Industry, and the president of Huachi Bank is suspected of crimes. Su Yixu was very surprised. Wasn't this their entire chain of enemies? And hadn't they all just been removed from their positions in one fell swoop? Yixue's phone rang, and she saw that it was a call from the office of the Huachi bank manager. The girl became alert, wondering what this could be about. The new bank president Cheng Wei apologized. They will hold a press conference to fully restore the Su Group's reputation. Xu Wei was surprised, wondering if it was too much trouble for the bank, but Cheng Wei insisted it was the least they could do. Additionally, President Pan Hai from the Chuzhou Group will arrive in Yuncheng in a few days and wants to meet with Su Siyue in person. The girl was stunned. The Pan from the Chuzhou Group. Could it be he who helped? This corporation is a colossal force, influencing the entire country. Even Lin Lun's sister and Master Lei couldn't persuade Pan Hai to do anything. So why does he want to meet Su Shui? Could it be that this is once again the work of Ye Fan? Perhaps Pan Hai, just like Xia Hao, is helping Yixue to repay a debt of gratitude to Ye Fan. She walked up to her husband and thanked little Fan for being with her. He replied, as long as my Yixue is all right, I'm all right. The girl threw herself around Ye Fan's neck, unable to contain her emotions. She whispered words of gratitude into his ear, tears welling up. In the northwest, at Elder Zhang's private residence, another scandal erupted due to the failed hunts of the Ye and Su families. Chufen slammed his fist on the table. Their men in Yuncheng were wiped out by the army in one blow. No loyal families remained. Captain Zhang's personal guard raged, calling the performer useless trash. He defended himself, claiming they couldn't do anything. Lai was arrested, and not just him. Everyone involved in this case has been arrested. So many influential figures fell in just one night. The Zhuzhou Group intervened. Chu Fen roared, that old fool Pan Hai dared to interfere in our business? He's gone completely mad. The captain declared, this dog ruined our plans. I will personally go to Yuncheng and finish off Ye Fan along with everyone nearby. But Elder Zhan stopped him, and he asked Feng why he was still behaving so recklessly, even though he had been serving him for many years. Chufen is just a grandmaster. Does he really think Pan Hai is weaker than him? And does he even know who's backing Pan Hai? The captain asked Zhang, so who is behind Pan Hai? How dare he interfere in our affairs? Doesn't he know who stands with us? The elder interrupted Fen and ordered the captain to go to Yuncheng, but not to confront Pan Hai directly yet. Chufen lowered his head and replied, I understand, Elder. Now I know what to do. But there was a fire of revenge in his eyes. Elder Zhan sent his guard captain. He added that he's sure Pan Hai's support will soon collapse on its own. We just need to wait. In a luxurious banquet hall, the Su family celebrated the successful launch of their cream, having received a huge sum from pre-orders. Su Honghai exclaimed, enjoy your food and drinks to your heart's content. The Su family's success today is entirely thanks to all of you. But Yifan knew that the people in the shadows still saw them as prey, so they couldn't let their guard down for a moment. Suddenly, the young man heard Yufei's voice. Yifang, my feet are killing me in these heels. Could you give me a little support? In the middle of the banquet hall stood his ex-fiancée Xuan Yufei, wearing a beautiful evening gown and high-heeled shoes. Ye Fan was bewildered. How did Xuan Yufei end up at the banquet? Why was she here again? His wives would be indescribably furious with her. The guests started murmuring, it's Yifan's ex-fiancée. What is she doing here? How dare she even show her face here? Yifan waved his arms animatedly as he spoke to Yu Fei, saying, no, I really can't do that. If I help you, I'm afraid my dear wife, Ai Shui, will become extremely jealous. Fan was baffled by what this girl was scheming again, when Xuan Yufei suddenly caught her heel and swayed in confusion. Approximately 140 characters. Fan's ex-fiancé began to fall, clutched at him, and they toppled together right in the middle of the grand banquet hall. Approximately 130 characters. Even if Fan doesn't give her another chance, she vowed that she would make him forgive her. The young man shouted for Yu Fei to get up quickly. The girl hugged Ye Fan and quickly whispered in his ear, the martial arts master from the northwest will soon arrive in Yuncheng for the Su family. The power of this master, who is coming to kill the Ye and Su families, is definitely above the level of a martial venerable. They must be extremely careful. And also Lu Qinyang, the eldest young master of the Lu family from the provincial capital, has also arrived. He will try to kill him, Ye Fan. At the crash site, Su Yixue approached Yi Fan and sternly asked Zhuan Yufei what the girl was doing and what kind of shamelessness this was. First, she dumped Ye Fan herself, and now she shamelessly clings to him again. What unheard of shame. And she wasn't even invited to the banquet. Yufei was sure she had to tell Fan everything she knew. She asked him to remember it and pass it all on to his grandfather. Ye Fan greatly valued Yufei's warning, but he knew perfectly well that if she stayed by his side, it would only drag her into trouble. Yixue sternly told her husband, "From now on, you are not allowed to speak to that woman." He replied, "I have 7 wives. I don't need any more." Ye Changfen was stunned by the news that Xu Jiang had blown up his own villa and died along with members of the Wang family. It seems Xu Jiang realized he couldn't defeat the Wang family, so he decided to die with them to avenge his son. The Zhao, Wang, Shu, and Li families, all of whom opposed the Ye family, have been killed. More precisely, they are those who tried to harm the young master Ye. Grandfather chuckled. Fan was very good at hiding his secrets. The head of security asked, "So, young master Ye is already well?" The head of the Ye family interrupted Lan Feng, saying he had said enough. The old man smiled cheerfully. It was time to talk to his grandson. Lu Qinyang appeared at the banquet. He congratulated Madame Su. He came uninvited, but she wouldn't refuse to receive him, would she? Su Yixue angrily asked Lu Qingyang what he was doing there, saying it was a banquet for the Su family's friends, and he was never one of them. Ye Fan pondered. The eldest son of the Liu family had indeed arrived. It seemed Yufei's information was accurate. He needed to prepare. The Liu family has always been hostile to the Ye family. What are they planning now? What are they looking for here to increase their power? Liu cursed. While Xue and Linlong were beauties, many men would give anything to have just one, and Ye Fan has a whole 7 wives like that. Qinyang chuckled. "Young Master Ye, what a pity. You've grown dull and probably don't know what to do with beautiful wives at night." He leaned towards Ye Fan and said that if Ye didn't know what to do with them, he'd be happy to teach him tonight. The wives would like it. Captain Chu ordered them to check if Ye Fan was truly an idiot, as no normal man could tolerate such words. The waiter approached young Master Ye with the ordered coffee. Before Liu Qingyang could even gasp, the hot coffee was splashed all over his face. The uninvited guest screamed, "My face, my head, damn it, are you out of your mind?" Liu was surprised that he couldn't dodge Ye Fan's attack. Fan said that Liu is a scoundrel. Isue said that only he can sleep with them, and if Liu wants it so badly, he should sleep with his mother. Enraged, Liu Qinyang clenched his fist and lunged at Ye Fang. Now he would find out if he was truly an idiot or just pretending to be one. Ye Fan hid behind Yu Linlong and told his wife he was scared, that the bad man wanted to hurt him and was saying nasty things. Linlong frowned. How dare that ugly Liu approach? If he so much as touched a single hair on her husband's head, she'd show him what would happen. Guoli added, "And also, if you want to touch Brother Fan, you'll have to get through me and Win Fugi first if you manage to stay in one piece." Qinyang was amazed how a fool could have the support of so many powerful people. He'd have to wait until the fool was alone. Lu Qingyang stepped back, saying that the guys could protect Ye Fan for a while, but could they protect him for a lifetime? The young master of the Liu family declared, "I fear soon Yi Fan will be a corpse left in the desert, and his beautiful wives will become widows." So, Li asked Su Yixue, and then, what was going to happen? Was she actually planning on marrying that old wreck from the Ye family, old man Chang Feng? Ye Fan frowned, but insulting his grandfather, this scum was definitely asking for death. A young man like him would never forgive such a thing. Passing by Ye Fan, Li Qinyang asked the fool with a smile if he knew what agonizing death his second brother had died. At first, Xinyan stabbed him with a knife more than a dozen times. Then he cut his tendons one by one. He died slowly and in agony. The second brother even knelt and begged Qin Yang to spare little Fan. Li smirked. "Soon, you fool, you'll be joining your brothers." Yi Fan clenched his fists. "So it means the Liu family killed the second brother in the southwest combat zone. Bastards. They will pay for this." Li laughed. "You want to hit me? Did you really understand? Well, it doesn't matter. Captain Shu Fen will soon deal with this idiot." Young Mr. Liu knew that if he could prove this guy was pretending to be an idiot, he would earn immense gratitude. Ye Fan gritted his teeth. If discovered, those in the shadows would unleash their full might on his family and loved ones. Ye Fan might not make it. However, if Fan could kill Li Yunyan without hesitation back then this Li person can also be eliminated without a trace. No, we need to make sure this scumbag regrets ever being born and begs for death, to drink the cup of suffering to the very dregs. Lu Qingyang clutched his throat, a sharp, intense pain suddenly piercing his entire body. He asked Ye Fan in confusion what he had done. Ye Fan grinned widely and mimicked Liu Qingyang, also grabbing his throat and repeating his words with a similar intonation. Junior Li was puzzled. The pain seemed to pierce his body to the bone, but suddenly, it vanished completely without a trace. Qinyan felt that the flow of someone's aura had unexpectedly merged with his meridians, or was it just his imagination? Who could it be? He grabbed Fan by the neck and yelled at him not to play dumb, threatening that if even a single hair on his head fell, Fan would pay with his life. Yu Linlong demanded that Liu Qinyang stop talking nonsense and get out of here, or he wouldn't even have ashes left. Yifan understood. Not just Liu Qingyan, but the whole Liu family was involved in his brother's and uncle's deaths. They want to wipe out the Ye family. Guoli told Ye Fan that Elder Ye had just found him and Xia and said he wanted to appoint them as vice presidents of the Ye Corporation. It seems Grandpa figured out that Fan is clever, and Guo and Xia are helping him. He was always smart, and Fan didn't want to deceive him. Suddenly, the friends saw a young man approaching them. He respectfully addressed the young master of the Ye family. Falling to his knees, the boy begged Ye Fan to help him kill Liu Qingyan and completely wipe out the entire Liu family. If everything works out, he, Liu Wuyan, is ready to push himself to the limit and serve the young master Ye like a beast of burden, even giving his life. Fan noticed this guy looks like a Liu family member. Does he want to destroy his own family? What does that even mean? Guoli asked the second young Liu why he was not chasing after actresses and why he suddenly came to see his brother, who was still unwell. Liu Wuyan stated his belief that young Master Ye would surely awaken, and the youth was prepared to stake everything in hopes of assistance. He presented Guo Li with a list of his assets, offering all this property to young Master Ye if they agreed to his terms. Guo Li was impressed. The kid's business sense is even better than mine. All these companies are future leaders in their fields. Ye Fan knew Guo Li was already a first-class business genius, so it seemed this kid Liu Wuyan was indeed worth looking at in a new light. Fana's friend asked the young man, so all his debauchery and idle lifestyle was just a cover, and in reality, he was running a business. The young man sighed. What else could he do? All these years he had waited for his moment, preparing for revenge every single day of his life. More than 20 years ago, Liu Zijian raped Wu Yang's mother in a nightclub, but the Liu family considered her a disgrace and didn't acknowledge her. Even though there were witnesses, the current head of the Liu family took the girl by force, beating her badly for resisting. In the end, with the silent approval of Liu Zijiang and the entire Liu family, Liu Qinyang brutally murdered Wu Yang's mother in her own home. He stabbed her all over her body with a knife, turning her into a sieve, and he said that she, a corrupt bitch, had lived in this world for far too long already. Liu Wuyang said, "This beast did it before my very eyes, killed my mother right in front of me. I was only 8 years old then. I saw everything." Wuyan continued, "After my mother's death, I hadn't had a single good day with the Liu family. Qin Yang forced me to eat dog food. Even when Uyan grew up, he was still an outcast in the family. He pretended and voluntarily exiled himself here to avoid trouble. Outside, Liu Yan seemed worthless, but he was gathering strength, building companies, and always dreamed of revenge on the Liu family for his mother. But Uyan's strength is limited. He needs a benefactor. He noticed how Zhao and several other clans perished, and he realized his moment had come. Guoli said, "All right, the elder brother is still sick. He might not understand what you mean." "You got it." The young man nodded. Uyan thought, "It seems I haven't earned enough trust yet for the young Yi to reveal the truth. I need to put in more effort." The young man bowed and told Fan that he had many good ideas and business plans that would bring the gentleman immense wealth. Fan thought, his enemies are incredibly wealthy. Fugi is a good fighter, Guo Li is a reliable advisor, but a financial genius wouldn't hurt them. Ye Fan smiled at the boy, Wu Yan, and said he was a kind person. "Let's go inside the house. We can talk about everything calmly there." Guo Li realized his elder brother was willing to give this Liu Yuyan a chance. Fine. The kid could be very useful against the Liu family. Uyan smiled. If he could get into Corporation E, his plan would already be more than halfway successful, with only minor details left. In the end, my dumb older brother Liu Qingyang has long taken over Corporation E with his greedy hands. It's time to fix this. The board of directors of Corporation E was bewildered. Xu Jiang had sold them the company before his death, and the contract was notarized. What to do now? Old Mr. E appointed Guo Li and Xia Hao as vice presidents. They must have some kind of plan in place. Liu Qingyang, appearing at the door, declared that it was already too late to appoint vice presidents. Nothing could be fixed now. Mr. Xu Jiang received 30 million and sold the Ye group of companies to the Liu family. Here are the signed sales documents. And even the head of the legal department, Zhu Ming, and the purchasing manager, Yu Wei, were present. They can confirm this. The loyal hounds of Shujiang, Jumin, and Yu Wei nodded their heads, confirming that the deal was legitimate and that they were present. There was an uproar. You're kidding me. Group E's assets are worth at least 500 billion, and it was sold for 30 million. Qinyang stated, screaming won't help. The Ye Corporation now belongs to the Liu family. Begin the handover of affairs immediately. Young Li ordered special attention to be paid to the secret research laboratory. The transfer of all keys will take place there. The treasure must be here. They say the Ye family received a legendary map marking the location of the wondrous ruins. As soon as Liu deciphers the map and enters the ruins, they will gain incredible powers, and perhaps even achieve immortality. It was this very thing that caused the demise of the Ye family. Immortality and becoming a saint are the dreams of every martial artist. The doors burst open and Ye Fan exclaimed, "What's all this noise? Sounds like stray dogs barking. We'll beat these dogs and throw them out right now." Seeing Lu Qingyan, Ye Feng asked if he still wanted more, and now he was going to hit him on the head with a chair to knock his brains out. The young master of the Li family cursed. That brainless idiot was backed by 2 grandmasters. He couldn't take them on. Li Qingyan wasn't sure he could kill Ye Feng with a single strike, so attacking this fool right now was a bad idea. Qinyang told Ye Fan not to do anything reckless. The Ye Corporation has been acquired by Liu, so they should get out of here. Juming and Yu Wei shouted at the guards to take Ye Feng out of here. This is no place for fools. We're discussing business matters. Ye Fan cursed silently. Those treacherous bastards. So there was no avoiding betrayal here. Well, it's time to put them in their place. The guy grabbed the purchasing manager's hand and shouted, "Yu Wei, you scoundrel, you think I don't know about your schemes? You secretly took $1,000,000 bribes." The manager trembled all over and tried to pull his skinny hand free from Fan's grip. And Ye Fan grabbed the nostrils of the fat Zhu Ming and said he was abusing his position. He had seen him with 3 women. 5 years ago, Zhu Min abused his position and assaulted a student, which led her to jump off the roof in despair. Holding his bloody nose, the head of the legal department claimed he was slandered and insisted he never did anything like that. Ye Fan said that he was right back then, and Grandpa told him not to touch them for now, but today it was time to expose them to everyone. Lu Qingyang stated that Chief Zhu and Manager Yu are senior leaders of Corporation E, and they have made a huge contribution to its development. Will anyone believe the words of this idiot, who is trying to slander these honest employees and outstanding leaders? Yi Fan isn't part of the leadership, and he has no proof for his words. We can't just follow him simply because he's from the Ye family. The guy gave Guo Li a meaningful look, signaling it was now his turn to take the stage and continue this performance. Guo Li said, as the newly appointed vice president, "I would like to show you something. Everyone, please look here." He approached the VCR and inserted a flash drive with the recording. Everyone in the meeting room froze in anxious anticipation. Manager Yu appeared on screen, along with the gentleman who handed him 3 million for the construction of Corporation E's steel mill. The boss promised that once everything was done, Yu would get another 5 million. The satisfied manager said, "No problem." Yu Wei demanded the broadcast be stopped. Yu didn't understand. He had been so careful. How had anyone filmed this? And how had it ended up with Ye Fan? We've seen enough of Yu Wei. Now let's take a look at the sagging breasts on the hairy chest and the buttocks of Chief Zhu. On the screen appeared a naked Zhu shouting at the girl, "How dare you resist? I am the head of the legal department of Group E." Juming tried to shield the screen with his body, shouting that he forbade watching this and begging Guo Li to turn off the rape recording. Turning to young Master Ye, Juming asked what he wanted from him, saying he was ready to fulfill any of his conditions. Ye Fan replied, "Juming is a smart person. You know perfectly well what to do next. Do I really need to explain anything else to him?" The head of the legal department was taken aback. That tone, that look, that manner of speaking, could it be that young Mr. E is of sound mind again? Yi Fan no longer stutters, and the evidence the vice president showed was likely gathered by the young gentleman himself. Zhu Min stated that Xu Jiang and Liu Qingyan never signed the contract. It's a forgery, and he never bought the E Group. Qingyan exclaimed, "Yu Wei, Zhu Min, are you out of your minds? The contract has Xu Jiang's signature, along with the E Group's and notary's seals." Yi Fan knew that it was true. Even if he managed to get these 2 to join his side, it wouldn't change much. The problem would still remain. And then, from behind Ye Fan, Wu Yan's voice rang out. He asked Liu Qingyang if what he held was likely just a copy of the contract. Qingyang recognized his younger brother's voice. Wu Yang asked, "But what's the point of a regular photocopy? And what if your contract is a fake?" Young Master Liu was shocked. How did that little brat Liu Wuyang end up on Ye Fan's side? What were they plotting together? Qin Yang replied, I knew this question would come up, so I brought the original with me. The original contract is in the case. He pointed to the case in the guard's hands and said the original documents were inside, under a combination lock. Smiling, Uyan quietly said, Forgive me, brother. The time has come to pay the piper. Today, the fall of the Liu family into the abyss begins. He told Qin Yang he also has a case, so tell me, in which case is the original contract for the purchase of Group E actually located? Lu Qingyang was sure there would be no problems. He warned the security captain to keep the suitcase with him. Young Master Lu smirked and asked his younger brother if he really thought he could scare him by bringing the same briefcase. Qin Yang ordered the head of his personal guard to open his digital lock briefcase, and the broad-shouldered captain obeyed his master. The security chief entered the lock code and opened the armored case for valuable documents, but the contract wasn't there. Glancing into his case, Qin Yang was horrified to see burial clothes inside. It was so unexpected that Liu was momentarily bewildered. Furious, Qin Yang grabbed his bewildered head of personal security, angrily demanding to know where the hell his contract was. And then it dawned on Qin Yang. He turned to his younger brother Liu Wuyan. Could this really be your doing, but how could you betray the family? The young man looked at the person who had caused him so much harm with hatred. He despised him, even though they were brothers by their father. The young man said, Lu Qingyang, 10 years ago you killed my mother, and this is a gift for you now. I'm quite sure you'll be needing it very, very soon. Uyan smirked to himself. He'd bribed the head of security long ago. The man had simply handed him the documents, and this idiot hadn't noticed a thing. Opening the case, Lu Wuyang said to young Master Ye, The contract is here, and I'm handing it over to you. Qin Yang was shocked. The kid had ruined everything. Ye Fan peeked into the briefcase. The original documents were indeed inside. This kid, Wu Yan, had just saved their entire corporation. Lu Qinyang raged. He yelled, Lu Wuyang, you son of a bitch, what are you doing? These assets are worth billions. You're backing the wrong horse. The young man smirked. This is only the beginning. The Liu family faces many more unpleasant surprises, and they are already drawing near. Ye Feng laughed. Mr. Liu, I have all 3 original contracts, so tell me, to whom does the Ye Corporation now belong? Qin Yang spat out ruthlessly that Liu Wuyang was a ruthless scoundrel. How could he frame the family that raised him? This little brat has grown up, and it seems no one noticed. The head of the family and Qin Yang underestimated him, and now he will take his revenge. Young Mr. Liu commanded his men to leave, but Ye Feng ordered everyone to stay put. He hadn't released anyone from here yet. Fan smiled cheerfully. My wife used to tell me, if someone hurts you, make them pay. Now it's time to settle the scores. Lu Qingyang turned around in surprise. What else was on this idiot Ye Fan's mind? What was he planning? Did they dare to attack him here? Wu Yin told Ye Fan that Qinyang possessed a transparent bone, incredibly useful for cultivation. Why not force him to hand it over? Qinyang shouted at Wu Yan. This was the Liu family's ancestral relic, a treasure of unimaginable worth. How could he reveal it to an outsider? Qin Yang owed his level to this bone and didn't want to give it up. But Wang Fugui and Guo Li had a completely different opinion. Guo Li said mockingly, Mr. Liu, you've had your fun with the bone. Now give it back to us. Qin Yang grumbled that they were thieves. Lu Qingyang cursed. He wouldn't surrender without a fight. How could this possibly happen? How dare they attack him, the heir of Lu? Suddenly, he felt a terrible dread as his battle energy vanished. Could it really be due to that jab from Ye Fan at the festive banquet? Young Master Lu recalled how Fan, thought to be an idiot, had grabbed his wrist, and the pain that followed that moment. Could it be that this guy, Ye Fan, has truly made a full recovery? If so, it spells trouble for Li Qingyan. Fugi barked at Qingyan, saying enough with the nonsense. He shouldn't have come to the Ye family home and caused chaos, and here's the proof. Ye Fan snatched a priceless heirloom from Li Qingyang's neck, and the Li heir screamed at the idiot not to touch their family treasure. This is the immortal bone. The book of the Dragon Ring pattern mentioned it. The greatest masters turn into such bones when they die. The bone accumulates combat techniques, experience, and more. Even carrying it makes you stronger. Its power awaits those who seek mastery. And if you absorb this energy and experience, you can reach even greater heights in one step, gaining the experience of a master. Fortunately, the records preserved in the Dragon Pattern Ring contain the complete method for absorbing and purifying immortal bone. Ye Fan smiled and thanked Mr. Liu. He would gladly accept this treasure as a gift from him to become even stronger. Liu Qingyan shouted, Who said I would give it to you? Give it back right now. Such a treasure cannot belong to an idiot. Ye Fan smiled even more broadly, and then he said to his friends, Brother Guo, Brother Wang, just let him go, you know. He's a guest who brought us a gift, so please, just let him go. Seeing doubt in his friend's eyes, the guy insisted more firmly, listen to me. Let him go right now. Just let him leave this place. Van Fugi tried to insist, convincing Fan that he was wrong, but Guo Li stopped his friend, asking him to calm down and not to interfere. Guo Li realized that Brother Fan surely had his own plan, so he just needed to trust him and quietly stand guard just in case. Come along now, Mr. Liu, Ye Fan said with a smile. Let me show you the way. You might get lost, you see. The Ye Corporation's premises are quite vast. The guy put an arm around Liu and led him away. Liu tried to break free, and then Qin Yang realized this fool had pulled him out of his men's encirclement. Young Li decided this was the perfect chance. As soon as they were out the door, he'd snatch the immortal bone and finish off the fool. Soon, Liu Qingyang, accompanied by Ye Fang, Xia Hao, and Liu Wuyang, found themselves in the underground parking lot of the main building of the Ye Corporation. Li smirked. While the two grandmasters were around, he couldn't take a single step. But now dealing with Ye Fan would be a piece of cake. Qingyang snapped his fingers, signaling his men, who had set up an ambush in the underground parking lot just in case. At the boss's signal, armed men emerged from everywhere and surrounded Ye Fan and his men. Qingyang was sure he had already won. With a smirk, he said to Yi Fan, "You really dared to go with just two people. You simply can't miss such an opportunity." Ha warned Liu. "The young master kindly saw you off, but you yourself decided to complicate things. Now don't blame the master." Liu Qinyang laughed. What was Xia Hao even talking about? What could some idiot possibly do? He didn't have any strength left at all. Ye Fan didn't reply. He just stomped lightly on the concrete floor of the underground parking lot, and everything around suddenly hummed. The floor beneath Ye Fan's feet began to crack, and sharp shards of concrete rose into the air, transforming into numerous spears. These sharp shards spun around Ye Fan, killing Li Qingyang's men. The guards scrambled across the parking lot, but there was no escape. Soon, dozens of bloody corpses lay around the young Li. He looked around in horror, asking himself how this was possible. Finally, he shouted at Ye Fan, "So you were pretending to be a fool, you've already recovered." Fan grinned. "You only just realized, but it's too late." Ye Fan commanded, "Kneel before me," his aura blazing, his eyes burning, and a tremendous surge of battle energy flowing all around him. Liu Qingyang crashed to his knees. This pressure? Had Ye Fan already reached the level of a martial venerable? How could they have been so wrong? Ye Fan told the prisoner that if he answered his questions, it would ease his fate and he would suffer far less physical torment. Young Li quietly reached into his pocket for his phone. He urgently needed to report all of this to Captain Chu Feng. Young Master Ye, seeing Qin Yang's movement, struck the phone with a stream of fire, and the device immediately shattered into tiny pieces. Fan asked, if Li decided to chat with someone before the end, does he really think he still has a chance? Astonishing foolishness. Ye asked who was behind the Liu family, the young Zhou from the capital, or Lone Wolf, and who else attacked the second brother in the Xuanwu zone. Liu smirked. Ye Fang, you think you can change anything? Lone Wolf will be here soon, and then the Ye family will be finished. After Yi Fan's death, his wives face a miserable existence, used in turn by many men who will take advantage of them. Enraged, Ye Fan, with a fierce grip, seized Li's head in his hand, unleashing the secret spiritual technique known as the soul-devouring Seven Stars Claw. Liu Qingyang screamed piercingly, "What are you doing to me? My head hurts so unbearably, like someone is digging into my brain." Fan chuckled. "You should consider it an honor to be the first victim of this claw, the secret technique of the dragon pattern ring. The claw harnesses energy to control mental power, invading her mind, intruding on her thoughts, suppressing and tormenting her." Fan asked who else is behind the Liu family and what they want from the Yi family. Liu replied that they contacted Captain Chu Feng. It's unknown who they answer to, but they're definitely from the army and very strong. There's also young Master Zhou from the capital. Behind Zhou stands an incredibly powerful organization called the Holy Envoys, and they need a map to achieve their goals. Yi Fan was surprised. The organization of Holy Messengers. He had never heard of such an organization, so they are targeting the 7 E's. Li Qingyan howled, Yes, 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 I've said everything I know, please let me go." Streams of tears flowed from the prisoner's eyes and blood was coming from his nose. He groaned, "My meridians. How dare you shatter my meridians? What an agonizing pain. Why would you torment me so impossibly?" Chinyana was shaking, as if in a fever, and seeing that her tormentor had taken a knife in his hands, she said, "Kill me, Ye Fan, if you have the guts." Ye Fan replied to Qin Yang with a smile, "I really want to kill you, but there's someone who wants to kill you even more than I do." He held out the dagger to the second young Master Liu, telling the youth he could have his revenge right here, right now. The young man's eyes gleamed. He took the dagger from Ye Fan's hands and thanked the young master Ye for this wonderful opportunity. Frightened, Qin Yang asked Liu Wuyang what he was planning. They were brothers, after all. He couldn't kill him. They were one great Liu family. The young man smiled cruelly, striking blow after blow like Qin Yang once did to his mother. Wuyang said, "I've waited a long time for this day." In the provincial capital, at the Liu family residence, the head of the family awaited news from his eldest son, who had gone to Yuncheng. Suddenly, Liu Zijiang, Liu Qingyan's father, received a message. Watching the video, he couldn't believe it. Was his son murdered? Where could a simpleton from the Ye family get the strength to kill my Qingyang when his beloved boy had reached a high level? The head of the Liu family ordered the head of security to call Qingyang urgently. This video must be a fake. The boy is definitely alive. The guard reported that they can't reach the young master, and the third brother who was accompanying him is also unreachable. Liu Jijiang sank heavily into the chair. No, this is impossible. There must be another explanation. They wouldn't dare to do this. Qingyang is already a grandmaster. An idiot is simply incapable of killing him. This must be a trap set by the Ye family to kill him. The head of the Li family ordered Captain Chu Feng to be contacted immediately. Jijian wants to completely wipe out the Ye family. In the country's northwest, at a secluded estate, Elder John studied the latest reports from his subordinates on the Ye family. The elder was not pleased with his subordinates' work. His men were dying one by one, and their plans to destroy Yi were constantly thwarted. After his son's death, Liu Jijian contacted the Black Organization from Japan, and they are ready to join forces with Captain Chu Feng. The elder understood. The genius from the Ye family had recovered. The advisor objected. The Ye family was on the brink of extinction. How could Ye Fan save them? Chan shouted. The great oracle said, "A great genius will appear in the Ye family, who will be able to shake the Xia Empire and even the whole world." This is why the higher circles went so far and mobilized so many forces to destroy the Ye family, but they underestimated Ye Fan. Ye Fan sent Liu Jijian a fabricated video that depicted him committing the heinous act of killing his own son. In exchange for this shocking and now Ye Fan can finally focus entirely on destroying the Liu family, who were involved in the deaths of his relatives. And perhaps this thing, the immortal bone, can greatly help in achieving goals and increasing combat power and valuable experience. The records about the dragon-patterned ring state that the immortal bone must be activated by inner energy. The moment has arrived. Ye Fan focused his energy on the bone, infusing it with power, and suddenly felt changes begin. His inner flame surging with newfound strength. The transformation was worthy of a relic left by a grandmaster, as even his core fire burned brighter and more fiercely than before. The guy closed his eyes and listened to his sensations. He wanted to understand what exactly had changed in his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. This was the combat experience of the master who owned the immortal bone. What a surprise. Techniques are easy to share, but experience can't be gained so easily. With this, Fan can rise to the level of a battle emperor. And then, throughout all of Great Xia, it's likely there will only be a small handful of people left, capable of rivaling Ye Fan in strength. The energy of the immortal bone was gradually diminishing as it filled Ye Fan with its strength, wisdom, and experience, and he slowly began to absorb it. The shackles of the venerable battle level are broken. Fan couldn't believe it. Could he break through to the battle emperor level? Fan decided that while he had the chance, he needed to give it his all and try to break through to the level of a battle emperor. Grandpa exclaimed, "Oh no, Ye Fan is about to break through." He ordered Leng Feng to bring him his precious protective talisman. The head of security had his doubts, but this was a life-saving talisman that the great expert had given to Chan Feng 20 years ago. The head of Family E objected. Now the priority was to protect Fan and keep his breakthrough hidden from enemies. The captain ran for the talisman. Grandfather E was truly pleased, as Fan had indeed recovered. And this, in turn, meant that there was now a glimmer of hope for the revival of their illustrious Family E. But despite A Changfen carefully sticking the talisman on the door, the energy of the battle emperor burst through it. The head of the family was thrown aside, hit by the powerful energy surge. The old man gasped. He never expected such strength from little Fan. A massive pillar of energy burst through the roof and shot skyward. Now everyone could see that the Ye family had increased their power. The energy surge was so powerful that it was hard to miss, and this breakthrough was noticed not just by the family's sworn enemies. In the eastern suburb of Yunchen, there stood a modest little mansion that no one paid much attention to at all. One of the old men, seeing the breakthrough, exclaimed, "This is it, it's here! Hurry, bring the equipment, we need to secure the location immediately." The device registered an explosion of energy, and the old man, he said, "Why, this is an immortal bone. The clue left by his teacher has finally appeared." Another asked, Are the coordinates of this breakthrough confirmed? Where exactly is this place? They need to hurry to the young master. The master disappeared many years ago. Before he left, he ordered us to protect the Wandering Soul organization and to help the young master. The old men waited 20 long years, and now the coordinates are confirmed. It's the E family. Their young master is there. The leader of the Wandering Soul organization exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find our young master right now." Ye Fan finally broke through to a new level, but even he couldn't fully absorb all the energy from the immortal bone. So some of the bone's energy is temporarily stored in the meridians and isn't used yet, but absorbing even a part was worth it. The power of the Battle Emperor level is truly incredible. Even the inner flame in the Dantian of Ye Fang has burned significantly brighter. Now the guy can even absorb the life force of nearby living beings and use it as he sees fit for his own purposes. Grandpa is still waiting outside. It's time to share the good news with him since he hasn't asked his grandson anything for so long. Ye Fan opened his room door, and in the corridor near the door, old Ye Changfen was indeed waiting for his breakthrough to be completed. Tears welled up in Grandpa's eyes. He sobbed, "My dear grandson, you've suffered so much, endured so much. I'm so sorry you had to go through all this." The young man also teared up. He asked his grandfather to forgive him for making him worry, but they needed to be very careful. Ye Changfen asked his grandson when he had recovered, and had been hiding it from him all this time. The old man chuckled good-naturedly. 5 years ago, when Fan tested the talisman, he was attacked, and his mind ended up in the talisman, returning to the day of the funeral. Grandpa was surprised. Fan woke up long ago, so it means little Fan destroyed the Zhao, Li, and Wang families, including Xu Jian. That's true, but judging by Liu Qingyang's confessions, they were all small fry. There's also the Holy Emissary Organization and people from the army. Master arrived to strike the Ye family. That's why Fang rushed the breakthrough. Liu Wuyang will fund it. A combat team is also needed. But for now, the fewer people who know Fan has recovered, the better. He'll operate from the shadows and deal with them one by one. The old man sobbed. Heaven had not abandoned Family E. They said a great genius would be born into their line, and now he was here. Chanfen asked if he could help his grandson realize his grand plans. The grandfather thought for a moment and invited Fan to follow him. They quietly walked through the large estate of the E family. Everything was familiar to E Fan since childhood. Where were they going? The guy was surprised. This was his family's estate's back garden. Why did they come here? Fan thought he knew everything here. Grandpa pressed one of the decorative stones and smiled mysteriously. Soon you'll know and see everything for yourself. Your time has come. Ye Changfen pressed the stone and turned towards the lawn. A hidden mechanism whirred into motion, revealing a secret passage within. Enfan's mouth fell open in surprise. It turned out his family held many more secrets than he had ever suspected throughout his life. A section of the lawn sank, and a staircase to the underground appeared before the grandfather and grandson. Chanfen invited Fan to go down. The guy was amazed. He played here almost every day as a kid. How had he never noticed such an amazing spot in the garden before? Although Fan is at the level of a battle emperor, his perception is blocked by some force, and he cannot sense what is underground. The young man realized his family had great power, while he and his grandfather found themselves in a large underground room. Ye Fan looked around, and his mouth fell open in surprise. He couldn't stop marveling at the new discoveries about his Ye family. The head of the Ye family told his grandson, "These are all brothers from our heavenly dragon army who sacrificed themselves for victory back then." Chanfen told his grandson to light incense for the relatives and show his respects. It was time for Ye Fang to learn everything. The young man lit the incense and bowed respectfully to his ancestors. These people are the true foundation of their great E family. Ye Chanfen told his grandson that it was time for him to take on the heavy responsibility of the family and take the reins. Suddenly, girls appeared in the hall, chirping away. "We, your humble servants, welcome our young master E with open arms." Ye Fan flushed with embarrassment. He asked Grandpa who it was, and if this was truly the heavy responsibility for their Ye family. The old man coughed awkwardly and told his grandson not to think too much, but just to feel everything properly and enjoy it. Yi Fan hugged the young beauties, and his inner fire enveloped them. The girls blushed and gasped from the warmth. The guy was stunned. Could it be that each of these delicate beauties was a grandmaster martial artist? But how was that possible? Grandpa said that for great deeds, dedicated people are needed. These people were left for Fan by Mom before she left. He can use them. Yi Fan was taken aback. "Mom, didn't she die? Then why have I never seen her since childhood?" Grandpa replied, "She didn't die. She left with her father, Ye Fan, very far away. Before leaving, she said, "If the son is ordinary, there's no need to pass this on to him." But Ye Fan was exceptionally talented from childhood, and Ye Changfeng knew that sooner or later his grandson would need all this. Besides this, Mother has prepared other measures throughout Great Xia. Grandfather doesn't know all the details, so Fanu will have to find them out himself. Fan wondered, to foresee all this 20 years ago and to carry out such a grand plan, who then was my mother? And then Ye Fan, with surprise, saw that a squad of elite warriors had appeared in the hall, all standing in a welcoming combat stance. The commander of the squad of fighters bowed respectfully and greeted the elder of the Ye family and the young master of the Ye family. Grandfather said, "This is the Blood Guard, warriors selected by Fan's mother. Their physique is special, and they are absolutely loyal to Ye Fan." The young man smiled, and with these elite warriors of the Blood Guard, the Ye family's combat support group was now fully staffed, you see. The guards knelt and swore allegiance to their young master, Ye Fan, pledging to follow him unto death. 117 characters. Ye Fan told the warriors to rise, explaining that he would give them specific instructions shortly on what they needed to do next. 81 warriors of the Blood Guard withdrew as quickly and silently as they had appeared in the underground hall of the Ye family. Grandpa extended his hand and asked little Fan to give him his hand. The boy looked at his grandpa in bewilderment, wondering if it wasn't over yet. Ye Chanfen ran his fingers over his grandson's arm and made a small incision. A little fresh scarlet blood appeared on the young man's finger. In Grandpa's hand appeared an unusual talisman. He dripped some of Ye Fan's blood onto it, so the talisman would recognize the young man as its master. This is Tianlong's blood. It was found and raised on the blood of 1,000,000 Ye clan warriors. It has a special connection to the 1,000,000-strong army. Chanfen told his grandson that the Tianlong army's soul in the talisman can aid Ye Fan in a critical moment during an enemy attack. Grandpa said the family's future depends on Yi Fan. He must not fail the family or his wives. The young man promised to meet their expectations. The young man smiled, but before he could focus on reviving the Ye family, he first needed to help his grandfather heal his wounds. Chanfen felt his channels had recovered and were filled with energy. It was a shame he didn't have elixirs and pills for a breakthrough. Ye Fan said with a smile, "Don't worry about the pills, Grandpa. 5 years ago, before the assassination attempt, I developed my own." He handed his grandfather the vial. "There are 5 pills in it. The rest can be used as gifts if needed. Ye Fan has more." Grandfather opened the vessel and marveled, meaning there truly is a child of heaven in this world, gifted in all areas. A guard ran into the dungeon. He reported someone is trying to break into the estate. They are very strong. Guards are dying. Ye Changfeng frowned, so they had finally arrived. Well, it was long overdue to face the murderers of the Ye family members head-on. The gates of the Yi family's estate were broken. Many guards lay dead, and a squad led by Chu Feng was forcing its way inside. The captain of Elder Zhang's personal guard smirked. The Yi family really isn't anything special at all, just a minor player. The head of security for the Yi family, Leng Feng, declared that if they want to enter the Yi house, they must first step over his dead body. Shufan said menacingly, "I am a venerable warrior. I have several grandmasters in my squad. Which of you can stand in our way? Since the head of security for Family E is seeking death himself, then don't blame others for your own helplessness and weakness." Shufan struck the estate's defenders, sending them flying. Many guards were severely injured in the fierce attack. Len Feng fell to his knees from the weakness that engulfed him. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he had sustained serious injuries. Suddenly, he felt someone gently take his hand and try to help him up, and the captain felt himself getting lighter. He turned around and, to his surprise, saw young Master Ye standing next to him. He smiled at the captain and told him to get up. Ye Fan helped the loyal Lan Feng to his feet after he was wounded. They had to hurry and defend their estate from the enemies. Head of the Ye family, his grandson Ye Fan, and the girls from the underground stood in the path of Chu Feng's squad, their auras burning brightly and menacingly. Shu Fen was bewildered as to where the Ye family suddenly got so many strong masters from. Dealing with them wouldn't be easy at all. Chapter K said that in his youth he fought for the country and did a lot for it, but now the masters of Chu Fen want to destroy his family. Feng replied, the Ye family's fate had long been sealed, and their resistance was merely a display of Patriarch Ye Changfeng's stubbornness. Captain Chu frowned and said, "In the end, I had no choice but to come and personally send Patriarch Ye to his rest." Ye Fan couldn't wait to start the fight. He wanted to test out the new powers and techniques he'd gained from the immortal bone. Suddenly, Chufen noticed another detachment approaching, and he looked questioningly at the old, seasoned, and powerful masters. The old man said, If anyone wants to kill my young master, they'll have to get past my protection first. Old news protection. Ye Fan was confused. Which young master was this old man talking about? Could it be him? So, his mother had sent these people too. Shu Fen asked the people from the Wandering Soul why they had also come here, what they needed here at this particular moment. The Wandering Soul was the strongest alliance of martial arts masters. At its peak power, it had branches all over the world. You ask, what, did I not make myself clear? I'm here to protect the master, so just try anything. Go ahead and start a war with the Wandering Soul if you dare. Shu Fen got angry. I came here ready for anything. He clapped his hands, signaling to his allies to prepare for action. Martial arts masters from the Japanese Black Organization appeared immediately, and Captain Zhang, the Elder's guard, smirked. Niu was outraged. That scoundrel Chu Fen conspired with Japanese dogs to attack the Ye family. For that alone, the bastard deserves to be killed. Chu Fen stubbornly declared that the Ye family would be destroyed today. He ordered the Japanese to act, their mission to kill them all, every last one. The commander of the Japanese approached Captain Chu and said, "Today we act together. Don't forget our agreement after this." Len Feng commanded his squad to stand guard over the patriarch of the Ye family and the young master, as everyone prepared for a new attack. Suddenly, Ye Fan stopped them. The head of security looked at the young master questioningly. What was he planning? Fan ordered everyone to retreat to the secret underground hall. Today, I want to create a real bloodbath here myself. Ye Chanfen asked his grandson if Little Fang was sure he could handle it, as there were 2 strong squads here. The young man silently nodded his head. The Ye family head ordered everyone to retreat. They must quickly get to shelter. This is the order of the young master and family patriarch. Ye Changfen made a commanding gesture, and the bewildered guards dejectedly obeyed, no one understanding what was happening. Only 4 of Yi Fan's assistants remained, left by his mysterious mother, while opposite stood Chu Fen's squad, ready for confrontation. Old Niu sighed with joy. The young master seemed ready to act personally, promising an exciting spectacle for all to witness. Chu Fen laughed. The old man took off, leaving the fool here. Looks like even he doesn't need an idiot grandson. Well, let's finish off the dimwit quickly. The bodyguard of Zhan said, "You know, as for elder brother Fan, I killed him for a very, very long time, slowly cutting off pieces of his strong body." Beautiful assistant Ye Fanya menacingly told Chu Feng, "Insulting the young master, you are bringing a torturous death upon yourself." The guy calmly put his hand on his assistant's shoulder and said with a smile that she shouldn't be so nervous. It wasn't their battle, but his personally. Chu Fen asked in surprise, "Is the kid not stupid after all? Then why didn't anyone report this?" They had assumed he was mentally deficient. Ye Fan grinned wickedly and added, "Not only am I not stupid, but I'm also strong. And now, you rats, you're going to feel that deep in your bones." Young Master Ye clenched his fists and unleashed his terrifying combat aura. Everything around him ignited with his brilliant, powerful energy. The fighters of Chu Feng's squad cried out and fell, bleeding profusely. Some of them were wounded, while most died instantly. Captain Chu Fen barely stayed on his feet. What a powerful combat force. Has this Ye Fang already reached the level of a battle emperor? Yi Fan confirmed it, that's right. And finally the time has come to take revenge for his older brother by tearing his tormentor apart while he's still alive. The scared captain shouted to his men, "Why are you standing there like fools? Quickly kill him." The order was to finish them all. The captain's guards bravely charged at the calm figure of Yu Fan standing before them, ready for battle without fear. But Chu Feng's fighters failed in their attack. Their swords shattered into pieces without even touching Yu Fan, so powerful was his aura. In response, the young man unleashed a torrent of stunning golden rays upon his enemies, from which none could escape. The surroundings of the Ye family estate echoed with the death cries of the grandmasters who had come with Captain Chu Feng. The Japanese from the Black Organization hurried to make their escape, saying, "This is a battle emperor level master. This is bad. We need to retreat." Shu Fen tried to stop them, yelling that these jerks took the money and how dare they run, but the Japanese didn't listen. Ye Fan smiled, just in time. He could try out a new technique, acquired through the experience of the immortal Bone Master. The guy moved at light speed. The Japanese mercenaries didn't even have time to react before they were all killed. Having finished with the Black Organization's masters, Ye Fan paused for a moment, the surroundings drenched in the blood of his family's enemies. Turning back to the warriors he had just defeated, Ye Fan noticed that the Black Robe Society from Japan was nothing to be reckoned with. Shu Fen screamed in terror, telling Ye Fang to stay away. He joked about his brother. He had nothing to do with it, just don't kill him. The young man grabbed Elder Zhang's bodyguard by the head and used the soul-shattering 7-star claw technique. Shu Fen howled in hellish pain. His entire body was pierced by electric shocks, and it felt like every bone in him was slowly breaking apart. Fan roared, "This pain isn't even a 10,000th of what my older brother went through back then. Tell me, who sent you here?" Chu groaned softly. It was Elder Jean, responsible for the death of the Ye family members, connected to the military of the Northwest District. Ye Fan asked, "So this is Elder Jean Gay, one of the 9 heads of the Great Xia Pavilions. How interesting this all is." The guy doubted that Jean had started all this alone. Fang asked Captain Chu who else wished ill upon the Ye family, and he replied that he didn't know. "And what about the Black Robes organization? They also want to destroy the Yi family." Chu replied that the Japanese have their own plan. They seek to eliminate geniuses and important figures of the Great Xia, and Chu used them to deal with the Ye family, their next target. Ye Fan grabbed the prisoner, demanding to know their next target. Captain John's guard hesitated, and the young man invaded his mind. Fan was stunned by the answer. "Next, the Japanese want to kill Yu Linlong, his eldest wife." The guy frowned. What a strange choice. And with a furious cry, a surge of energy, it just flattened Chu Feng's head, turning it into a bloody mess. "But Linlong is only a grandmaster. It seems we'll have to resort to dual cultivation so the senior wife can level up faster." The Black Garment Society of Japan. Why have so many of them gathered here? Could they be planning mass killings? Approximately 128 characters. Yu Linlun was about to go to bed when she heard someone knocking at her bedroom door. She turned around in surprise. Ye Feng entered the room hugging a pillow, and Linlin asked, surprised it was so late, why he suddenly came to her. The girl smiled, and she gently asked her young husband why he wasn't sleeping, saying it was long past time for sweet dreams. Fan innocently said he had a nightmare that was very scary, so he grabbed a pillow and came here for comfort. The guy sighed mentally. To increase his senior wife's strength without revealing himself, he'd have to play the fool again. Linlin gently ruffled Fan's hair, saying, "Oh, you silly thing. Dreams are just dreams. There's no need to be afraid. What did you dream about?" Fan said she dreamed that many bad people in black clothes with knives were trying to kill her. There was so much blood, Linlong was hurt. The girl flinched. The villains in black. Could it really be the Society of Black Garments? Was it just a coincidence? Or did he truly have a premonition? The guy hugged Linlong and declared, "Eldest wife, I'm scared, so I'm going to sleep with you, and if anything happens, I'll protect you." Yu Linlong suddenly blushed. She tried to push Ye Fan away, telling him not to dare touch her like that he shouldn't do that. But Fan was insistent. He told his wife that his grandfather had said it was okay for him to touch his wives like that, even necessary, and that he believed his grandfather. Caressing the supple body of the older wife, the young man noticed that her voice sounded so pleasant, completely different from how it usually was. Embarrassed, Linlong demanded that the little scoundrel Ye Fan shut up immediately. He had already made her blush with embarrassment. And then the light went out, and Fan and his elder wife merged in a long, sweet kiss, their passionate bodies entwined as one. Linlun was taken aback by the sensation. It was so warm, so powerful, that her entire body was filled with unusual currents of immense, comforting energy. She was stuck at the Grandmaster level for many years, but now what held back her power has suddenly weakened and started to fade. Linlong grabbed the guy by the shoulders and shook him, asking why he was so strange and why he was radiating such heat. Madame Yu was sure that Ye Feng was hiding some secret, and she persistently questioned him about it, sensing something was amiss. But the guy just smiled innocently and asked his older wife what she was talking about. What secret? He couldn't understand her at all. Settling in comfortably, Yu Linlong declared that if he didn't tell her anything, she'd find out herself anyway, and then she'd give him a good thrashing. The elder wife sighed languidly, placed her hands on her husband's strong shoulders and said, "Ye Fang, more, a little more, just like that. Excellent." The guy was surprised. "Oh, that's even better. My older wife has a lot to learn from. I should visit her more often for paired cultivation." Linlin flared up and moaned sensually. Powerful currents of energy swirled around the couple, and the Valkyrie's strength grew. Ye Fan quietly said, "My dear wife, you're tired. Rest well. When you wake up, you'll no longer be just a grandmaster." In her half-sleep, Yu Linlong felt she had broken through to the next level. This must be related to Ye Fan. What's going on? Old Niu reported to Ye Fan that news of his victory over Chu Feng is being kept secret. To everyone else, it was done by people from the Wandering Soul sect. The young man smiled. This was very good. Now they could calmly discuss everything, as he had many questions for old Niu. There were a lot of urgent matters before, but now they can finally clarify everything. The old man bowed respectfully to Ye Fan. The guy asked what Niu meant by calling him master, and Chang Fen was surprised. The Ye family had no dealings with the Wandering Soul. Old Niu took the pendant from his neck and showed it to Elder Yi. This is a sign that their mistress and teacher gave them before she left. She said the young master would believe it himself once he saw this item, and Chang Fen was stunned when he saw the jade pendant. This is a piece of Xiaoju's jade pendant. How did old Niu get it? And what does the wandering soul have to do with it? Ye Fan asked, confused. Xiaoju? That's his mom. The guy's thoughts were all jumbled. How is he supposed to understand all this? Who is she? Niu didn't know the details. At our last meeting, the lady handed over this item. She ordered us to serve the young master. Unfortunately, they proved to be very slow, and for a very long time, they couldn't find young Master Ye and protect his family from misfortune. Grandpa said it seems all this was arranged by Fan's mom. Besides the strength of the Yi family, she had other backup plans ready. Fan thought she managed to subdue even the mighty wandering soul. Mother, what an amazing woman she must have been. The guy told Niu that since this item was given to him, Fan naturally trusts him and has an important task for him to do. The old Niu bowed respectfully and said that the young master's subordinates would gladly die for him, but they would do everything. Ye Fan said that they need to deal with the pavilion elder John Gay, and they must strictly follow the instructions. The antique street of Yuncheng was bustling with activity, as lovers of ancient treasures flitted from one shop to another. Yi Fan cheerfully told his wife Isue that there were so many people here. It was so much fun, and it was great they came. It was really cool. He was surprised and wondered why his wife seemed so down. Wasn't she happy they came here? She had suggested they visit. Isue explained that producing cream required a license. Chairman Yu Qiang liked antiques, and she wanted to pick out a gift. The rival of the Su group, the Jin family, is also actively fighting for this. If they intercept the quota, the Su clan will face serious troubles. Fan pondered. Yu Qiang, president of the Southwest Medical Association, isn't he the one in charge of the Tianji Pavilion's Hall of Assassins? Great, Ye Fan can take this chance to reveal his identity to Yu Qian and assist Su with her situation. Ye Fan noticed the painting in the hands of an ordinary man who was clearly trying to sell the canvas to the antique shop owner. The guy immediately realized that the ancient painting in the man's hands was a very valuable item. An incredibly strong aura emanated from it. The buyer looked at the canvas and said he would give 1,000 yuan for it. The seller tried to negotiate, but nothing came of it. Ye Fan was stunned. What, 1,000 yuan? This scroll is worth at least 10 million. What a scammer the owner of this shop is. He told Isue he needed the restroom, asked her to go there and wait for little Fan, saying he'd catch up shortly, and the girl agreed. The shopkeeper reluctantly agreed. All right, since the other goods were decent, he'd go ahead and buy this painting too for 1,000 yuan. While the seller and buyer were completing the transaction, Ye Fan quietly stepped aside and recorded the entire process on his phone. The shopkeeper thought it was a pity. It was surely a fake. The craftsman who made it was too impatient and aged the piece. Ye Fan approached the shopkeeper and said he'd like to buy this painting for 1,500 yuan, and the merchant would surely agree. The antique dealer chuckled to himself. This fool clearly didn't notice the signs of artificial aging and thought it was genuine. He told Ye Fan that what you're saying is absurd. This is an authentic work by Wu Daozi, and I spent 500,000 just to acquire it. But if the guy really wants to buy this painting that badly, he'll go ahead and sell it to him for 300,000, at a loss to himself. Ye Fan showed the shopkeeper the record of the painting purchase and told him not to be so greedy. He had already offered a good price. The shopkeeper resisted, 10,000. But Ye Fan only offered 1,500. If this video surfaced, the shop's losses would be far greater. The guy grinned widely and started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, the moment of truth. What would the shopkeeper decide? Money or shame? He shouted in a rage. Fine, you win. Give me the money, take the painting, and get out of here, and don't ever come back. Ye Fan thanked the merchant and advised him to do business honestly. The angry shopkeeper threatened the kid, saying he'd remember him. The satisfied young man stepped out of the antique shop, quietly chuckling at the unfortunate and incompetent shopkeeper. Right by the entrance of the store, a girl stopped the guy and said to him, Hey there, handsome, can I buy this painting? The blonde offered to pay 8 million for the canvas. It was Zhen Shuiyin, the daughter of the wealthy Ren family from the provincial capital. They say she's an expert in antiques. If she's offering 8 million, then the item is clearly worth it. A monumental deal. The shopkeeper was in shock. 8 million. Had he really misjudged its value so badly, selling this treasure for a mere 1,500 yuan? Ye Fan silently took a bottle of water from his pocket. Everyone watched him, eager to see how he would respond to the girl Suiyin. To most witnesses' horror, the guy opened a bottle and poured water on a canvas he'd just bought for 1,500 yen. Tears streamed down the face of the shopkeeper as he cried out in despair, "My painting! That barbarian has ruined a canvas worth 8 million. The people present started murmuring, "What are you doing, man? This beauty offered 8 million for the painting and you ruined it." Jen Shuiyan realized it seemed she'd met an expert. This guy definitely knew what he was doing and how much the painting was really worth. And yet, the girl decided to haggle a bit more. She told the handsome man she'd give him 10 million. What would he say to that price? The guys behind Shuiyan were surprised and asked her why she was trying to buy a canvas when the painting was already ruined. Then Ye Fan unrolled the scroll and, before everyone, removed the waterlogged film that tightly covered the ancient canvas. Everyone gasped. The hidden painting. It's the legendary hidden painting. The outer layer is just for protection, and the real painting is underneath. The passers-by erupted in a chorus of excitement. "Oh gods, this is the original work of Diozi. Who cares about 10 million? I'd pay 20 for it." One of the passers-by offered 15 million in cash if Yifan would sell the painting to him, while another offered 18. Yifan smiled. How much is an original by Wu Daozi worth? And that idiot from the shop didn't want to buy this rare painting for 1,000. The ancient aura of this painting is exactly what Yifan was looking for. It resonates surprisingly strongly with his inner flame. This aura nourishes the mysterious flame within Yifan. And as for the painting itself, it's merely a pleasant addition. Shuiyin offered 30 million for the painting. Grandpa's birthday is coming up soon, and he absolutely adores old paintings. And then Ye Fan noticed an unusual tattoo on the beauty's chest. He had seen one like it before, right after the assassination attempt. He was stunned. Jen Shuiyan had the phoenix mark. How could he not have noticed it immediately? He had been too absorbed in the painting's amazing aura. It's her, the very same girl who saved him 6 years ago, back when Zhao Tianlun's subordinate was trying to kill Ye Fan. He owes her for saving him, and for something like that, you have to pay up. Well then, he should give her this valuable painting. Ye Fan handed her the scroll and said, "Well, in that case, I'm ready to give you the painting." The girl was taken aback, but it was very expensive. The guy smiled and said, "It's nothing. For a good person, nothing is too much to give. Money isn't always the most important thing." Shuiyan stopped Ye Fan, and he, turning around very carefully, saw that the young lady was gently taking off an original pendant from her chest. She said she doesn't like to be indebted, so in return she'll give him this, apparently some kind of family heirloom from the Zhen clan. The girl added that if there is free time next month, you are welcome to the celebration for her grandfather's birthday. Fan gave his rescuer a long, thoughtful look. Something about her appearance unsettled him deeply, a vague but unmistakable sense of looming misfortune. The guy activated the all-seeing eye technique to understand what had made him so wary of this girl. Was someone threatening her? And then he saw a bloody mark on the beauty's forehead. Fan furrowed his brow, sensing it was a sign of impending disaster, a curse. Ye Fan stopped the blonde girl by taking her hand. She looked at him questioningly, thinking this guy was definitely acting very strange. The young man smiled and asked if he could see the bracelet of Ren Shuiyan, finding it beautiful and quite unique in design. Fan focused and directed the flow of his qi into his fingertips, wanting to protect his savior through the bracelet on her arm. Soon, the fiery energy of Fan filled the girl's ornament, causing the bracelet to glow with a bright golden light of flames. He asked her to wear him on her body for the next 2 weeks and keep him dry. He would protect her and ensure her safety. Shuiyin Zhen shyly thanked the stranger, puzzled by why this handsome man was behaving so mysteriously around her. She stared, bewildered, at the retreating Ye Fan's back, wondering what kind of strange guy this was, who had given her such a gift. The girl thought, "Strange. I feel warmth spreading through my body, as if a powerful source of energy has appeared within me." And then she remembered, exactly, it was the same warmth. It seemed surprisingly familiar to her because she already knew it. That night, as she held the wounded young man, Shuiyin felt the same warmth, after which her energy and strength began to grow significantly. So this is him, that talented young man. I've finally found him. It's a good thing he survived that terrible accident. Beauty. Jen Shuiyan's eyes lit up with joy. He probably recognized her too. That's why he gave her the painting. I need to find out everything quickly. She called their family's head of security, Zhenya, and said she urgently needed information about this person, that it was a top priority. Fan hurried to catch up with his wife, who had gone to the famous exquisite Wanbao pavilion in the region to get a gift. Ishu told the shop owner, Mr. Yu, that it was too expensive. How could she accept such a priceless treasure as a gift? The owner protested, asking them not to, saying they already felt guilty for not being able to publicly support the family. He added that he was very happy if he could make even such a gift, and begged Madame Su to accept it as a token of his admiration. Yifan thought that the owner of this store was quite reasonable. He tries to balance between enemies, a true merchant. A guy appeared near the store. He asked with a laugh, "Isn't Wanbao supposed to be amazing? Today I'll find out if that's true." So, esteemed viewers, this here is the Wanbao Pavilion, and today, I, the young master's son, have come to throw down the gauntlet, so to speak. Mr. Wu grumbled irritably through his teeth. There they are again. This never ends. How many more of these scandals can there be? Fan asked who it was. The owner of Wanbao replied, "It's the son of the Sun family, the owners of the antique shop from the provincial capital. Their antique shop has always remained in the shadow of Wanbao, and this irritates him, so he constantly comes by and stirs up trouble. He said the treasure appraisal competition has already concluded. Can the Sun family truly not accept defeat? Why did they send you here?" Young Master's son claimed that unfair tactics were used by Wanbao to win the contest, and I demand a rematch. Mr. Wu frowned and sternly stated that his Wanbao Pavilion is a commercial establishment, not a place for entertainment. The guy turned to the audience, asking them if they saw it. He doesn't dare to compete with us. It's clear he feels guilty. The guy said, "Ugh, if you can't handle it, just close your stall and find a new job. Stop resorting to tricks." Su Yixue told the shop owner that it seems impossible to convince people without a competition. It's better to participate and win. And so, Fan, with a delighted clap of his hands, exclaimed, "Competitions, oh competitions! Yifan just loves these, so let's have some competitions." Mr. Wu pondered. Those above him had ordered him to support the Yi family in everything. Should he obey this time as well? So he said, "Well, let's have a competition, shall we? Let's see who truly deserves the title of the best antique shop in Yuncheng." Young Master's son exclaimed, "Wonderful, but there's one condition. The loser must leave Yuncheng forever." The owner of the Wanbao store agreed. "All right, deal. We finally need to put an end to these constant provocations from Sun." Young Sun commanded his man to quickly bring the items here. Their show is about to begin, and time is of the essence. The gentleman was surprised. At first glance, these bottles seemed quite unusual. Could it be that today I will face a setback? Fan understood that the items had been tampered with. Their examination by ordinary methods was impossible. This Sun is a cunning guy. Young Sun said, "If Mr. Wu correctly identifies the age of these items, then victory will belong to the Wanbao Pavilion." Sun smiled. The vases are made from porcelain pieces of 5 different dynasties. Their age cannot be correctly determined. From the very moment Mr. Wu accepted the challenge, the Wanbao Pavilion had already lost, which means it will soon close its doors for good. It was perplexing. There are signs of the Song and Tang dynasties and even hints of the Ming and Qing dynasties, but there are no clear traces of repairs. He understood. It was a deception, fakes assembled from different objects. But if he said so, ordinary internet users wouldn't believe him. The young man commented with a smirk, "You know, Mr. Wu still hasn't quite grasped it. Alas, Wanbao is really nothing special at all." He asked the audience not to leave and to witness as everyone saw that they had made a bet and Wanbao was about to leave Yuncheng. And then Ye Fan intervened in the competition. He declared that Sun was a shameless liar. He had deceived Mr. Wu by slipping him fakes. Enraged young Master Sun cursed and demanded of the stranger, "Who are you? And why are you interfering in this competition?" The rival of Mr. Yu instructed his guys to throw that idiot out, so that he wouldn't interfere with their important event. Ye Fan smiled. This was exactly what he had been aiming for. How easily the young master's son had fallen for the simplest provocation. Fan skillfully dodged the guys, shouting loudly, "No way! I don't want to leave this place. I want to expose that deceitful trickster for who he really is." He shoved one of the Sun family guards in the back, and the man flew straight towards the table with the fake vases on it. The guy hit his forehead on one of the vases that Sun brought here to provoke and humiliate the owner of the Wanbao Pavilion. The large vase shattered instantly into countless pieces from the impact, which had recently been assembled for this show. Yi Fan skillfully grabbed the phone of young Mr. Sun from the tripod, through which the competition was being streamed. He picked up one of the shards and said, "This fragment is from the Tang dynasty, this one is from the Song, and this one is from the Ming." Ye Feng asked Mr. Wu why this porcelain vase was made up of many shards from different dynasties of porcelain. Young Master Sun yelled, "What nonsense is this idiot spouting? Now give me back my porcelain vase, it's a genuine antique." Meanwhile, Fan continued his broadcast. He picked up one of the fragments and said in surprise, "Oh, there's film here too for some reason." The owner of the Wanbao Pavilion asked young Master Sun. He wouldn't deny it, would he? The experts can all see their fakes. Comments started pouring in. How can they be so disgusting? I'll never buy anything from the Sun family again, trash. Ye Fan told the young son that he had just lost, and his shop had to leave Yuncheng, and the audience would surely agree. The commentators agreed that a real man should keep his promises, and all the users online witnessed the bet being made. Mr. Yu added that if young Mr. Sun violates the agreement, then the reputation of his family store will decline even further. The competitor from the Wanbao Pavilion gritted his teeth. He fell into his own trap, but there was no choice. He had to meet the terms. He bowed respectfully to Wu, and then he said, "You have won, and my jewelry store will accept defeat and depart from Yuncheng." Having admitted defeat, young Master Sun ordered his men that they were leaving. There was nothing more for them here. The owner of the Wanbao Pavilion sighed in relief. It was finally settled, and the troublemakers wouldn't come back. Mr. Wu thanked young Master Ye for saving them today. Fan objected, "What does this have to do with me? They broke the vase themselves." In any case, he provided a great service to the Wanbao Pavilion, and they should express their gratitude with a small gift. Wu said it's a valuable artifact he studied for years but never understood its purpose. Yet Ye Fan is a genius and will surely figure it out. Fan was surprised. This is very strange. He reached the stage of a battle emperor but cannot figure out what is inside the box. Su Yixu noticed that little Fan shouldn't trouble his mind with this just yet, and when the time comes, he'll get to see what's inside the box. The young man thanked Mr. Wu for the valuable gift, and Isue thought with a smile, "Well, the main thing is that little Fang is happy." As soon as the unusual shop guests left, Mr. Wu called Mrs. and reported that he had done everything as she had ordered him. He asked, "Although Ye Fan is an unusual person, this matter concerns the fate of the entire family. Isn't it too risky to entrust it to him?" The interlocutor of Mr. Wu was in a luxurious, secluded estate amidst the divine and inaccessible Kunlun Mountains. Madam objected to Elder Wu, saying that if even Ye Fan couldn't protect them, then the ruined family would have no chance of revival at all. She mentally reached out to Yi Fan, their fates predetermined since a past life, and she sincerely hopes that he will regain consciousness.